The story is about a young man named Pham Than in modern times, but he is bedridden due to a serious illness. While unconscious, he accidentally travelled back in time to ancient times. He woke up to find himself as a child in a bamboo basket, although he still retained his memories of modern times. But now he becomes the target of ancient assassins. Back a few minutes ago, a mysterious person recounted that during the most chaotic period, there were consecutive wars. The fierce wars almost destroyed the Earth. Humanity and modern science and technology fought each other. At that time, science and technology almost invaded and covered the entire Earth. Along with that, great works were completely destroyed. Dead bodies were lying on the streets. Countless, some of them had bad luck, were blown to pieces there and could not survive. Now, looking everywhere, there are traces of war accompanied by fires. Ruins of destruction, human genocide, tragedy and sorrow cover everywhere. People living in an era where previous science and technology were sealed by the survivors in the temple. Inside the temple, a place filled with darkness, snow fell heavily. Everything around was desolate, and empty trees and grass grew sparsely, and there was not a single person passing by. After many long years, human civilization has once again developed to a new height. After many years, this place has been restored with many more beautiful houses. At that time, a mysterious young woman escaped from the temple and opened a forbidden door. When she left, she also brought the strongest weapons of the Temple of God. That girl was Diep Kin Me. Diep Kin Me set foot in the mortal world and made new friends. The Diep family suddenly became prosperous. The supreme heavenly book that she brought out of the temple quickly caused Namkhan to rise. The Exalted One is maintained. In just a few short days, the entire situation of the world had changed. Namkhan had now become very large and developed, and business was going very smoothly. However, one day when a spear pierced through her chest, someone plotted to assassinate Diep Kin Me. She lay down and fell asleep forever, never to wake up again. Death never spares anyone. Before she left only one thing behind. Darkness covered the dense, gloomy forest. Among them was a mysterious, blindfolded young man, moving as fast as the wind rushing past. Also carrying on his back was a basket containing something. Following behind was a group of mysterious people, with their faces covered, holding swords in their hands as if they wanted to pursue them to the end. The distance was close. The two pursuers intended to attack first. The uncle bowed his head to avoid the attack. Looking at him, he knew he was a superb martial artist. But life is not like a dream. The black-clothed men, who had illusions about their strength, were defeated by the man's foot. Without hesitation, the two men immediately died before the sharp and merciless sword of this martial arts expert. The other two were killed and more came. They were not afraid at all and actively attacked back. It is true that you cannot lie until you see the coffin. The man in black quickly regained the upper hand, dodging and fighting back, looking very professional. His hand tightened on the basket on his back. Inside must be something very valuable. Then he pushed it straight up into the sky to continue fighting to the end. In sword fighting, what use is there for eyes? Here only the truly strong can survive to the end. In just a short moment, all the black-clothed assassins were destroyed by that divine sword strike. Blood splattered across the basket inside, which was a baby. The boy was startled, his eyes and nose bulging and gaping. What the hell is this? His scream echoed in the quiet night of the Help Me forest. In the hospital, the readings on the machines didn't look too good. The machines were running smoothly. The information board said the patient was a 24-year-old man with a muscle disease and was on a liquid diet. On the bed, there was a young male patient lying there, barely breathing. His name was Pham Than. It seemed that he had been sick for quite a while, so his mind was not normal. Every day that passed, he kept asking himself, "Am I going to die? I'm still a virgin." His body was tired, but his thoughts seemed a bit absent-minded. Seeing the person cleaning up in the distance, he thought the last person to see him off was not the lovely nurse, but this old lady Obasa. The lifeless eyes gradually closed. He secretly complained, life is really lonely. An endless darkness enveloped Pham Than. His eyes slowly opened, but when he opened them again, he saw a very unfamiliar scene. In his eyes were a group of people in black. He wondered who this was. A man in black held his sword close to his face, with a dangerous look in his eyes, swinging his sword. Pham Than, at this time in the form of a newborn baby, his big, lively eyes were very panicked. Wait. He was panicked, his face pale as a banana leaf. He wanted to scream so much, but all he could come out was a cry. Pham Than's mind was now very uneasy. Wait, what's going on here? The black-clothed assassins were still pursuing the uncle, who was carrying Pham Than. The black-clothed assassins are still pursuing to the end. Pham Than seemed to just now feel something was wrong. Wait a minute. The distance between the black-clothed assassins and the uncle was getting closer and closer. The distance was only a short distance. The uncle threw the basket containing the baby into the air. It seemed like he was very determined to protect this little boy. Then he drew his sword and was ready to face the brats. The identity of this uncle turned out to be the servant of the deceased mother of Pham Than, our main character. The newborn baby was thrown up his face, pale and bloodless. Pham Nan in this body touched his 2 hands. His small face couldn't help but be bewildered. I opened my eyes and woke up to find that I had become a little boy in a basket in just a moment. After finishing off the black-clothed assassin, the uncle easily took the basket containing the baby. In the memory of a 24-year-old citizen from the modern world who is now being hunted like this. Right now, he should be enjoying life with friends and having fun parties. He looked up intently, his eyes clear and lively like 2 marbles. In his mind, he kept exclaiming, "The person protecting me is extremely strong." Suddenly, the uncle stopped, seeming to sense something behind his back. Yet there was a group of people as big as the sky who were not afraid and dared to move forward to attack. The leader gave the order charge. The subordinates obeyed and all charged forward at once. They jumped up to launch a surprise attack, probably thinking that with so many people, they would definitely hit. Pham Nan saw that and was so scared that he cried. His face was paler than a banana. But not letting the assassins achieve their wish, the uncle was about to kill them all when from somewhere many arrows flew towards them. The assassins were seriously injured, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The ringleader was also hit by an arrow that flew past, piercing straight through his throat. All dozens of them were just like that. No one survived. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground. All of them have been treated cleanly. A group of black knights came from somewhere crowded and surrounded the path. A man slowly stepped out from the crowd of guards. The voice was very calm. The mage from the west really did not understand. He praised in front of a true expert. The magic is like the pen of the Lord. It really has no effect. The person sitting in the dragon carriage that came out was Tran Bin, the head of Nam Khan Kiem Son Institute. He stood there questioning, "Where is the young lady?" Ngu Truk confessed, "I didn't catch up. I need to give you an explanation." Tran Bin's face turned serious, looking a bit ugly. He noticed the child that Ngu Truk was holding in his arms. "Is that the young lady's child in your arms?" His nod confirmed everything. Tran Bin asked repeatedly, "Is it still alive?" Ngu Truk just coldly replied, "Still alive." Tran Bin breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. "Luckily, let me see." Pham Nan was scared to death lying in the crib. Bin was shocked, but still had to compliment. "He looks exactly like his mother, so beautiful." Ngu Truk lowered his head. He thought the boy was already asleep. Bin praised him. As expected of the son of Thien Mashjia, facing the pursuit of the entire city, he can still sleep so soundly. Ngu Truk hummed. Then he hugged the basket and turned away. Tran Bin was startled and asked, "Where are you going to take it?" Ngu Truk simply replied, "Take it to a safe place." Tran Bin affirmed, "I have returned to the capital. This is the safest place." Ngu Truk coldly retorted, "I don't trust your master. Perhaps he had lost faith in life." He asked back, "But what can you teach him, Hatu? Your martial arts are the best in the world, yet you only know how to kill people." But in Ngu Truk's eyes, there is not much difference. "Is there any difference between a blind man and a cripple?" The uncle replied, "Bar too, you too." Bin angrily grabbed the wheelchair. The 2 of them stood there in silence for a long time. Neither of them wanted to speak first, so they both chose to remain silent. Tran Bin's hand began to loosen from the car. He suggested, "I know only one suitable place. The new identity will not be disturbed." Ngu Truk asked briefly where. Tran Bin replied, "Dam Chao." So early the next morning, Ngu Truk arrived at the bustling city of Dam Chao. Time flies quickly, yet several years have passed, and there is a group of children sitting in the yard, gossiping with each other. Pham Nuok sat around, everyone clapping her hands, and urging, "Brother, the story you told last time is not finished yet." All the children present were eager to hear the whole story. Pham Nan calmly continued the story, so Mon went to the wall and discovered there was a staircase there, so he went up and pushed the door open. The boy with the spiky hair and missing teeth excitedly asked what happened next. Pham Nan calmly said, "Of course we have to return to space immediately." On the street, people passed by. In the deserted alley, a confident child stood on a pile of firewood and loudly told a story to the children. In this way, the male lead succeeded in stopping the enemy invasion. The story ends. The little boy poked his head in disappointment. "I feel like the last Miaoji Lu ticket is still more pleasant to listen to." The little girl next to him continued to raise her hand to express her opinion. "I like Feng Si Wu Yu better." The child's name is Pham Than. Pham Han reincarnated from the modern world to this world. He waved his hand in displeasure. "You guys don't understand anything." At this moment, another boy suddenly ran over Pham Han. "Go home and see your butler beat someone up again." Pham Han's eyes widened, his face filled with worry. At this moment in the Dam Chao mansion, a young maid was whipped straight across the face with a long leather whip. The butler with a fierce face waved his whip and said, "Where did the young master take the young lady?" The maid sat on the ground, trembling in fear. I don't know anything." In the quiet courtyard, the sound of the whip hitting flesh echoed. The maid could only sit still and endure. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she turned to look at the maid beside her and shouted, "Liu Cixi knows she is the young master's servant." The maid beside her was so scared that she cowered. The butler's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head to look at Liu Cixi. The maid next to him, Liu Cixi, opened his eyes wide and looked at him. Her whole body started to tremble. She opened her mouth and stammered, young master, won't let me speak." The butler raised his hand and hit Liu Cixi. "Then I won't be polite anymore." Seeing the whip about to strike, Liu Cixi Pham Nhan appeared at the right time and shouted, "Wait." He brought another little girl beside him, his face calm as he pointed at himself. "These are all maids in my courtyard. You are not allowed to hit them." The butler turned his head. He gritted his teeth with a fierce expression. "There are few people who carry the young lady to run away. If something happens to the young lady, young master, you won't be able to bear it." Having finished speaking, he immediately swung his whip in anger at the maids in Pham Nan's courtyard. "I cannot teach the young master a lesson. I can only teach these maids who cannot stand this young master." The little girl next to Pham Nan's name is Pham Nuok. She frowned and grabbed Pham Nan's sleeve. "Brother, let me tell this butler the benefits. I'll say it more easily." Pham Nan did not answer her. He found a chair somewhere and stood on it, waving to the butler. Pham Nan smiled friendly and said, "Come here." Although he felt confused, the butler obediently moved closer, letting him touch his head. Pham Nan used both hands to support the butler's head, making him look straight at him, keeping his head still. The butler frowned. "Young master, who is this?" The next second, Pham Nan's eyes turned cold, one hand holding the butler's head, the other hand raised high. Then under the astonished gaze of the butler, Pham Nan gave him a slap like a thunderclap. The housekeeper enjoyed a slap that left his face disfigured and his teeth falling out. He was sent flying before he could react. The sound of something heavy falling to the ground rang out. The butler fell on his butt. Pham Nan glanced at him and asked, "Are you satisfied yet?" The butler rolled his eyes and tried to get up with his hands on the ground, his voice trembling slightly, so cruel. The butler's face was swollen and deformed. He was in so much pain that he cried out, "I must tell the lady." After a while, the butler maintained his ruined appearance and smiled obsequiously. "Young master hit me. It was the right thing to do." Pham Nan pointed at the housekeeper and said loudly, "Grandma, listen." He himself said it was the right thing to do. Grandma calmly picked up her teacup and enjoyed it without saying anything. Pham Nuok sat beside her, her face red with anger, accusing, it was the housekeeper who suddenly hit the maid in the previous brother's courtyard. The grandmother did not say who to punish, only gently ordered change all the maids in the young master's courtyard. Pham Nan was concentrating on eating, hearing what his grandmother said. He immediately interrupted. "No need, Grandma. I love the quiet. There's no need for people in the yard." The grandmother turned to look at the butler and made her decision. "Then, take it all out for me." The butler clasped his hands and replied humbly, "Yes." Pham Nan pointed his thumb at the ground and laughed provocatively at the butler. "Let's see how you bully the people in my courtyard in the future." The butler angrily stared at him with a gloomy expression, but could do nothing. With a click, Grandma suddenly closed the tea lid. A clear sound rang in her ears. Grandma suddenly spoke up after dinner, call a carriage to take Nuok back to the capital. Hearing her say that both Pham Nan and Pham Nuok jumped in surprise. Pham Nuok panicked and protested Grandma. Her grandmother didn't give her a chance to refuse. "Let's just decide like that." Pham Nuok sadly bowed her head. The bowl of rice in front of her didn't look delicious anymore. The butler looked at this scene and revealed a smug smile. Pham Nan hugged the bowl of rice, his face gloomy. He couldn't help but feel confused. After finishing the meal, Pham Nan returned to the hospital alone. Liu Cixi had been waiting for him outside the door for a long time. As soon as she saw him return, she bowed respectfully. "Young master, you're back." Seeing that she hadn't left yet, Pham Nan was a bit confused. "Why don't you go home?" Liu Cixi sniffled, her cheeks flushed as if she was about to cry. "Cixi was sold to the mansion to be a maid. My parents don't need Cixi anymore." Saying this, her voice became trembling. Tears could not help but flow from the corners of her eyes. "Except for this place, Cixi has no home to return to." Hearing Liu Cixi say that, Pham Nan fell into silence and thought. Finally, he laughed coldly. "What, you're just like me?" Liu Cixi looked up, not understanding what he meant. Like what, Pham Nan supported himself with both hands against the cold and replied, "Both have no father or mother." Liu Cixi was stunned. "Young master has a father. Young master's father is in the capital." Pham Nan lowered his eyes and walked into his room. "It's not much different." He glanced at Liu Cixi and smiled. "If that's the case, then you stay here." With that, Pham Nan slammed the door in front of her. "But you have to prepare yourself mentally. You might be bullied by Butler Chu." Liu Cixi was surprised the wind blew through and blew the leaves around her up high. She suddenly smiled, feeling warm inside. Cixi is ready. At night it was pitch black outside. The moonlight shone through the window. Pham Nan couldn't sleep, crossed his legs and looked at the ceiling thinking, what does the capital look like? If you live in the capital, what do you usually eat? Pham Nan frowned, his face thoughtful. It definitely tastes better than dam chow. He opened his eyes and smiled innocently. Forget it, just think about something simple. Think about how I should live in the next few years. Pham Nan turned over and lay on his side. The moonlight outside through the window covered him with a layer of light. Lying alone in the room, Pham Nan closed her eyes, feeling lonely inside. On the roof, a dark shadow appeared. The moonlight stretched the shadow of that person to the ground, looking a bit eerie. Outside, the moon is clear and the wind is cool. Pham Nan opened his eyes. Wide inside were written 2 words, spirit clearly. He mumbled, can't sleep. He sat up, lifting his pillow to reveal the yellow book underneath. Why don't you take a look at this treasure, hehe. The yellow book under the pillow had no title. It was an anonymous imperial book. Pham Nan opened the book to read. His eyes were bright as stars, and he felt a bit satisfied. This was left to me when I was very young by a blind boy named Ngu Truk. The book depicted all sorts of strange shapes, starting from the first form to the second form. I had watched countless Hong Kong dramas. I knew as soon as I saw it that this was some kind of true key cultivation method. Pham Nan happily raised the book. He slow people need to start early. Even if this anonymous heart method is not good, I still can't bear it, and start cultivating at the age of 1. Outside, thunder boomed and lightning streaked across the sky. Pham Nan was sitting in the room facing the wall reading a book. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared silently in his room without a sound. Pham Nan was engrossed in reading a book and didn't know anything. The dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him and gradually approached him. Pham Nan finally felt it. His eyes widened, his expression filled with surprise and fear. The other person walked behind Pham Nan. He suddenly spoke up. You are Pham MC257 Han. Pham Nan was confused. He kept silent and did not dare to reply. The next second, Pham Nan suddenly cried and hugged the other person. Dad, you're finally back. The other person was suddenly hugged and couldn't react in time. His name was Phai Gyoi, and he was suddenly recognized as Pham Nan's father. He looked at him blankly, his head full of question marks. His face filled with confusion as he repeated father. Phai Gyoi was confused and loudly explained, I am not your father. Pham Nan hugged his hand tightly. No matter how much he struggled, he would not let go. He affirmed, you are my father. The next second, Phai Gyoi's sleeve couldn't withstand Pham Nan's pull and ripped open. Pham Nan fell to the ground, hugging the pile of scraps. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Pham Nan hurriedly spoke, I'm sorry, Phai Gyoi seemed to have lost his patience. He pointed at himself and said again, I'm not your father. Pham Nan pretended not to hear. He offered the teapot to Phai Gyoi. Father, drink all the tea and calm your anger. Phai Gyoi frowned and denied. I'll say it one last time, I'm not the father of... Pham Nan showed his resentment and tears. Phai Gyoi finally gave up and said forget it. He took the teapot and took a sip. Then he suddenly remembered who prepared this tea for me. Pham Nan sat on the bed and smiled. My mother. The cold-blooded Phai exposed, saying, your mother died the day you were born. Pham Nan agitatedly retorted, she's here. Phai Gyoi took a sip of tea and denied, that's a lie. He glanced at his sleeve, thinking to himself again. Phai Gyoi's sleeve was torn to shreds by Pham Nan. He couldn't help but doubt, this set of clothes of mine is a special grade in the courtyard. Even with a knife it wouldn't be easy to tear. How could this 4-year-old kid tear it? While Phai Gyoi was distracted, Pham Nan suddenly pointed in one direction and happily shouted, Mum, you're here! Phai Gyoi was surprised and looked in the direction Pham Nan pointed. How is that possible? There's no one outside the empty door. Phai Gyoi choked. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, I told you, how could that be? Pham Nan took this opportunity to grab a pillow and rush behind him. Phai Gyoi was caught off guard when Pham Nan hit him in the back of the neck with a knee. His powerful blow knocked the old man to the floor. Pham Nan stood still, looking at Phai Gyoi lying motionless on the ground. He looked at his hand and thought to himself, this assassin is really stubborn. I put all my strength into my fingers and thought I could restrain him. Thinking back to when Pham Nan tore his sleeve, he couldn't help but think doubtfully. Who would have thought that I would only get a few pieces? This true energy wouldn't be trash, right? Phai Gyoi, who had fallen into a coma and was lying on the ground, suddenly let out a soft groan. Ugh! Pham Nan saw that he was still conscious. He quickly raised the pillow in his hand. The next second, Pham Nan used all his strength to hit Phai Gyoi's head with the pillow again. The pillow in his hand could not withstand the impact and shattered. Pham Nan stepped on Phai Gyoi's back and was completely unconscious. His soul almost wanted to leave his body and fly out. Pham Nan was uneasy and reached out to check his breathing. His expression was a bit serious. I used 100% of my true energy to hit him twice, but he's still breathing. I'm afraid he'll kill me when he wakes up. Thinking of this, a thought immediately flashed through Pham Nan's mind. I might as well strike first and kill him. Silence. Thinking is doing, Pham Nan pulled out the knife on Phai Gyoi's belt. He stared at the back of Phai's neck and raised the knife in his hand. The sharp knife tip stopped in mid-air. No matter what, it couldn't stab down. Pham Nan's shadow holding a knife planted on Phai Gyoi's body. His hand holding the knife was shaking. He bit his lip. I can't do anything about it. Late at night, Pham Nan raised his hand and knocked loudly on the door. He stood outside and called out loudly, "Uncle Ngoo Truck, Uncle Ngoo Truck." Ngoo Truck stood behind the door with his arms crossed and said, "The store is closed. If you want to buy anything, come tomorrow." Pham Nan refused to leave. He stood outside and shouted loudly, "Uncle Ngoo Truck, someone wants to kill me." Ngoo Truck coldly asked, "Do you want me to report to the authorities for you?" Pham Nan shook his head and lowered his voice. "I can't report to the authorities. I accidentally killed him. Although he wanted to kill me, I was the one who killed him." Ngoo Truck stood still. "What is young Master Pham talking about?" Pham Nan lowered his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle Ngoo Truck." He panicked and raised his head to the sky, shouting, "Uncle, stop. Pretending saving lives is more important." Pham Nan knocked loudly on the door. Uncle Ngoo Truck, now is not the time to pretend to be calm and not familiar. He urgently raised his voice. "These past few years, Uncle has been hiding in the grocery store and not recognizing me. But now is the crucial moment. Uncle Ngoo Truck must care about me, right?" Finally, the wooden door in front of Pham Nan opened. He was stunned. Ngoo Truck appeared before him. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, "Little Master, you really surprise me." Before he could finish his sentence, Ngoo Truck's entire body was thrown forward. Pham Nan hurriedly pulled Ngoo Truck's hand and ran away. "Don't say anything more quickly. Follow me, I'll take you to see." In Pham Nan's room, Ngoo Truck checked Phai Gyoi's carotid artery. After a while, Ngoo Truck came to the conclusion, not dead. Pham Nan jumped up and held his head in excitement. What being hit twice on the head and not dead? Ngoo Truck opened his mouth indifferently. Before he could finish his sentence, Phai Gyoi woke up. He opened his eyes sleepily. Pham Nan panicked and hit Phai Gyoi on the head with a chair. He loudly added to Ngoo Truck's words, "Almost awake." A new lump appeared on Phai Gyoi's forehead. Ngoo Truck sat next to him and calmly finished the rest of the sentence. Actually, he is the person in charge of the third office of the supervisory office, our person. Pham Nan was stunned, He hastily threw away the broken chair in his hand. "Then why didn't you say anything when I beat you?" Ngoo Truck calmly replied, "You didn't ask." Looking at the world with wide-eyed eyes and foaming at the mouth, Pham Nan expressed disgust. "I mean, this guy looks so vulgar." Ngoo Truck introduced. "His name is Phai Gyoi. He is one of the 3 people who are recognized as the most knowledgeable in using poison. He is very good at distinguishing and detoxifying poison." Pham Nan asked in surprise. Such a great character. Surely he doesn't hold grudges." Having finished speaking, Pham Nan immediately handed the knife in his hand to Ngoo Truck and urged Uncle Ngoo Truck, "Why don't you kill him to silence him?" Ngoo Truck was speechless. "So cruel at such a young age, I don't know who taught him." Pham Nan interrupted his uncle. "In this world, except for my uncle, I don't dare trust anyone." Ngoo Truck stood up straight. "Although he is your father's subordinate, I really don't know what his purpose is for this trip." Phai Gyoi lay on the ground feeling sore all over. He gritted his teeth and grimaced. A moment later, Phai Gyoi sat up, holding his splitting head. In front of Phai Gyoi was Pham Nan, holding a knife in his hand, frozen, and Ngoo Truck with a cold face. Pham Nan felt guilty and quickly hid the knife behind his back. He just calmly whistled as if nothing happened. Not knowing how much time had passed, Phai Gyoi, whose head was tightly bandaged, asked in a daze, "What happened to me?" Pham Nan smiled innocently and replied, "You just had a sip of tea, and when you turned around, you were already asleep." Phai Gyoi looked confused. "Then why is my head still bleeding?" Pham Nan opened his mouth to make up a story. "When you fell down, you happened to hit the table." Phai Gyoi glanced at Pham Nan. "I think it's me who hit him, right?" Pham Nan quickly waved his hand. "No, how could it be me? Haha." Phai Gyoi stared at him and asked, "If it's not you, then who?" Pham Nan panicked and stammered, "It's..." He pointed to the bamboo tree beside him. "That uncle hit it." Ngoo Truck's face was cold and silent. Phai Gyoi turned to look at Ngoo Truck, smiled politely, and greeted, "So it's Lord Ngoo. Then it must be because I did something sneaky just now that Lord Ngoo hit me on the head, right?" Ngoo Truck coldly denied it wasn't me. He pointed at Pham Nan, who was sneaking away behind, and exposed, "He was the one who hit you." Ngoo Truck raised 3 fingers. Moreover, not once, but 3 times. Phai Gyoi looked at Pham Nan with eyes filled with resentment. Pham Nan could not bear the pressure and sweat poured down like a stream. The world was not in a hurry to calculate this matter. He turned to look at Ngoo Truck with a serious expression. "Let's talk about the main topic. I didn't expect that Lord Ngoo is also in Dam Chao." Phai Gyoi leaned closer to Ngoo Truck to observe him. It's true that after being away from the capital for so many years, Lord Ngoo hasn't changed at all. His demeanor is still the same as before. Ngoo Truck went straight to the main point. "What are you doing here?" Phai Gyoi replied, "Mrs. Tuok used a large sum of money to invite me to be Pham Nan teacher." Pham Nan sat on the chair with his eyes wide open in surprise. "I didn't expect my father to tell you to come." Ngoo Truck was a bit doubtful. "There was no such thing in the agreement between me and your superior." Phai Gyoi replied, The young master will eventually grow up preparing for the future, will give you more chances of winning. Speaking of this, he immediately laughed heartily. It's okay. If Lord Ungu has any opinions for me, then I can return to the capital immediately. I believe that Lord will also respect your opinion. Ngu Truk calmly exposed. The cripple who told you to come here must not be that simple. Phi Gyoi glanced at Ngu Truk. He stated his main purpose. My lord is worried that the box that the young lady left behind will be found by someone with a good heart. So he wants to invite the fifth lord to think of a way to solve this difficult problem. Ngu Truk replied, There's no need to look anymore. Before the young lady died, she destroyed that box. Phi Gyoi let out a breath. Phew, that's good. He suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I always find the young master strange. He's only 4 years old, but he's already letting the young master practice true key cultivation techniques. Aren't you afraid something will happen? Ngu Truk replied. It's really strange, and I didn't teach him the cultivation techniques. With that, Ngu Truk turned and left. Then from now on, the young master will be relying on you. Phi Gyoi lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, his mind filled with turmoil. He looked at Pham Nan sleeping soundly on the chair with his chin resting on his hand, and thought, why do I have such a bad feeling? In the morning on a tree branch outside the yard, there were 2 birds making love standing next to each other. Inside the small courtyard, Grandma Pham Nan looked straight ahead, her face filled with concern as she asked, Sir, what happened to your head? The bandage Phi took out a letter and handed it over. Lord Pham sent me to be the young master's teacher. Unfortunately, on the way, he encountered a hooligan and was ambushed by him. Grandma took the letter from Phi Gyoi's hand and asked casually, The evil criminal, has he been caught yet? Phi Gyoi replied, For your trouble, madam, he has been caught. He glanced at Pham Nan standing behind him. His eyes were full of hidden meaning. Although the bad guy is cunning, there will definitely be a way to teach him a lesson. Haha. After meeting his grandmother, Phi Gyoi followed Pham Nan back to the yard. The maids nearby whispered, That's the strange gentleman who just arrived at the mansion. The maid beside him asked suspiciously, Is it the one with the bandaged head who looks like a hooligan? Seeing Phi Gyoi and Pham Nan enter the room together, the maid affirmed, That's right. I didn't expect the old lady to personally welcome him. Moreover, she would even become the master of our lovely young master. Inside the room, Pham Nan actively punched Phi Gyoi's shoulder. Teacher, you can't blame your student. He laughed and explained it was late at night, and he was carrying a young student knife, so he was a bit reckless. Having finished speaking, Pham Nan humbly asked, That's right, teacher. What are you going to teach me? Phi Gyoi laughed darkly. I want to teach you how to use poison to kill people and how to avoid being poisoned to death. Pham Nan heard him say that not only was he not scared, but also appeared excited and jumped up. Yes, sir. Pham Nan excitedly smiled brightly. So what are we waiting for? Let's start now. Do you need me to catch 2 mice for testing? Phi Gyoi looked at Pham Nan, who was smiling happily in front of him with a suspicious look. Is this kid really 4 years old? Late at night, the wind blew softly at the deserted cemetery. The torchbearer and the leading monk followed behind. All around were only steles and tombs looking both gloomy and cold. But he was afraid that Pham Nan would not know where this was. Phi Gyoi spoke up to explain, This place is a cemetery. Pham Nan calmly replied, I can see it. Phi Gyoi turned his head to look at Pham Nan, the firelight reflected on his face, looking a bit scary. He gave the request, choose a grave, then dig it up. Pham Nan immediately ran to a nearby grave. He grabbed the rotten wood above and lifted it up with force. Then, this one. Phi Gyoi paused. He glared at Pham Nan until his eyes almost popped out. Pham Nan seemed to remember something. He pretended to be pitifully scared. That's not right. I'm just a kid. Master, if you don't help me. Phi Gyoi threw the shovel on the grave and gave a harsh order. Dig Pham Nan definitely didn't bother pretending anymore. He looked at the small hall and let out an O sound. Pham Nan used a shovel to dig into the soil and then scooped it up. The sound of the shovel continuously echoed in the middle of the night. Phi Gyoi sat in a corner leisurely drinking wine. After an unknown amount of time, Pham Nan dug a large hole. Finally, under the moonlight, he leaned on the shovel, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Phew, it's done, master. Pham Nan stood looking at the coffin in front of him and asked, Is the next step to open the coffin? Phi Gyoi jumped into the hole and walked to the side of the coffin. Wait, do you know why I brought you here? Pham Nan rotated his shoulder and calmly replied, Of course it's to find an anatomical corpse to learn about the structure of the human body. It's a very normal first step in learning. Phi Gyoi was startled when he heard this. He looked at Pham Nan with bewildered eyes. How does this kid know so much? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Aren't you afraid at all? As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin in front of the 2 people was broken by Pham Nan's punch. The loud sound rang out in Phi Gyoi's ears, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Pham Nan then turned to look at Phi Gyoi. What did you just say? Phi Gyoi was silent for a moment. Nothing. He took out the knife he carried with him, his whole body exuding a gloomy aura as he said, "Now cut open the body and see the cause of death." Pham Nhan did not hesitate to reach out and take the knife. He turned his head to look at the body inside the coffin and remained silent. The hand holding the knife kept raising and refusing to lower. Fuigyoi stood beside him looking at his pale face with a bit of glee. He teased, "Kid, you're scared, right?" He secretly thought smugly, "Finally, this kid is scared." Pham Nhan turned to look at him, afraid. "No, the surface is full of bacteria. There must be some protective measure." Fuigyoi was stunned, huh? He didn't understand what he said, so he asked again, "What are bacteria?" Pham Nhan didn't know how to explain it to Fuigyoi. "In short, it's very dirty. Do you have gloves?" Fuigyoi looked confused. "Corpses are such delicate and meticulous work. How can you wear a pair of bulky gloves?" Pham Nhan explained. "The gloves you're talking about are surgical gloves," Fuigyoi replied. "Never heard of them before. After using a knife, you wash your hands right." Pham Nhan boredly patted his forehead and sighed. I really have no choice with you." Fuigyoi sat on the edge of the pit drinking wine, while Pham Nhan worked hard to dissect the body in the coffin. Fuigyoi suddenly asked, "You are so smart. Can you guess why I want to teach you how to use poison?" Pham Nhan replied, "In the future, someone will definitely want to kill you. Teaching you to use poison is because I'm afraid you'll be poisoned to death." Fuigyoi admitted, "Well, although Ngutruk is immune to poison, he can't protect you from being poisoned." Pham Nhan turned to look at him, his eyes curious as he asked, "So what kind of person is Uncle Ngutruk?" Fuigyoi replied, "Ngutruk is your mother's servant. Moreover, his power is enough to sit on par with the 4 great masters." Pham Nhan asked curiously, "Then aren't you and your mother also very formidable?" Fuigyoi nodded in agreement. "Yes, your mother is truly one of a kind." Pham Nhan wondered even more. Then why did she die back then? Fuigyoi took a sip of wine. "I can't tell you this." He wiped the wine from the corner of his lips with his hand. "Why are you suddenly asking so many questions? Can't take it anymore." Pham Nhan pulled the corner of his mouth into a confident smile. He clamped his mouth shut, trying to control the nausea that was rising in his throat. But in the end, Pham Nhan couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaned his hands on the edge of the coffin and let out a big wail. Fuigyoi laughed until tears came out of his eyes. "Brat, you also have times when you can't take it anymore, haha." Pham Nhan glanced at Fuigyoi, who was holding his stomach and laughing heartily, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. "What kind of teacher is this?" Fuigyoi pointed at the corpse in the coffin and laughed threateningly. "This is just the appetizer. There's something even more disgusting coming next. Ha ha ha." The next day, Pham Nhan sat across from Fuigyoi, head down in dismay. His mind was in turmoil. The Phi brought some dumplings in front of him. He smiled and asked with concern, "You've been dissecting corpses all night. Are you tired? Hurry up and eat." Pham Nhan Chu looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I didn't expect this ugly and vicious old man to also have a warm side." Fuigyoi didn't know what he was thinking. He smiled wickedly. "What are you looking at? Eat." Pham Nhan took a bun. "That's right, teacher. I see you're very polite to Uncle Ngutruk. Are you afraid of him?" Fuigyoi glanced away in guilt. "What's there to be afraid of? That's respect." Pham Nhan asked curiously, "Is he that formidable?" Fuigyoi was silent for a moment. He rested his chin on his hand and casually replied, "Martial arts practitioners all over the world are divided into 9 ranks, from low to high, and above the 9 ranks are 4 great masters." Fuigyoi further explained Diep Lu Van. The martial artist Lu Van Nam Khan has fought all his life and has never lost a battle. The national teacher Ko Ha is the one who is closest to the gods in the world. The Tu Ko Kiem is the city lord of Dongdi City. With 1 sword, he can protect the entire city. Another person protects the king in the royal palace of Nam Khan, twice repelling Tu Ko Kiem's assassination attempts. Thinking of Ngutruk, Fuigyoi continued, "If it weren't for the fact that Ngu Dainhan rarely acts and his reputation is unknown, then the masters of the world would naturally be 5 people." Pham Nhan's eyes lit up. His admiration for Ngutruk grew even more. "I didn't expect Uncle Ngutruk to be so amazing." Pham Nhan clenched his fists and excitedly said, "Uncle Ngutruk once gave me a book related to true energy. It must be very formidable, right?" Fuigyoi waved the fan in his hand. "The true energy in your body is really very powerful." Pham Nhan happily shouted, "I knew it, I knew it." Fuigyoi looked at him a bit speechless. He pointed at him and calmly added, "So strong that even though you've only been cultivating for a short time, the amount of true energy in your dantian and meridians has far exceeded your current age and the amount your body can absorb." Pham Nhan paused, His face was full of worry. Is this considered a good thing or a bad thing? Fuigyoi stood in front of Pham Nhan and made a request. "Try to operate the true energy in your body according to your daily practice. I will help you see how it goes." Pham Nhan crossed his legs, palms facing up, like this. Fuigyoi reached out to touch the pulse on his wrist. He sat down to Pham Nan's level and then spoke indifferently. Release all your true energy. Slowly feel its existence. After all, you're just a 4-year-old child. No matter how powerful your true energy is, it can't hurt you. Pham Nan closed his eyes and obediently replied, yes. He followed Phi Gyoi's words and started circulating the inner energy in his body. The pale yellow inner energy surrounded his body. Pham Nan closed his eyes. The surging true energy in his body stirred and slowly released. He concentrates on following the cultivation practice, not to seek beauty, only to eliminate ruin. Pham Nan's eyes flashed with golden light, currently leading the Thien Tuyen Quan Ki Than. Immediately after Pham Nan opened his eyes wide, all the true energy in his body was released. He happily shouted, "Teacher, I feel it, I feel it." Phi Gyoi, who was standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Pham Nan looked further. He saw Phi Gyoi was showing his butt in a corner of the room. He jumped and called him teacher. Pham Nan quickly jumped out of bed and ran to Phi Gyoi. He called out to him worriedly, "Teacher, if you're not well, don't pretend. Look, I hurt you right." Phi Gyoi held his head in anger. This brat, how can he be so domineering at only 4 years old? Pham Nan rubbed his head and grinned. "I also see that my innate talent is unusual." He. Phi Gyoi angrily turned around and looked at him. "I'm not praising you." He looked at Pham Nan with a look of disgust. "If you continue to practice, I'm afraid that in the future, the true energy in your body will explode and kill you." Pham Nan's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "Exploded to death?" Phi Gyoi explained, "You are now like a gourd containing wine, and true energy is like wine. The more you practice, the more wine will be inside. Later, it will definitely burst." Pham Nan was a bit panicked. "What should we do?" Phi Gyoi replied. "The situation is quite dire right now." Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. "This is really tough." Phi Gyoi turned his head to look at that person. Ngu Truk didn't know when he appeared. He stood at the door with his arms crossed. Phi Gyoi looked surprised. "Lord Ngu, when did you arrive?" As soon as Pham Nan saw Ngu Truk, he ran to his uncle. "Uncle, the cultivation method you taught me is so amazing." Ngu Truk calmly explained, "I didn't give it to you, your mother left it to you." Pham Nan asked curiously, "Does this true energy have a name?" Ngu Truk coldly replied, "Yes." Pham Nan excitedly asked, "What is its name?" Ngu Truk moved his lips, domineering true energy. Pham Nan couldn't help but raise his pinky finger, his expression full of dissatisfaction. "What's that name? You just thought of it, right?" Phi Gyoi laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I was really worried just now. The 5 great men have such strength, they must have had a plan in mind. You can teach Pham Nan how to control this true energy." Pham Nan's eyes lit up. That's right. Faced with the expectant gazes of the two, Ngu Truk denied, "I don't know either." Hearing this answer, the smiles on the two people's faces immediately disappeared. Pham Nan and Phi Gyoi looked up somewhat in disbelief and asked again, "You don't know either?" And Ngu Truk emphasized, "I have never practiced true energy." As soon as he finished speaking, Ngu Truk received disappointed looks from Phi Gyoi and Pham Nan. The next second, the two of them screamed in panic. "Oh my god, what should we do?" Looking at Ngu Truk's entire body emitting a gloomy aura, Phi Gyoi couldn't help but think. Speaking of which, a person who doesn't rely on inner ki, but only relies on a flesh and blood body, can be so strong. Is he really a human? So scary, I really can't mess with him. Pham Nan held his head in despair. I will explode. Just as Pham Nan was holding his head in confusion, Ngu Truk suddenly spoke up. "You won't explode." Phi Gyoi laughed heartily. "I told you, surely Lord Ngu has a way." Pham Nan could not hide his joy. "What way is Uncle Ngu Truk? Tell me quickly." Ngu Truk slowly replied, "Stop practicing." Both Pham Nan and Phi Gyoi were all petrified in an instant. Inside the dense forest, each purple wild mushroom lurked above the ground. Phi Gyoi pointed at the colorful and smelly mushroom and urged, "Eat it." Pham Nan swallowed his saliva in fear, not daring to try it. During the following year, Pham Nan continuously tried all kinds of poisons until his face turned pale, while Phi Gyoi leisurely lay on one side drinking wine. Under Phi Gyoi's wholehearted devotion, Pham Nan learned all the knowledge related to poison. Pham Nan's whole body was red. He pulled out 2 mushrooms and cried without tears. "It hurts my skin so much. If it weren't for the poison master by his side, he would have gone to hell long ago." Pham Nan not only had to test the medicine, but also cook it. The smell was so bad that his face turned purple and he felt dizzy. Phi Gyoi put the gourd containing wine down hard. He wiped his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. "You've learned quite a bit after following me this whole year." Pham Nan glared at him with a gloomy face. "Are you really serious about teaching? Are you really not going to take revenge on me?" Pham Nan's whole body was cold and covered in sweat, his face clearly showing 2 words of resentment. "If it weren't for your stubborn will to survive, I don't know how many times I would have died." Phi Gioi reached out to stroke his head to comfort him. Haven't you already overcome everything? Don't pay too much attention to the process. Phi Gioi massaged his neck. You have learned so much in 1 year, I can leave with peace of mind. Pham Nan was startled. He looked up at him in surprise and asked worriedly, Leaving, are you going back to the capital soon? Phi Gioi did not deny he looked straight ahead. Received information from above. I still have a month left before leaving. After that sentence, both people in the room were silent. The atmosphere was a bit stuffy for some reason. Finally, Pham Nan spoke up to break the silence. The last month. Phi Gioi cracked his wrist, his face gloomy. But I had to pay for the head injury a year ago, before I can leave. Pham Nan was startled. This whole year is not considered revenge. As soon as Pham Nan finished speaking, he suddenly had a nosebleed. Phi Gioi acted as if nothing happened. Don't get too excited. I've poisoned you again. Getting excited will cause the poison to spread even faster. Pham Nan covered her nose in confusion. After a while, Pham Nan stood looking at the pile of large and small medicine bottles placed on the table. Pham Nan and Phi Gioi stood facing each other in front of the medicine table. Phi Gioi crossed his arms in front of his chest and made a request. Think about what kind of poison is in your body, when did it come in, and how did it work? Only after you understand it clearly can you be considered to have truly graduated. Pham Nan remembered the past and made the inference the bitter taste must have been mixed with oriental medicine before. That way, we won't be able to taste it. Phi Gioi looked at the medicine bottles on the table. Then just follow my usual instructions and find the antidote in front of you. Pham Nan closed his eyes. He picked up the medicine bottles and smelled them. Then he kept throwing away several bottles of medicine. Not right, not right, not right. Finally, Pham Nan smelled the familiar scent of medicine. His eyes quickly lit up. He looked at the medicine bottle and loudly affirmed this bottle. Phi Gioi glanced at the medicine bottle in his hand with an indifferent expression. Choose one and drink it. Pham Nan opened his mouth wide, closed his eyes and poured the entire bottle of medicine into his mouth. Phi Gioi, standing next to him, suddenly took out an umbrella. He moved a little further away from him. Phi Gioi did not say a word. He raised his umbrella to shield Pham Nan and himself. Pham Nan turned to look at him, question marks popping up in his head. He pointed at himself and asked excitedly, Teacher, did I choose correctly? As soon as he finished speaking, Pham Nan's whole body started to convulse. 2 streams of blood spurted out from his nose like a fountain. Blood splattered on Phi's umbrella. He closed his eyes and appeared calm. I only told you to choose a bottle, but I didn't say that the one you chose had the antidote inside. Pham Nan's face turned purple as he lay flat on the ground. How could there be a teacher like you? Phi Gioi suddenly made a suggestion. Why don't you try poisoning me too? Pham Nan was surprised. Poison you? Phi Gioi laughed. If you can poison me back then, you can consider yourself graduated. How about it? Pham Nan's eyes suddenly widened. He was surprised that he would make such a suggestion. The next second he smirked confidently. Just wait and see. At night the moon hung high. In the room where Phi Gioi was, the torches were still brightly lit. Phi Gioi sat in the room drinking wine and sighing. His face looked a bit depressed. Just then, there were footsteps outside. Hearing the noise, he looked in that direction. Pham Nan smiled brightly, carrying a tray of food, and walked in. Teacher, tonight's late-night snack is here. Phi Gioi smiled and asked, You've been coming here every day to be so nice to me. Could it be that you can't bear to leave me? Pham Nan put the food on the table, of course. He waved goodbye to him and turned away. Take your time, I won't bother you anymore. Phi Gioi suddenly called him back. Wait. Pham Nan's body immediately stiffened. Phi Gioi picked up the wine bottle, his expression indifferent. Leave the food behind. Take the wine away. Having said that, he immediately threw the wine bottle away. Pham Nan quickly caught it. He was agitated and shouted, You can even smell it. Phi Gioi unceremoniously attacked him. If you want to play with me, you are still very young and inexperienced. Pham Nan hugged the wine bottle and walked out dejectedly. The door behind him immediately slammed shut. Seeing that Phi Gioi had left his sight, Pham Nan stopped acting and smiled coldly. The next day, Phi Gioi lay in the yard drinking wine and sunbathing. Pham Nan stood by to help him fan himself. Phi Gioi closed his eyes and enjoyed it comfortably. But just seconds later, he suddenly had a nosebleed. Phi Gioi sat up. He was agitated and his eyes widened. His face turned dark. More and more crimson blood flowed from his nose. Pham Nan held his stomach and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Phi Gioi wiped his nosebleed, his face full of surprise. Pham Nan pointed at him and smiled smugly. Teacher, you fell for it. Phi Gioi could not help but be confused. What poison did you use? Pham Nan raised his finger and smiled slyly. It's time. He explained, these past few days, the food I've been feeding you has been made from high-quality, nutritious fish and meat. The soup you drink is also made from high-quality tonics. Pham Nan knew that these things were both beneficial and harmful. If you eat them for so many days in a row, it will be too nutritious and your blood will be too abundant. He smiled confidently. It's true that eating these things is nutritious, but eating too much will be poisonous. Figioi held his forehead in sorrow. You are really smart. You have your own way. Famnan excitedly asked, so can I be considered a graduate? Figioi nodded as if he accepted. Famnan jumped high. He couldn't hide his joy and shouted, I graduated. The next day, Figioi led his horse along the trail. Famnan followed closely beside him. After walking not far, Figioi stopped. Famnan rarely stood obediently behind him. Figioi suddenly spoke up. Let me go here. Every party must come to an end. Everyone has their own time to separate. Famnan bowed his head. Over the years, the only person I can completely trust is Uncle Ngu. Figioi did not turn his head but looked straight ahead. He is completely worthy. Famnan looked up at his back. He smiled sincerely. Now there is one more person. Figioi heard this and opened his eyes wide in surprise. The wind blew the leaves off the branches and flew up. Famnan smiled and continued. Don't forget that Damchow still has a naughty student like me. Figioi looked down at him, his expression a bit sad. It's hard to forget. Famnan took the card. He looked at it in surprise. Datu, this official position is too big, Figioi explained. This was left by your mother at the supervision office. It originally belonged to you. Famnan took the card. He looked at it in surprise. Datu, this official position is too big, Figioi explained. This was left by your mother at the supervision office. It originally belonged to you. Famnan looked up at him. I also have something to give you. He smiled and took out 2 transparent gloves. These are gloves made of sheep intestines. When you dissect corpses and test poisons, remember to wear them. Figioi tried it on his hand, his face beaming. Yes, I like it very much. Figioi climbed on his horse. Famnan stood behind him and waved at him regretfully. He turned back to look at him one last time. If I had met you a little sooner, I might have chosen a different path. Marry a girl and raise a naughty and smart boy like you. Having finished speaking, Figioi urged his horse forward. Famnan looked at his back thoughtfully. Suddenly, he cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted, Master, one day I'll be the one to see you off. In his heart, he was filled with mixed emotions. He frowned and thought to himself, although it is very touching, it sounds strange. At night at Ngu Truk's grocery store, Ngu Truk skillfully cut food. The sound of chopping was steady. Famnan suddenly spoke, Uncle, would you like some? He picked up the wine cup. I bought this wine specially for you. If you don't drink, I can only drink it myself. Ngu Truk rarely reminded him kindly, children can't drink alcohol. Famnan didn't care. He drank until his face was red. Uncle, I have a lot of things to ask you. Famnan started to talk. Nonsense, Uncle. Why has your appearance not changed at all after so many years? Uncle, what kind of person is my mother? Uncle, I heard from Teacher Phi that your martial arts are very formidable. You are the 5th Grandmaster. Uncle, did you dip yourself in a glass of wine and not drink it? Uncle, who is more formidable among the Phi world, Ngu Truk, only listened without responding. Famnan was drunk. His eyes were hazy. He could not even hold the wine cup steady. He mumbled, Uncle. His vision became more and more blurry, the scene before him getting smaller, until completely immersed in darkness. The next morning, Famnan woke up in a forest. He slowly opened his eyes. Ngu Truk stood next to him and asked, Are you awake? Famnan sat up and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. He held his chest, looking pained. Cough, cough, it feels so uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Seeing Famnan coughing non-stop, Ngu Truk replied, Last night after I got drunk, the vital energy inside my body became very chaotic. Famnan excitedly turned back to look at Ngu Truk. Uncle, that book was left to me by you. You must have a way to control your true energy. Quickly teach me. Ngu Truk replied, I told you I don't know about true energy. Famnan was startled. So what should we do now? Ngu Truk remained calm, but I have another way to help you. Famnan Nu caught hold of the life-saving straw. What way? Ngu Truk calmly replied, I hit you. Famnan was confused and didn't understand. What happened next? Ngu Truk said, 2 concise words, you run. Famnan heard the answer and turned to stone on the spot. He held his head and shouted in agitation, Why do you and Teacher Phi bully people like that? Ngu Truk explained, You must quickly consume the excess true energy in your body. Otherwise, it will be like what I said before. You will explode. Famnan's eyes widened in surprise. Ngu Truk knelt on the ground and instructed him, Try to circulate your inner energy from your dantian down to your feet. The speed will be relatively fast. With that, he immediately flew up into the air. His speed was unbelievably fast. Famnan also knelt down to circulate the vital energy in his body. The yellow vital energy wrapped around his legs. Uncle, wait for me. He rushed forward, shouting and glaring. Famnan used all his speed to run on the ground, chasing after Ngu Truk, who was flying high in the sky. The 2 of them quickly crossed the small stream in the forest. Famnan laughed excitedly. So it turns out that true energy can be used like this. Then I can use it to run really fast and not get hit anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Pham Nan received a slap in the face from Ngu Truk. He didn't have time to prevent being slapped. He lost his balance and fell headfirst into the stream. Pham Nan emerged from the stream, his whole body was wet, and he was still carrying a few small fish on his head. His eyes widened and he shouted in excitement, "Uncle, why did you sneak attack?" Ngu Truk still appeared calm. "Just running is not enough. You need to have enough eyesight and reaction speed, only then will people not be able to attack you." Pham Nan looked at him silently. He smiled and quickly accepted this explanation, "So I can only blame you for being too stupid." And Ngu Truk nodded. "Yes." Pham Nan took advantage of Ngu Truk's distraction to turn around and jump out of the stream and run away. He used all his speed from the day he was born to run away. In the blink of an eye, Pham Nan had disappeared, leaving only a white puff of smoke. Ngu Truk was silent, not knowing what to say. Immediately after that, he quickly jumped across the stream, chasing after them. Pham Nan's legs were lubricated, running as fast as the wind. He kept running forward. The trees on both sides of the road gradually fell behind. Pham Nan's head was covered in sweat. He smiled in surprise. It turns out that condensing all the true energy into the feet can make one run so fast. Looking at the deep blue sky in front of him, Pham Nan thought to himself, "If I run all the way to the bamboo forest, I might be able to escape Uncle Ngu Truk's attack." Pham Nan rushed out of the forest and shot up high. He spread his arms wide, enjoying the moment of flying freely in the sky. Pham Nan curled his lips and smiled smugly. "I've used all my strength to run this far. Uncle Ngu Truk definitely won't be able to catch up." As soon as he finished speaking, Ngu Truk appeared right behind Pham Nan. He was stunned, Ngu Truk did not say anything, kicked Pham Nan and sent him flying straight down. Pham Nan fell to the ground with a thud. White smoke and dust rose up. Ngu Truk landed safely right next to him. Pham Nan's whole body was bruised, and he lay in a small hole. He was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Why? Pham Nan's mournful scream echoed through the blue sky. Why did Teacher Phai change into such a cruel person as soon as he left? The wind blew through the bamboo forest, the rustling sound of leaves echoed in his ears. Pham Nan sat in the small hole, doubting life. Ngu Truk suddenly spoke up. "As long as you can touch my body once, even if it's the corner of the bottom hem of the shirt, you'll be considered qualified." Pham Nan regained his composure and stood up. He wiped the dirt off his face and smiled wickedly. Immediately after, Pham Nan jumped up and rushed to where Ngu Truk was standing and shouted, "Okay." Pham Nan gathered his true energy into his fist. He laughed confidently, loudly. "Uncle, you have to keep your word. This punch of mine depends on the true energy path, although it doesn't hurt anyone, just the corner of the lower hem of the jacket." Before he could finish speaking, Pham Nan's entire body flew backwards. The force was so strong that it broke several bamboo trees. Finally, he hit his face on a rock before stopping. Pham Nan's legs went limp, and he slid down from the rock to the ground. On the smooth surface of the rock was a human figure, enough to see how strong Ngu Truk's attack was. Pham Nan refused to give up. He picked up the broken shield on the ground. Pham Nan gripped the shield tightly in his hand, shouted loudly, and charged forward again. When Pham Nan was 8 years old, Uncle Ngu Truk used a stick to hit him on the head. Pham Nan could not bear it and cried out, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." When Pham Nan was 9 years old, Ngu Truk still used that shield to hit him in the face, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Pham Nan was dissatisfied and argued, "Uncle, don't hit me in the face." When Pham Nan was 13 years old, snow covered the bamboo forest. He could barely use the stick in his hand to block Ngu Truk's attack. His uncle rarely spoke up to praise him. "Good job." Pham Nan used both hands to tightly hold the shield and attack Ngu Truk. He leaned to the side and easily avoided his attack. Pham Nan refused to give up. He changed the direction of the attack, forcing Ngu Truk to use his stick to block the attack. Ngu Truk was able to hold Pham Nan with one hand. Pham Nan used all his strength but could not advance an inch. Ngu Truk's hair flew in the wind. Time flies by. By the time Pham Nan was 16, he had grown into a vibrant young man. Ngu Truk used the stick in his hand to push Pham Nan back, both the bamboo stick, and he flew backwards. Pham Nan did not fall flat on his face this time. His two legs rubbed against the ground for a long distance before stopping firmly. Pham Nan took the opportunity to roll behind a large rock nearby to avoid Ngu Truk. He smiled confidently, his two fingers holding an ice cube. The stone was thrown out, and Ngu Truk heard the sound and turned in that direction. Pham Nan took this opportunity to grab the shield and rush forward, intending to sneak attack from behind that uncle. Pham Nan smiled smugly. He thought to himself, success. Yet Ngu Truk was still able to fight back. He didn't even turn around, but kicked him straight in the face. Pham Nan flew up and then hit the ground several times, creating a rare zigzag pattern. Finally, Pham Nan hit the ground, causing dust to fly up. Ngu Truk heard the sound and turned his head in that direction. He was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Pham Nan sank to the ground. His face was bruised and battered. He cried and muttered, "Uncle, can you be gentler?" Ngưu Truc's dark shadow fell on Pham Nan. Pham Nan couldn't bear to see him looking at him. Ngưu Truc kept his cold expression, then suddenly spoke, "You meet the requirements." Pham Nan stood up in surprise, "But I haven't touched the stick yet." And Ngưu Truc replied, "You're strong enough, the training ends here." Pham Nan heard that and immediately objected. Now Ngưu Truc looked up, not understanding. Pham Nan patted his chest. He stood in front of Ngưu Truc, seriously said, "I want to properly meet the requirements. I still want to continue." Ngưu Truc fell into deep thought. He did not say anything. But the next second, Pham Nan was knocked headfirst to the ground. He wanted to let out a long curse, but couldn't. And Ngưu Truc calmly turned around and left as you wish. At night, the light in Pham Nan's room was still on. The light shone through the paper and out. Pham Nan sat on the bed, happily singing, "La La." Lucy, too, sat behind him. She looked at the wound on Pham Nan's body and felt worried. No wonder Mr. Ngu's attack was too severe. The young master is not yet at the age of weakness. Pham Nan smiled as if nothing happened. When I was young, I felt the same way. But after these years, realizing the changes in my body, I understood. Pham Nan patted his chest and loudly explained, "The squatting horse position is to lay the foundation. Cutting the cabbage is to train my will. Beating me is to train my eyesight and reflexes, to train my fighting instinct." Pham Nan raised his hand as if he was completely manipulated by his uncle. "He beat me for my own good." Lucy C. looked at him in surprise. She worriedly thought young master must have been beaten into a daze. Pham Nan looked at his hand thoughtfully. "Moreover," he said, "these are nothing." Pham Nan clenched his hands into fists. "Red Dragon Guardian, when you arrive, it means real danger is coming." Lucy C. widened her eyes in surprise. Real danger? Pham Nan remained silent. The next second, he suddenly turned around, one hand holding Lucy C.'s hand, and the other supporting her nape, laughing and saying, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. How could Liang Shen Meijing be wasted?" Liu Tutu smiled shyly, her cheeks flushed, not daring to look straight at him. "Young master, what do you mean?" Pham Nan pressed Liu Tutu down. He pulled the blanket over the two of them. "Tonight, let's tell this weird story." In the dead of night, Pham Nan said a few meaningful words. The next morning, Pham Nan woke up early and went out the door. He took a deep breath and stood in front of the yard. Whoosh. Outside, there was a man riding a horse, galloping towards them. Pham Nan's sharp eyes and ears immediately recognized it. He glanced in that direction, the sound of horse hooves. But outside there is not only one horse, but many horses. Pham Nan turned his head to look outside, hearing the sound of a well-trained army. The number of people was very large. Pham Nan could not help but go to the gate to take a look. He was so surprised that he was stunned. Before him was a team of men and horses, fully equipped with battle armor. What's more, everyone on horseback was wearing red cloaks. Pham Nan frowned. His expression was certain, but his voice also carried a bit of surprise. "Guardian of the Red Dragon." The horse stopped right in front of his house. Everyone on the horse got off and knelt down in front of Pham Nan. Pham Nan was stunned by this scene. The person kneeling closest to him spoke up and stated his purpose, by order of Count Tu Nam, to welcome Pham Nan back to the capital. Pham Nan could not contain his surprise. "Take me back to the capital." Inside the small courtyard, grandmother Pham Nan was meticulously cutting red paper. Pham Nan suddenly rushed in before reaching the door. His voice echoed in Grandma. A group of people came to the door, saying they want to take me back to the capital. Grandma still kept a calm expression. "You have already refused. The capital is not a good place. Your mother died in the capital. Staying in Danzhou will prolong her life a little longer." Pham Nan walked in front of his grandmother, but they were all kneeling outside, looking like they wanted to take me away. His grandmother still calmly cut the paper, as if nothing happened. "Let them kneel. If they die, clean up their bodies." Pham Nan looked at her grandmother with shining eyes. "Grandma is so rude." Pham Nan didn't say much more. He waved goodbye to her and left. Understood, Grandma. Grandma took scissors and cut a line on the red paper. She bowed her head and looked at the paper sadly. "It's cut badly." In the kitchen, Pham Nan is showing off his master cooking skills. His chopping speed is also very good, and this and that. At this time, Ngưu Truc was sitting pensively outside the kitchen door. Pham Nan also stopped working. He spoke first. "Uncle, I've been thinking about something very seriously lately." Ngưu Truc just replied very coldly, as if he already knew this beforehand. "Going to the capital or not is up to you to decide." Pham Nan suddenly approached and asked, "Uncle, how did you know I wanted to go to the capital?" He spoke without giving Ngưu Truc time to reply. "Why do they want to take me back to the capital? I want to go, but I'm worried because I'm afraid of danger. Uncle, tell me, is the person who killed my mother in the capital still there, Uncle, if we encounter danger?" Ngưu Truc interrupted Pham Nan. "I will follow you." Pham Nan was quite surprised. "What?" He repeated again, "I will follow you." Pham Nan sat in silence for a long time, then nodded, "Yes." Then he felt a little troubled again. "Uncle, there is one more question I have wanted to ask you for a long time." This time Ngưu Truc could not guess anymore, so he replied directly, "What? What did Farm Nan Ban wonder about? It turned out he was wondering, why hasn't this old man aged in all these years? Did you wait until I pretended to be 70? At 80 years old, will your face still not fake it? Ngutruk heard the question and didn't know how to answer. Who would be so cheap as to ask this question? When it was time to eat, Pham Han and Liu Sisi walked in together. The servants in the mansion were also waiting there. Young master, please enjoy the feast. On the table were many delicious dishes, such as 8 treasures soup, grilled chicken. Many delicious dishes, too many to count. Seeing that everyone was not present, Pham Nan wondered, why isn't Grandma here? The servant respectfully replied, the old lady said she was engrossed in reading a book, so today's lunch will be for you to eat by yourself. He started to eat with his chopsticks, okay. First, Pham Nan drank a sip of soup, then the target changed to stir-fried green beans. Then from ham hock to grilled chicken. Pham Nan tasted a little of everything and praised the flavor. He picked up the plate of stir-fried beans and said to the servant, this plate is delicious, I like it, I will take it away. Pham Nan carried the plate of food and ran back to the room. The servant saw this and wondered, only holding this plate. What about the remaining plates? Pham Nan replied, as usual, you guys share and eat among yourselves. The servant saw this and only dared to whisper, really just an illegitimate child still can't have the same status as a young master. The female servant also whispered, although master ate first, it's normal for the servants to only eat master's leftovers. But the young master always tastes at least once before feeding him. Some dishes he only eats one bite of. It's a bit arrogant. A table full of food is still almost untouched. The servant whispered, yes, I really don't know why the old lady is spoiling him anymore, sharing the food with everyone. Pham Nan moved quickly back to his room, making it quite difficult for Liu Sisi to chase after him. She asked curiously, young master, what happened? Pham Nan bowed his head, I'm poisoned. Chu panicked, what, they're poisonous? Seeing this, he said, someone put poison in this plate of vegetables. It turned out that was the reason why he kept his strange eating habits. When eating, he had to taste everything before taking it home to avoid situations like this from happening. Pham Nan opened the drawer and took out something. He quickly poured the pack of cigarettes into his mouth. The medicine took effect very quickly, and soon the food in the mouth was expelled. Sisi looked at him and cried until her eyes were red. Young master, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Sisi doesn't want to see anything happen to you. Her bewildered face seemed to ask, young master, are you okay? Pham Nan comforted, with this level of poison, nothing can happen to me. He silently calculated the poison that I was hit with by Miaoku just now is a type of poison commonly used by surveillance institutes. Miaoku is a fruit from the south. The juice does not change color when mixed with food, making it difficult to detect, so it is often used by secret agents in the Surveillance Institute to carry out secret assassinations that need to be concealed. This poison will take effect immediately after entering the stomach, causing convulsions throughout the body and death. In particular, the death is similar to that of some infectious diseases, making it difficult to find the real cause. Characteristics. Miaokozi has a mild taste, but the only thing is that it is a bit bitter. The poisoner knew that he could mix it into the already bitter mugwort. He was actually a very formidable person. But the strange thing is that this dose only causes people to have stomachaches and diarrhea, but does not kill them. What is the poisoner's purpose? Pham Nan asked, do you know where the masked man came from today? Sisi tried to remember it was Mr. Ha's nephew who brought it here early this morning. Pham Nan was puzzled. Isn't it usually Lao Ha? Why is it his grandson today? Sisi explained, someone said that Lao Ha is sick. Is there something wrong with his grandson delivering food? He recalled grandson Old Ha is always alone, there is no grandson. This grandson is the murderer, but cannot understand poisoning without wanting to kill. Then what is the purpose of poisoning? Pham Han went out. Sisi shouted loudly, young master, where are you going? She worriedly asked, young master, have you finished detoxifying? Do you need to call a doctor? Pham Nan reassured, I'm fine now, I have to go out for a bit. Sisi was confused, then let Sisi go with the young master. Pham Nan didn't want her to go, so he said, it might be dangerous outside, you should stay home and watch the house. For him, if he can't figure it out, then he should go out and see for himself. I want to see who you are and what you want to do in the end. Pham Nan moved quickly out of the palace. Very soon he was at the house of old man Ha, the person in charge of food. Pham Nan leaned closer to observe. Isn't that old Ha? He was arrested and is hanging around over there. According to his guess, it seems like this murderer doesn't want his life either. Let's save him first, and then ask him about the murderer's information. He stepped out and said, Old Ha, I'm here to save you. Pham Nan started to untie him and asked who blackened him. Old Ha had difficulty breathing and coughed. Finally, someone came to free him. He panicked and pointed behind Pham Nan, young master. The young master is behind you. He turned back. Pham Nan quickly drew out his sword, then used the knife to hit back. The assassin intended to pierce it with a sword, but with great sensitivity, Pham Nan was able to resist. The assassin lost his balance and fell far away. He coldly asked the assassin, "You did the poisoning of the mugwort, didn't you?" The other guy lifted his hood. He revealed his true face, curled his lips, and snorted as a way to respond to Pham Nhan. Without hesitation, Dang Tu Kin quickly rushed forward to attack. Old Ha behind him cried out in panic, but suddenly stopped by Pham Nhan's stop. He pushed Old Ha away a bit. "Old Ha, can you stand a bit further away?" Old Ha vaguely followed. Oh, okay. Pham Nhan achieved his goal. He smirked. "All right." That face showed clear satisfaction. "Now I can freely handle you and properly teach you a lesson." Dang Tu Kin pulled out a bunch of sharp arrows ready to throw them this way. He doesn't like Pham Nhan's behavior. To Tu Kin, he is a kind and gentle person, sentimental. Tu Kin threw the pile of darts out. Pham Nhan quickly used his knife to push them all away. No matter what darts came his way, he could easily slash them away. Pham Nhan let the sword tip on the ground, then quickly swung the sword decisively, sending all the rocks and dirt flying up. Tu Kin still persisted in throwing more darts to attack. Pham Nhan exclaimed, "Where did this guy get so many hidden weapons?" He threw more and more darts. There must have been as many darts as there was a hailstorm. This made Pham Nhan quite annoyed. "Are you done yet? Are you a demon or something?" Those darts were thrown out, making him have to run around to avoid them. Using a sword alone was impossible. From above, someone observed the entire battle between the two. That is new truck here. Back to the battle, Tu Kin was now in complete control. He continuously attacked overwhelmingly. Pham Nhan was forced into a situation where he could only try to defend. Even so, Pham Nhan was not easily defeated. Tu Kin returned every blow with equal force. Next, Pham Nhan jumped over Tu Kin's head to avoid his sweeping attack. From behind, he intended to fight back. Tu Kin reacted very quickly, immediately turning back to deal with it. Pham Nhan used all his strength. Both of them slashed each other. Then the two gradually separated. This place became desolate after the great war between the two people. Both of them collapsed on the cold ground. Pham Nhan held the wound on his hand and asked, "Did you put poison on the dagger?" Tu Kin did not admit it, but only said, "You lost." He walked slowly towards Pham Nhan. "I didn't expect you to have this ability at such a young age. It's just a pity that you're still missing a move." Tu Kin confirmed poison on food can only make you lose your fighting ability. But poison on daggers is not that simple. It can completely kill you. Pham Nhan curled his lips in disdain. "Cowardly." Tu Kin simply replied, "The despicable assassin has always been a constant." Pham Nhan heard that and had to laugh. Haha. He asked confusedly, "What are you laughing at?" Pham Nhan made a rather modern philosophical statement. "Haven't you ever heard of the saying that villains die from talking too much?" Only now did Tu Kin feel something unusual in his body. His knife fell down. The whole person also quickly collapsed. His voice trembling. "Is there poison on your knife too?" Pham Nhan stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and smiled. "I was poisoned since I was young, so normal poisons have no effect on me." He put his sword to Tu Kin's neck. His voice became serious, and he questioned, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Pham Nhan defeated Dang Tu Kin. He put his sword to his neck and asked, "Why do you want to put poison in the food? If you already poisoned it, why not use deadly poison?" Even though Dang Tu Kin lost the fight, he still showed great courage, just gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. "The only person I want to kill is you. I won't implicate other innocent people." Pham Nhan stood above him and looked down. "As an assassin, you are softer-hearted than me who sent you." Hearing this question, Dang Tu Kin was startled and said directly, "The secret order from the supervisor is to kill the traitor." Pham Nhan was angry when he heard that I am a rebel. He was afraid that the other person had mistaken him for someone else and pointed at his face, asking in confusion, "Who would have thought that he would only hear Dang Tu Kin add, 'Even if I die, someone else will come and kill you'? The person the supervisor wanted to kill, even the great Luo Immortal, could not save you. Even though you are still alive now in our eyes, you are already a corpse. It's just..." Before Dang Tu Kin could finish his words, he saw the card in front of him. His face was a bit bewildered. Pham Nhan holds the card, 3 Masters. Phi Gioi of the Supervisory Institute is my teacher. Dang Tu Kin's face showed a mixture of fear and surprise. "I can't believe that Lord Phi is your teacher." Seeing that he looked unconvinced, Pham Nhan said, "I was 16 years old and lost my mother at a young age. My father never came to visit me because he had another child. Until now, I have never left Dam Chao." Pham Nhan looked at him seriously and said, "That's right, so did you guys make a mistake?" Dang Tu Kin's face trembled. "What you said makes a lot of sense." Pham Nhan looked at him seriously and said, "That's right, so did you guys make a mistake?" Dang Tu Kin bowed his head, I understand, paused for a moment. Looking up, his eyes became sharper. "Someone is giving a secret order to harm you, Pham Nhan." Hearing him say that, he immediately threw away the sword and left without looking back. Dang Tu Kin asked in surprise, "You won't kill me?" Pham Nhan still didn't even look and just said, "If it was a misunderstanding, why should I kill you?" Dang Tukin was so excited that he spoke loudly. If someone wants to harm you, and I fail to assassinate him and expose his plan, there will definitely be assassins coming to kill me. Pham Nan closed his eyes and appeared unconcerned. Then you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Suddenly he stopped. Speaking of which, I still have one more thing to ask you. The rules of the Pham mansion are very strict. How could you pretend to be Lao Ha's nephew when you first appeared? Pham Nan glanced at the person still kneeling behind. Hearing this question, Dang Tukin's face slightly twitched. Stammered he is the butler of the Pham mansion inside. At this time, the short and fat man in Pham Phu was shocked and cried, "It was the people from the procuratorate who wanted to kill Pham Nan. I didn't want to harm Pham Phu." He bowed his head and begged the old lady sitting in the middle, "Old lady, everything I do is for our Pham family." The old lady heard what the butler said. She was sitting drinking tea now. She opened her eyes and looked at him. "For the Pham family, tell me." The butler who was asked immediately cried and said, "I was sent by the second lady to keep an eye on Pham Nan. This kid will definitely fight for the property when he comes to the capital. Instead of letting him cause chaos in the house, it's better to let him never go to the capital for the rest of his life." The old lady could not keep calm when she heard this. She slammed the teacup down on the table, making a loud sound. She stood up and said, "That makes sense. For the peace of the Pham family, we must not be soft-hearted." Pham Nan had been standing behind her all this time, hearing her say that his face turned pale, and he said, "Grandma, do you agree with what he said?" The old lady looked back coldly. "Nan Ni, you must remember that when you grow up, you must learn to be cruel." The first person outside the group immediately went into the dark space. Pham Nan was scared, Grandma once. The old butler was happy to see that old lady. "You are really wise." At this moment, the old lady's drumstick was pointed at his shoulder. She stood above, looking down coldly, glancing. "Break his legs, throw him onto the fishing boat. He won't be able to go ashore for the rest of his life." The frightened butler opened his mouth wide, and only when he was dragged away did he quickly beg, "Let me go." "No, no, old lady, haven't you always disliked Pham Nan? Was it all an act?" The old lady turned her face away, not looking at the butler who was still crying miserably. After everything was settled, she asked Pham Nan, "What do you think?" Pham Nan felt a bit regretful. "Every Tet the second concubine sends me things and treats me very well. She is good to me, I always remember." The old lady nodded. "That's right, a letter can't convict someone. I will tell your father to investigate again. There will definitely be results." Pham Nan clenched his fists and looked at the old lady seriously. "Grandma, why don't I investigate myself?" The old lady was a little surprised when she heard that, then turned to look at her grandson. "You want to go to the capital? Didn't I tell you, you stay in Dam Chow and let your father take care of things?" Pham Nan smiled bitterly. "Grandpa, look at me. I've grown up so much I should be able to see the vast world." Speaking up to here, his face became more determined. "If there is one assassin, there will be a second one. Instead of continuing to hide, why don't you come out yourself?" The old lady heard that and just asked, "Have you thought it through?" Pham Nan looked at her reassuringly. I'll come back when I'm done." The old lady sighed. "Forget it. If there's something, it must be resolved. When do you plan to leave?" Pham Nan replied, "Tomorrow." Hearing that, the old lady turned around and left. "Then I won't see you off tomorrow. I'm old and can't bear to see you part." Pham Nan knew his grandmother was sad inside, and suddenly he didn't feel happy either. Outside the bamboo forest, Pham Nan and Dang Tukin are relaxing by the lake. Dang Tukin suddenly spoke up. "Pham Nan wants to ask you for help with something." Pham Nan looked at him. "What is it?" Dang Tukin did not look back, but his eyes were cold. "Kill me." Pham Nan heard that, immediately sat up, looked at him in surprise. "Kill you?" Dang Tukin didn't look at him, just bowed his head and said, "I don't want to betray, but I have something more important that I need to deal with first." Pham Nan put his hand on his chin and asked worriedly, "Oh, what you mean is to help you hide your identity. Do you know that this is treason? What's the benefit of helping you?" Hearing that, Dang Tukin smiled. His face turned fierce as he said, "Don't you want to know what tricks the second concubine used to deceive the supervisory court?" Pham Nan looked at him doubtfully and said, "Let's try." Dang Tukin simply thought, Oh, I said that the identity of the dead person will help you solve the case more conveniently." Pham Nan nodded. It made sense, so he agreed to his request. "Then let's have a happy cooperation." In an old house, Ngu Truck was sitting tying firewood together. "Pham Nan, come here." Pham Nan came here to tell him his news. "Uncle is about to go to the capital." The man continued working while replying, "Okay." Pham Nan sat with his hands on his hips, looking at him. "Throughout the years, you've always protected me. Don't you yourself want to be the person you love and plan for your life?" Ngu Truck coldly said, "You don't need me anymore." Pham Nan was suddenly asked, "Huh?" Being embarrassed, he explained, "I will always need you. You are my most important relative in this world." And Ngu Truck heard that. "Oh, what do you want to say?" Pham Nan sighed. "Tomorrow. Uncle, I have to go to the capital. I will find the person who wants to kill me, and also thoroughly investigate my mother's matter. I will live better than anyone else, because this is what I have always wanted to do. Speaking up to here, Pham Nhan looked up at Ngu Truc. Last time you said you would protect me when I go to the capital, but I hope you can find what you want to do and live for yourself. Ngu Truc was silent. Although he couldn't see, he felt that he was looking towards Pham Nhan wanting to see this kid. But before he could say anything, he heard the boy say goodbye. I'll go first, uncle. After the door was closed, Ngu Truc repeated those words slowly, as if he was thinking while speaking. Finding what I want to do. Live for myself. Returning to her room, Pham Nhan began to pack his clothes, to prepare for the upcoming trip. From outside, Ngu Truc appeared and just entered. He spoke. I found what I wanted to do. Pham Nhan turned around so fast. He carried a long box. Put it on the table. This is what the young lady left behind. I want to open it. What you said at noon that year, the young lady also said she wanted me to find something I like to do. Pham Nhan looked at the box on the table for a while, then used his hand to feel around it. It was left by my mother. How do I open it? Ngu Truc only replied, use the key. Without looking, he knew that this kid would reach out to ask for it, so he continued. But I don't have it. Pham Nhan had an idea. Uncle, if you just open it, wouldn't that be enough? Just finished speaking and not yet dodged. He saw Ngu Truc's sword slashing towards the box. But strangely, the box was not damaged at all. On the contrary, the table was broken into pieces. Pham Nhan was surprised and hugged Tai Duong's face. This is too hard. Where did you get it? Ngu Truc replied as he put the sword away. I forgot. Pham Nhan looked at him. Then where is the key? Ngu Truc calmly replied. The capital, so you and I must definitely go to the capital. Pham Nhan looked at him happily. Then let's go to the capital tomorrow. Ngu Truc immediately turned around and left. I'll go first and meet you in the capital. Pham Nhan looked at the wooden box and didn't know what to do. What about the box? Ngu Truc just replied. Leave it with me for now. Looking at the box in front of him, Pham Nhan wondered, what the hell is this box made of? What kind of thing does it need to be protected in such a box? The next morning outside the Pham Palace, soldiers and chariots were prepared. Pham Nhan walked out the door carrying the box. Although he left, his eyes still looked back regretfully. The old lady stood in the middle of the room sadly. This kid has many ideas, but in the end, he still wants to go. Suddenly, she heard footsteps from outside the door. Pham Nhan opened his mouth and called Grandma. The old lady turned to look at him. I already said I won't see you off. Before she could finish speaking, Pham Nhan stepped forward and kissed her on the forehead. The old lady was surprised and then embarrassed. It's not proper. Pham Nhan looked at her and smiled. Take care of your health. Wait for me to clarify everything and then come back to pick you up. Having said that, he waved goodbye to his grandmother. Before leaving, he knelt down and bowed his head again. The old lady stood looking at her grandson, smiling gently, her eyes filled with tears. Go. Pham Nhan and his group left. In the capital, Pham Nhan looked forward with satisfaction. I'm here. The group of people and vehicles left. There is a little girl still running after. Crying, she said, Young master, you must take good care of yourself. Pham Nhan sat in the car, stuck his head out, and waved at her. His smiling face had a hint of sadness. Seeing this, Dang Tu Kin asked, Why didn't you bring your little maid? Pham Nhan sat up straight and closed his eyes. Right now, I don't know anything about the capital and don't want to accidentally encounter any danger that would cause her to fall into uncertainty, even though he said that he still secretly hoped that the time was ripe. The procession and vehicles arrived. When it was dark, they heard the order, stop and rest first. First rest in place, and light a fire to cook rice. Everyone sat down together to rest in place. Another group of people were preparing ingredients for cooking. The fire was lit and flickering. Pham Nhan stood in front of a pot of boiling soup, holding a bowl in his hand. Looking at Dang Tu Kin, seeing him still standing there with his arms crossed, Pham Nhan loudly said, What are you standing there for? You are now playing the role of my servant. Quickly serve the food. Pham Nhan lifted the bowl of hot soup to enjoy, immediately felt very satisfied with this taste. The whole person was instantly relaxed. Dang Tu Kin, standing next to him, was not very kind. He just snorted coldly. Pham Nhan asked Dang Tu Kin, Do you know why my father welcomed me to the capital? Dang Tu Kin coldly replied, Of course, to prepare a little for the young master's future. Pham Nhan thought it wasn't like that. He didn't look at him and continued, Just the two of us. What are we covering up? It seems like you've already grasped the truth. Hearing him say that, Dang Tu Kin glanced at him in surprise. Young master really knows how to joke. Pham Nhan's face was a bit sinister and unpredictable. There are times when I don't like to joke. His voice was somewhat strange. Seeing Pham Nhan's expression, Dang Tu Kin suddenly felt a bit strange and scared. He pretended not to care and said, Cough, as far as I know, it's preparing your marriage, picking you up to get married. Pham Nhan was surprised. Marriage. Tu Kin saw his expression of disbelief. Don't you dare not believe it. The 4 envoys of the Surveillance Institute are responsible for patrolling the snakes and butterflies, and the 6 envoys are responsible for monitoring. I am the 4 envoy, so naturally there will be no mistakes in the information. He continued. The supervisory court acted vigorously and successfully. If the people from the 6th envoy had taken action, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lived to see today. Pham Nhan sat and listened to that guy boast for a while, secretly scorning, no, even if Luke Su's men took action, they wouldn't be able to withstand Uncle Ngu Truck's 2 moves. Pham Nhan held the bowl of soup in his hand and continued to eat, while asking, do you know who the person I'm about to marry is? From the capital, the honest answer was, I am the daughter of the current Prime Minister, Lam Nhuosh Phu. Pham Nhan was so surprised that he almost dropped the bowl of soup in his hand. The Prime Minister's daughter married an illegitimate child like me. This is really a bit unbelievable. Dang Tu told him what he knew. Miss Lam is a virtuous and kind lady. Her reputation in the capital is quite good. It's just that her health is not good. She has been seriously ill recently, so she's in a hurry. Hearing this, Pham Nhan clapped his hands to show his understanding. So that's how it is. This is the reason why I am the lucky charm for the wedding. Only then would it be his turn. Otherwise, with Pham Nhan's status, this delicious piece of cake would have slipped through the cracks. Dang Tu Kin trembled when he saw him accepting the situation so calmly. You're about to marry a dying person as your young mistress, and your first reaction is not to be angry. Pham Nhan felt that there was no big problem. Since childhood, I have been used to being looked down upon, a child who has never received love from others. Being able to hug the Prime Minister's family's leg is already a blessing. What more can I ask for? What is there to be angry about? I sympathize with that girl. Just because of poor health, she was forced to marry a man she had never met. Speaking up to here, looking at Dang Tu Kin, standing with his arms crossed, staring at him. What's wrong? Only then did Dang Tu Kin curl his lips. Nothing, I just feel that you are a bit strange. Pham Nhan calmly analysed the problem for him to understand. First, me going to the capital does not mean I will accept this marriage. Second, if I want to accept this marriage, it means the other party is someone I like. Third, even if that girl is chronically ill, I will not feel that this is a humiliating thing. Fourth, you may not know, I not only know how to use poison, I am also a very good doctor. Dang Tu Kin stood there listening to him say this and that, with so many reasons he didn't care anymore, and turned around to leave and get on the carriage. Then you can try to treat the illness that the imperial physician couldn't cure. See if you can cure it or not. It seemed like this guy didn't believe that in front of him was a very good doctor. Pham Nhan saw that guy showing such disdain for him and curled his lips at him. Why are you talking like that? Do you even know how to act like a servant? He already had a plan in mind, thinking of the other party. He smiled smugly. Anyway, let's consider everything first and then think about it. Let's see if that girl is beautiful, cute, or gentle. After resting, everyone immediately hit the road. The convoy prepared to enter the city. The coachman spoke up, announcement, young master, the capital is ahead. Pham Nhan sat in the car, pulled up the curtains, and looked out at the scene ahead. He was taken aback. Oh, he saw the capital shining brightly. Lanterns were hung everywhere. It was a very prosperous place. The lights were lit up and shimmered magically. On the busy street, people passing by talking and laughing. The wine shops and tea houses are always crowded with people coming to enjoy. Dang Tu Kin, sitting in the carriage, saw his bewildered expression. What's wrong? Pham Nhan honestly said. This place is far different from my imagination. Dang Tu Kin closed his eyes and smiled, really very different from Dam Chow. Pham Nhan feels this world is a bit interesting. In a place like a palace, the man dressed in all black with a black cloak knelt down and looked noble. He reported the assassination mission failed. He has arrived at the capital. There was a moment of silence after he finished his report. A moment later, a woman's voice rang out, "That's good." She smiled, "This is getting interesting." Pham Nhan stood there staring at the large gate before him, completely stunned. Really impressive covers, much larger than imagined. As soon as he entered the mansion, he was greeted by someone. The master is temporarily not in the mansion. Before leaving, he instructed to properly welcome the young master. If there is anything in the future, the young master can just tell me. Pham Nhan smiled and replied, "Okay," thinking to himself, I never thought that this lady I've never met would care so much about me. Pham Nhan followed this maid to his room. He walked while observing the surrounding scenery. The mansion is not bad. The house is spacious and has a lotus pond, a place to sit and enjoy the breeze, and a pond for raising ornamental fish. The lowest floor is also made of marble. The wood used to make the pillars is also the best quality limb wood. The roof tiles are also the best quality. The red lacquer and gold leaf are not inferior to that of a king. Looking at this mansion, perhaps in this capital, where every inch of land is precious, there is such a big mansion. It seems that the power of the Lord's Father is not ordinary. At this moment, a man carrying a sack on his shoulder passed by the two of them. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, trying to appear indifferent to him. The other palace maids are similar. If the passed-by Pham Nhan would bow their head and walk straight without even saying hello, this reaction made him a bit sensitive. Pham Nhan glanced at these people, an invisible inferiority complex rising up. But are the people on the street intentionally avoiding me just because I'm an illegitimate child? Even though I don't care having an illegitimate child, you're the one who's losing face as a father. After being led to her room, the maid respectfully bowed her head. Second madam said that after the young master has finished cleansing, he will come see you. Pham Nan happily replied, okay. He stepped inside and saw another maid standing there with a basin of water and a towel in her hand waiting. When she saw Pham Nan approaching, she bowed her head and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Pham Nan put the box on the ground. Use the towel to wipe your face. When you're done, give the towel back to the maid and say thank you. At this moment, another person came in from outside and said, next, please follow me to see the madam. Pham Nan looked at the strange attitude of these maids, feeling a bit awkward. That's right, the capital is not Dam Chow. My politeness towards the maids here is indeed a bit inappropriate. Pham Nan nodded. Okay. The maid led him to the hallway and bowed, asking the young master to wait here for a moment. Pham Nan did not look back, but only nodded okay, looking at the gate that was being closed in front of him. A thought arose in Pham Nan's heart. Surely the second lady hasn't arrived yet. These people don't know whether they should lead me into the living room or not. If so, what can I do? Just wait. Pham Nan stood waiting for a long time, then went out. Then looked back. It's been a long time and no one has opened the door. At this time his patience had reached its limit. He stood there angrily, arms crossed, looking into the room. I've been waiting for a stick of incense. You must be trying to show off your power to an illegitimate child like me. If that's the case, thinking about this, Pham Nan smiled. Then the maid standing inside looked out in panic. The slaves also opened their mouths wide. What is he doing? They saw that Pham Nan had already taken a chair to wait in front of the door. Once he was comfortable, he didn't bother to hold back anymore. He sat comfortably on this side and said, sure enough, it's still comfortable to sit. The maids behind were worried. The elder hasn't arrived yet. This junior should be standing with his arms crossed on the steps. How can he have such an exaggerated appearance if the second wife sees? Before he finished speaking, they realized that the second lady had arrived. This beautiful woman with the demeanor of a wealthy person is Liu Ruyu. Right, she is the wife of the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Southern Palace, Pham Kien. Pham Tu Triet's mother, she is in charge of the internal affairs of the Pham Palace. Generally speaking, there is no need to discuss her position in this family. As soon as she stepped forward, the maidservants hurriedly bowed their heads. Second madam. She came from behind Pham Nan. Pham Nan seemed to have seen the second wife coming and opened his eyes slightly. Then tried to force a fake smile and looked at Pham Nan. Nan, don't be tired, just sit down. Pham Nan opened his eyes and looked at her. He also smiled politely in response, greetings, concubine. Then the two of them entered the room and sat down. The second lady asked, is the old lady in Tan Chao still well? Pham Nan replied politely, a while ago there were assassins in the palace. Fortunately, there was no danger. Besides, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Leonhungoch smiled with a hint of embarrassment, casting a resentful glance at Pham Nan, as she thought to herself, this little rascal keeps calling me concubine over and over again, unlike the others who respectfully call me second madam. He's clearly doing it on purpose to emphasize that there's a world of difference between a second madam and a mere concubine. She laughed, her tone extremely disgusting. Next time, just go straight into the room. Sitting outside the door and letting outsiders see and talk is not good at all. My mansion is a place where people cannot be moved, and you don't forget to whisper something, it's not good at all. Pham Nan heard her say that he also smiled and nodded, but in his heart he secretly objected. Of course, everyone can't. It means that other people have some intolerant points. This is reminding me of my status as an illegitimate child. Only then did Liu Ruyu continue. Recently your father has taken on the position of Minister of Revenue. This time when he returned to the capital, Lua went directly to the Ministry of Revenue to work for next year's exam. Fan Xian replied with a confused expression, everything was according to father's arrangements. I just don't know when father will return. The second wife heard him ask that, closed her eyes and said, your father will be back soon. After he replied, the two fell into silence and had no more topics to talk about. The second wife raised her teacup to drink and said, have some tea, I'll thank you again, yes. At this moment there was a loud noise from outside. Miss, a female voice shouted, Miss, please slow down. The two people sitting in the room were drinking tea. Suddenly the door swung open. Hearing the noise, he looked out the door and saw a young woman pushing the door open and entering. As soon as she entered, she quickly called out brother. She was Pham Nuok Pham Kien's daughter. This is the capital's #1 talented woman who is proficient in both music, chess, and painting. Her voice softly calls out Xie. Her feet quickly step towards Xie. She originally loved reading, so she was very knowledgeable. Her eyes admired Pham Nan. She usually replaces her father to teach her younger brother, Pham Tu Triet. Pham Nuok just entered and called out loudly. The little girl walked forward and bowed. Greetings, big brother. Pham Han quickly stood up and supported her smiling Nuok little sister. No need to be so polite. Just as everyone had not yet had time to talk further, they heard hurried footsteps entering. This time it was a little boy who rushed in, stood with his hands on his hips, and shouted loudly, "Hey!" The young boy shouted, "You are Pham Nan." The young master who was speaking arrogantly was Pham Tu Triet, the son of Pham Kien. Pham Nan saw this kid and smiled. "Who is this young master, Pham Nuok?" Nuok turned her head and said, "He is." But Pham Tu Triet interrupted and acted. "First, I am Pham Tu Triet, the eldest son of the Pham family." The voice was still very arrogant. "You are that bastard Pham Nan, right?" Hearing this little brat speak with such force, Pham Nuok also nodded and broke out in sweat for him. Pham Nuok stood beside him with a dark face. Pham Nan glanced at the main chair that the second lady had been sitting on earlier, which was now empty. When did this Liu Thi leave? It seems that she was preparing to use the excuse that Pham Nan was young and ignorant to intentionally let him come and cause trouble and make me lose face. Thinking so, he still stood patiently smiling at Pham Tu Triet. The boy approached to observe soft skin and soft flesh, very much like an illegitimate child. Pham Nan was gritting his teeth at this brat and thinking to himself, "What an idiot. It seems that in order to avoid offending a real noble in the future and implicate the Pham family, I must now teach him a proper lesson." Just as he opened his mouth to say one word, he heard a voice roar from behind, "Give me your hand." Both of them turned their heads in surprise. If Pham Nan was surprised, then Pham Tu Triet was fearfully looking at Pham Nuok holding a fan. She repeated, "Don't you hear? Give me your hand." Pham Tu Triet obediently listened and reached out his hand, immediately received a painful hit from Pham Nuok. He trembled and said, "Sister, why? Because of an outsider." Just before he could finish speaking, another one hit his hand. He quickly hugged his hands and blew on them. Only then did Pham Nuok speak up. "First, you are not allowed to call your big brother by his given name. Second, you should understand the status of our family. You are not allowed to say such vulgar words. Third, disrespecting your elder brother will of course result in punishment." Pham Nuok coldly taught Pham Tu Triet. She turned to smile sweetly at Pham Nan. "Right, brother?" Pham Nan sweated and replied, "Yes, that's right." Pham Tu Triet was hurt by the tree and ran away crying, "Hoo-hoo, mum." Pham Nuok stood looking at her younger brother and sighed. "Every time he cries, he goes to find his mother. Really?" Pham Nan stood next to him wondering, "I'm very curious about what the name Tu Triet means." The little girl folded her arms, closed her eyes, and began to explain, hesitation stagnant, like chaos, rampant dominance flowing unimpeded. Pham Nan stood still, looked over and said, "Such a beautiful name, yet it's being interpreted like that." He sat down and asked more, saying, "How could you hold a ruler and hit someone?" Pham Nuok confidently held the ruler in her hand. "Father gives me full authority to educate him." Pham Nan heard this, put his arms up, and thought, "This seems a bit different from my initial analysis of the world." Pham Nuok didn't understand what he meant. "That is talking about the issue of southern power." Pham Nan nodded. There's also the distribution of power in the Haotrak family." Hearing this, Pham Nuok lowered her head. "Right now, I do have some power." Pham Ha closed her eyes and added, "But don't forget that this power of mine completely depends on that man's liking." The little girl opened her eyes, her face also becoming expressionless. "Big brother, don't forget the man you mentioned is our father." After that, the two were silent for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Pham Nuok covered her mouth and laughed. She was happy. "Although I've always sent letters to my brother, it's been a long time since we've talked like this. I miss him so much." Pham Nhan smiled. "It seems like you're living well in the mansion now. I was still worried too much." The little girl smiled. "Thanks to Big Brother's recent attention, Liu Shi is very well behaved." Pham Nan was surprised. "Oh, he thought it would actually work." Seeing this, she advised further, "Although I am in far away Dam Chao, I also know that the status of the Liu family in the capital is very high. You should not look down on her too much." She nodded. Nuok knows. Pham Nan asked softly, "Have you received my letter?" She heard her brother ask again and broke out in a sweat as she recounted, I received it the night before. It was a man in black who sent it to scare me. I thought it was a bad guy." Pham Nan sighed. "What is this time I go to the capital? You still don't know, right?" "Nok Nhuok." Ruo quickly replied. "You know," he opened his mouth in surprise. "You know," she said calmly, "not only do you know, many other people know too." He was stunned. Many people always thought that the matter of my father telling me to go to the capital was a very secret. Nuok showed her cunning. The descendants of the famous families in the capital are all very curious about Tu Namba's illegitimate child. They have many plans for that matter. Pham Nan wondered, "How many people in the capital know me? Why are you curious about my story?" Pham Nuok happily replied, "Because father is preparing to ask you to marry a very famous girl." He leaned back. "So that's how it is. Marrying the daughter of the Prime Minister, Miss Lam, is really not a small matter." Nuok Nuok added not only that, should say is the Prime Minister's illegitimate daughter. The 10th year of Namkan, now the weather is favourable, the king is proclaimed the world's most enlightened king, and the world is prosperous. But beneath this glamorous appearance, there are also people who call it the most corrupt bureaucracy in history. And Lam Nha Phu is the #1 traitor in Thien Co. Lam Nha Phu comes from a wealthy family and gradually rises to a high position. Although he does treacherous and vicious things, he is quick, clean, and protects his integrity, never letting others get the better of him. Pham Nhan heard about his story and wondered, how could someone like this have an illegitimate daughter, and there's a chance for others to accuse him? Pham Nuoch Nuok honestly said, this matter is very strange, no matter how you think about it. The news that the Prime Minister has an illegitimate daughter is spreading outside the palace. Pham Nhan's face lit up with interest. He asked tentatively, in the palace could it be the one on the dragon throne? The little girl said, the senior officials in the capital said the same thing, which is why the censorate later submitted a memorial to intervene in the Prime Minister's affairs. However, Than Thuong personally stepped in to suppress the matter so that prediction turned out to be wrong. Compared to this, the reaction of the elder brother was more surprising, knowing that he was about to take a girl who was an illegitimate child as his wife, but had no reaction. Pham Nha closed his eyes and listened to the little girl's question. Then face became cold, reaction yes. Now I'm so anxious that I can't wait to ask that person who arranged a fiancé for me, what is his intention at this time? From outside, an announcement was heard, Master Gong Ming is returning to the mansion. Pham Nhan quickly stood up. Before leaving, he did not forget to wave goodbye to his little sister. Another day take me for a walk in the capital. We can reminisce about old times. Pham Nuok smiled and agreed. Okay. The dignified man walking in is Pham Kien. Pham Nhan stepped out, then blocked his way. Standing in front of his father, the two looked at each other for a moment without saying anything. The servant following behind stepped forward and whispered into Pham Kien's ear, Master, this is the young master. He looked at Pham Nhan with a face neither happy nor sad. Just keep walking. As he passed by, he said, follow me. Two people are in the study room. He looked at his father, who was holding a book and reading silently. Pham Kien's eyes still looked up, and he opened his mouth to speak. You look a lot like your mother. Pham Nhan's face was sad and a bit sarcastic as he replied, is that so? He continued to ask, how was life in Dam Chao these past years? Pham Nhan closed his eyes and calmly replied, if we don't encounter any assassins, it's okay. He didn't ask any further but changed the subject. Do you know why I told you to go to the capital? He nodded. Yes. Pham Kien now looked up at his child. Are you feeling wronged? Pham Nhan calmly replied, no. I'm just hitchhiking to the capital. I'm not saying I'll definitely marry Miss Lam. Pham Kien's face was serious. His hands clenched. Do you know what that girl meant? He looked at his father and said, the implication is that the Pham family's resignation is always an invincible holy family. There is another great power. Pham Kien was silent for a moment. Then he picked up the book again and calmly said, all right, you're angry. Pham Nhan was startled. What him? He continued blandly, I've always heard from Tan Chao that you're someone who doesn't know how to get angry. Let it out when you feel like it, or you'll suffocate yourself. Pham Nhan didn't care what he said. There's something I have to tell my father first. I'm not a person who can be arranged by others. Pham Kien's hands clenched the book tightly, shaking from suppressing his anger. I never thought of arranging you, but this marriage, whether you agree or not, has become a forced one. This matter cannot be discussed. Pham Nhan also looked at him with a challenging look. Then just try it. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Pham Kien spoke up to advise. Why don't you understand that young lady of the Lam family is gentle and thoughtful, a perfect match? Moreover, based on the current status of the Pham family, do we need to rely on our children's marriages to stabilize our power? Pham Nhan did not say anything, but still listened attentively. He said someone like Lam Nha Phu is worth me taking seriously. A thought arose in his mind. This attitude and tone did not seem fake. Pham Nhan asked, then why must you marry that girl? Pham Kien thought for a moment before revealing the real reason. Simply because the mother of the young lady of the Lam family is the eldest princess, the biological sister of the emperor. The eldest princess never married in her entire life, secretly managing the royal brand, providing both Nam Khan and the royal palace with endless gold coins. Now do you know what marrying Miss Lam means? Pham Nhan heard this. His eyes lit up. He clapped his hands together excitedly, hinting at a big deal. The current prime minister and the eldest princess have an ambiguous relationship. No wonder someone without power or influence can climb up the ladder so easily. It turns out that she relied on her beauty to get up. Pham Kien explained everything. Her Highness the Crown Princess only has this one daughter, and long ago His Highness decided to let the Crown Princess's bloodline manage the royal trading house, and then whoever marries the young lady of the Lam family can take over the royal trading house. Pham Nhan asked curiously, the royal shop that the eldest princess manages was once a business of the Diep family. Farm Keen replied, yes, the royal shop. That shop originally belonged to my mother. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. After hearing that, the male lead looked up and seemed to be thinking about something. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Father, you are truly far-sighted and thoughtful. I am impressed. Thinking that everything was clear, Farm Nan raised his head, but remembered that there was still one thing that was not clear. But marrying the young lady of the Lamb family can take back mother's family business. He immediately replied, of course there is a way out. Don't forget that I am the Minister of the Ministry of Finance and also manage money matters. Right now, Lam Nuok Fu still has doubts about this marriage between our two families. So I want you to perform well during this time in the capital. Farm Han continued. The strong cooperate for mutual benefit. Why are you still doubtful? Farm Kien remembered Farm Thi is a big family in the capital. Lam Nuok Pu is the head of the civil service. The two families secretly married. Lam Nuok Fu would be worried that His Majesty would suspect him of having ambitions, or that the young people in the civil service system would also have two minds. He gently explained. Hearing the whole story, Farm Nan suddenly had an idea. Oh, it turns out that people still haven't agreed. It's just that one side is enthusiastic, the other side is indifferent. That's the thinking from one side of the Pham family. Pham Kien was startled, seemingly not quite understanding that sentence. What does one side enthusiastic mean? Although this question hasn't been answered yet, it's still ignored. Pham Kien warned, remember, you must not tell anyone else about tonight's conversation. There are some secrets that whoever tells them will die. Pham Nan replied, I know this head-falling story cannot be told. I will be very careful because this person of mine is very afraid of death. The conversation between the two sides ended. Pham Nan returned to his room and lay on the bed, still silently thinking about what happened earlier. From today's conversation, I can feel that my father has some genuine feelings for me. It seems that the reason why I was brought to Damchow was because of the person who killed my mother. I'm still in the capital, so I'll leave the matter of Lu Thi for later. He was a little uneasy about his own marriage. My problem is, do I really have to marry that seriously ill girl? Wouldn't that mean I'm using tricks on that girl surnamed Lam? But very quickly that thought just flashed through his mind. He quickly abandoned that thought. No, it doesn't make any sense. That person is also very pitiful. After thinking, Pham Nan looked at the box in the distance and pondered. After a while, he still couldn't take his eyes off the box and thought, I wonder where the key to the box is hidden. But it was already dark and sleepiness had already set in. Oh, never mind. Taking in so much information at once is making my head explode. Let's sleep. After saying that, he rolled over, relaxed, and fell asleep. In another scene, the moonlight was shining down on where Pham Kien was standing. He was thinking about his late wife, Little Deep too. Your child has grown up. He is indeed exactly like you when you were young. At such a young age, it seems like he knows everything. His expression suddenly changed. He was tensely thinking about another problem. Tran Bin still opposes Nan Ni returning to the capital, so I have to take advantage of his leave to call Nan Ni back to the capital. Someone once assured that the Diep family's property will return to Nan Ni. Rest assured, in Nam Khan, no one has dared to harm the boy yet. Pham Kien sent words of encouragement to his wife in the bright moonlit sky. The next day the market scene was bustling and crowded. A carriage passed by. Inside were Pham Nhan, Pham Nuok, and Pham Tu Triet. All three of them were very happy. Nuok took the initiative to feed Pham Nhan. You eat the hawthorn, while the other person looked at the couple in love with a slightly disdainful expression. He ate the hawthorn and immediately cried out, sour, Nuok sat, and laughed happily. Pham Tu Triet sat opposite and witnessed this scene, not believing his eyes. Is this still the elder sister with eyes higher than her forehead, cold as an iceberg that never melts, causing countless talented children of noble families to sigh and lament? I wonder if this Pham Nhan really has some kind of supernatural ability. Then he regained his composure, crossed his arms, and said solemnly, you have to understand clearly, Pham Nhan. I'm giving my sister face, so I'll make an exception to let you out. Hearing that, the male lead calmly replied, I see that you want to blend in with us to go out and play. The sentence hit the nail on the head. He angrily denied, no way. The boy still acted arrogant. I am the real young master of the Pham family. You have to respect me a little. Pham Nhan was not convinced and immediately made a mocking remark. Humph, don't you see that repeating yourself like that will make you look unqualified? In this regard, you should learn from your mother. Pham Tu Triet looked like that but was still a crybaby who couldn't argue back and turned to whine to Pham Nuok beside him. Sister, look at him. He just keeps hurting me. The carriage stopped at this moment. A strange scent wafted across. The fragrant smell accidentally drifted into the nose of Pham Tu Triet's greedy name. Oh, we've reached the Imperial Palace. Why did the coachman stop the horse? The horseman reported, young master, there is a purple building ahead where you can get off the carriage to eat. The three of them happily walked in. Pham Tu Triet, pulled his older sister's hand, and quickly entered the palace to enjoy the delicious food. Pham Nan stood behind acting like a senior, watching over his mischievous younger siblings. Suddenly someone approached from behind. It was an old lady with a rather fierce face. She whispered to Pham Nan, "Do you need to buy books? These piles of books here are all the books that have not been approved by the 8th Department. It seems like you are lucky today. If it had been a little later, they would have all been bought out." Pham Nan felt like he had touched on his hobby. Japan, Korea, or USA? The old lady froze. Then she handed him a book, her expression turning serious as she invited him. "These are the popular novels in the capital recently. Today, young master is lucky. If it had been any later, they would have all been snatched away." Holding the book in his hand, Pham Nan looked around and immediately noticed something strange. Seeing the book titled Dream of the Red Chamber, he was surprised and had a face full of questions. "Isn't this the Dream of the Red Chamber that I copied for Nuok Nuok?" Recognizing the book that I copied for Nuok Nuok, Pham Nan slowly turned the pages of the book and saw familiar lines of text. His face changed slightly. The old lady continued to tout, "Young master, this is just a part of the story. The best part is still ahead." After listening, he immediately gave 2 coins to buy back that Dream of the Red Chamber and left in the dungeon. Only then did the other two see Pham Nan enter. Nuok Nuok asked, "What did you do just now?" Without waiting for Pham Nan to reply, Pham Tu Triet immediately chirped. "I looked through the window and saw him buying a book from a woman and not knowing to avoid going on the street to buy some useless things." Pham Nuok Nuok asked in surprise. "Books?" Her eyes glanced at Pham Nan as if waiting for an answer. Pham Nan answered, "Do you still remember the Dream of the Red Chamber that I once told you?" Nuok Nuok nodded and replied, "Of course I remember." He put the book in front of Nuok Nuok. She picked up the book, her face slightly surprised. She was startled. "It's true." Nuok Nuok hurriedly explained, "Brother, this is also the first time I've seen this book." Pham Nan said slowly, "It's okay, I don't blame you." Deep down he already knew that I had already guessed that after my sister heard it, she wouldn't be able to help but write it down. She also wouldn't be able to look at it and share it with her close friends. I just didn't expect it to be spread around on the streets. Pham Nuok Nuok speculated probably Princess Nu Jia of Jing family. She came to the palace to chat and happened to come across the book that Sa wrote for her younger sister, so she copied a copy and brought it back. She never thought that one would spread the word 10 times and 10 times 100 times, but it would become a secret that everyone knows. Hearing that Pham Nan smiled wryly first, it was circulated in the palaces of princes, and then it appeared in the market. It's really underestimating the bravery of those who trade in pirated books and copyright infringement. Suddenly Pham Tu Triet spoke up. "This book." The boy was a bit suspicious. "Did you write this book?" Pham Nan didn't expect him to ask that, so he replied, "So what?" Tu Triet's eyes lit up. His face showed excitement. He eagerly said loudly, "Dream of the Red Chamber was written by you. And was it written by you?" Pham Nan suddenly realized something was approaching and asked, "Have you read it?" Tu Triet turned his face away and stuttered, "I read it a bit. It's not very decent." Pham Nan knew that, so he continued to tease, "Then why are you still sighing?" Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Pham Tu Triet had no choice but to admit it. He put on a shy and embarrassed face and honestly said, "To tell the truth, my reading teacher praised the author of this book's writing style as having a genius temperament. His heart is filled with sadness that makes people admire him." Pham Nan eagerly asked again, "So you started to respect me?" At this moment, knowing that his identity as a fanatic had nothing to hide anymore, Tu Triet expressed his admiration and praise. "Just writing a few random words can earn you so much money. It's truly amazing. No wonder Big Sister admires you so much. It seems that this young master has increased his level of favorability towards our male lead." He felt quite happy, but not because of his profound knowledge and a whole basket of poems and writings, but because what he wrote could make money. Hearing that exclamation made Pham Nan secretly feel discouraged. Pham Tu Triet's face was full of excitement as he continued to discuss the book. The manuscript of this book is divided into volumes to be sold in the market. Each volume can sell for up to 8 taels of silver. Only you can write this book. If you want to make money in the future, tell me I can invest. Hearing this, Pham Nan couldn't help but sigh and think, "It's a pity that there's a conflict of interest between me and this brat. Even though I don't think about the Pham family's assets, I can't help but think of a plan from Liu Shi, who sees me as an enemy. But after all, we are brothers sharing the same blood. If this can bring the relationship between the two sides closer, perhaps some tragedies can be avoided." Seeing his greedy expression, Pham Nan had an idea. If not, let this kid try. Thinking is doing, he immediately took action and said to Pham Tu Triet, "You still haven't told me why you're following me. Don't you need to go to school?" Now the young master who was arrogant just now has changed, revealing a completely different expression than when he was in the carriage. His form of address is also completely different. Just now, because mother said that big brother is talented, she told me to play with him more. His thoughts are also good. The male lead saw his 180-degree change, and all the hair on his body stood on end. My heart fluttered for a moment, and you look so cute. It's true that for money, you can do anything. Farm Nan felt it was to his liking, and replied, "Okay, cooperation is fine, right?" Tu Triet heard that and jumped up happily. "Okay, it's a deal." A while later, all three of them had eaten and drank their fill. Because he was a bit happy today, Tu Triet found his food very delicious. He unceremoniously gnawed on a big piece of chicken thigh. Nwok Nwok attentively reads a book. She was a little annoyed, such a good book, and yet those crooks only quote the part where many girls are placed upstairs. Farm Nan had also finished his meal and was having a cup of tea for dessert. They deliberately chose many young ladies' passages to put on the cover. This is just a marketing ploy. Don't take it to heart. Before people buy a book, they will definitely flip through the introduction. He saw that his little sister was a little angry sister. You're angry because you think this heartless book dealer exposed the part where many young ladies went upstairs, making people think it was a love story between a man and a woman, right? She immediately replied, "That's right. A masterpiece like Dream of the Red Chamber has now been tainted by circumstances. The writing style that makes people feel so full is now considered dirty. It was taken to a bookstore and turned into those dirty things. I can't swallow this anger right now." Farm Nan calmly said, "A bookstore does this for profit, it's normal." Nuok Nuok was not convinced, but Farm Nan reassured not only that, he also paid just enough, not only that if you let me do it, I will do it even more outrageously. Farm Nan sat leisurely, chin resting on his hand. "A book has 10 chapters. I wrote 10 topics and printed them on the first page." He also smiled smugly. Each chapter adds a few more sentences to entice people. It makes the reader feel an itch that cannot be scratched, so they have to buy the book and carefully flip through it. Pham Tu Triet and Pham Nuok Nuok sat silently listening to the senior brother like Tae Shuang's wonderful words of wisdom, the Peony Temple Diem Kuch Kan's heart of chapter 23 in the book. There are only 2 words. Blessed, I will use this paragraph as the title. The lines are explained very well by Pham Nan, who understands poetry. These are all random words, but such a combination. Adding 2 words of blessing in the title inevitably makes the reader create some imaginary space. Just like that, the announcement has been made. After hearing this, Nuok Nuok exclaimed, "So it turns out that Big Brother often does these dishonest things." After hearing this, he not only did not get angry, but also laughed very happily. It's nothing, it's just to attract the viewer's eyes. Tu Triet, who was sitting next to him, suddenly flew over his eyes, shining brightly. What my mother said was indeed correct. Big Brother, you are really too talented. From now on, I will work hard with you. Pham Nan felt extremely embarrassed after hearing this. This silly child, Liu Shi's intention was to have you supervise me, not to roll around with me. Just then, at a nearby table, someone deliberately shouted, "Where do you come from to be so arrogant?" The person who spoke was Haton V. He was extremely serious and scolded Pham Nan. "Your heart is full of lust and evil, and you still dare to call yourself talented." Sitting next to him was Quach Bao Kon, also looking at the table of the 3 brothers and sisters with discriminatory eyes. Tu Triet was furious. The boy spoke up on behalf of Pham Nan. "I am the young master of the Pham family. No one has ever dared to be so disrespectful to me. Where did this poor student come from, daring to confront me?" Pham Nan sat silently. Hearing the boy say this, he immediately felt embarrassed. The people who can sit in this 3rd-floor private room of Thatch Koo are all people with status. The other party dared to speak carelessly. 8 out of 10 of them are of extraordinary status, yet he still dared to shout back. Tu Triet had not stopped, yet the boy was so enthusiastic that he rushed forward aggressively. "Big Brother, you just sit here. I will go clean up the mess." Pham Nan was so panicked that he had to quickly stop him. "Wait." Nuok Nuok beside him leisurely took a sip of tea. "Let him go." She smiled gently. "Give him a chance to show off. With the Pham family backing him up, nothing bad will come of it." Pham Nan understood and nodded. On the other side, Tu Triet was walking towards him. The boy didn't understand the logic, so he pointed straight at the 2 old men's faces and glared. "Did you say that just now?" Sunway's attitude stopped, and he even raised his voice in disdain. "So what Dream of the Red Chamber is a masterpiece. Not being able to distinguish right from wrong and talking nonsense, it truly makes people look down on you." Hearing this, Pham Nan suddenly stopped drinking tea. Nuok Nuok was very positive when faced with these insults. "He is praising us, Big Brother." Pham Nan also agreed he is indeed praising us. On this side, Sijia could no longer contain his anger and pounced on Sun Wei. His posture at this moment could only be described as that of a hungry fox pouncing on its prey. He also shouted loudly, "Who gave you permission to speak so loudly to my brother?" He also swung his fist at the man. then pulled hard on Tonvai's hair tie. He was furious. In broad daylight you dare to act so recklessly. Do you still have the rule of law in your eyes? Tu Triet was not to be trifled with. The boy deliberately teased royal law. I am the true royal law. Just as he was about to throw another punch at Tonvai, a hand promptly blocked it. It was the bodyguard who accompanied Tonvi and Baokon who met his match. Tu Triet could only cry out, "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Where did this trash come from? How dare you hold the young master's hand? Let go." Baokon was disgusted and quickly ordered, "Throw the kid somewhere else, don't disturb brother Tonvai's mood." This guy immediately followed suit, pulling Tu Triet hard. Then he threw the boy away. Tu Triet sobbed, "Oh my god, this fall must have hurt a lot." Farm Nan quickly rushed out. He quickly caught his brother. But he was also very lazy. He didn't help him down right away, but had to let Tu Triet spin around one more time. After a while, let him stand still. Farm Nan replaced Tu Triet and politely said to the other two guests, "This little brother is still young and offended, but your heavy-handedness is a bit too much." The guard whispered into Guo Baokon's ear, "Brother Baokon, the girl behind that man is very familiar." He whispered, "Isn't that the most talented young lady in the capital, Miss Pham? This man accompanying Miss Pham, could it be the 12-year-old young master of the Pham family?" Baokon heard him and sneered, "I wonder whose child is so arrogant." Then he deliberately emphasized, "It turns out to be the son of Tunam Bajia." Suddenly, a small dispute arose in the inn. Farm Nan heard Baokon say that still had some doubts, hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" The guards of the other two guests automatically introduced themselves, the only son of Minister Quach Duchi, compiled in the current palace. "Guo Baokun, young master, Guo, don't you know? Baokun is a member of the Crown Prince, Deng Baokun." He stared at Farm Nan. The words are accusatory, relying on the fact that you are a member of the Pham family, daring to rely on your power to bully people, truly disgraceful. Farm Nan smiled and leisurely replied, "Shame. A person who doesn't study will never be successful. Without the will, there's no way to learn." His tongue was also not easy to get, immediately sending a direct message to these two to criticize. "You so-called talented people don't study in the academy during the day, but instead run to bars to have fun. Where is your intelligence? Where is your elegance?" Tonvai was hit in the heart, furiously shouted, "Want to rely on the power of Pham family? You dare to speak so insolently." Pham Nan waved his hand, defending himself. "I dare not make any excuses. You all are sitting at the table drinking and having fun with the son of the current dynasty's Minister of State. You are not afraid of power and are more noble than others. You are truly admirable." Then he gently threw Sunway's fan away. Then he leaned his face close to his and whispered, "All the wise men are as thin and weak as fan blades. Could this be the legendary spirit? I really dare not imitate this spirit." Tonvai felt he had been seriously insulted, angrily closed the fan, then shouted, "What are you waiting for? Take action." The accompanying guard immediately followed the order, yes. He threw dangerous punches at Farm Nan, but he easily dodged them. This guy still rushed forward aggressively. At that moment, Farm Nan was no longer tolerant. He also swung his arm to return the punch, then quickly swung the other arm up, then punched him in the face. But that wasn't all. Farm Nan also gave him a punch under the chin. In the end, he was beaten out of the window by him. But he didn't fly out completely, but only hung half his body on the windowsill. The other guests immediately backed away in fear. Tonvai lost his temper and started blaming, you guys actually bully the weak based on numbers." Pham Na stood with his arms crossed, looking at him with a bored expression. Seeing Pham Nahan Nuok and Tu Triet turned around and left, he dared to say, "Look down on me." The surrounding guests were all talking excitedly. "I've seen many fights. This is the first time I've seen a descendant of a great family personally taking action." Almost everyone looked at Pham Nan with admiration. He won with one move. Pham family is indeed a great family in the capital. Just as the three were about to leave, someone suddenly stood in front of them. This person was Li Huangcheng, the crown prince of the Nanking province royal palace. He calmly greeted Sister Nuok is free to leave the palace today. It's rare. Seeing him, Nuok was startled. The prince is here too. Then she enthusiastically introduced Huang Than to Pham Han. "Brother, this is the crown prince of Jing Palace. Jing Palace and our Pham family have a very good relationship." She warmly introduced her older brother to him. "Your Highness, this is the older brother I often mention to you." Huang Than was straightforward and immediately expressed his thoughts. "I vaguely heard earlier that you seem to have a prejudice against people who read books." Baokon appeared from behind and interjected. "That's right," he said. "Please ask the Crown Prince to seek justice for the talented people sitting here." Huang Than deliberately reminded, "I'm busy talking with friends. I don't want to be interrupted by others." Seeing Baokon still standing there, he smiled dangerously and asked again, "Do you understand this sentence?" So he left immediately. Huang Than continued to walk in front of Pham Nan and chatted, "I was just curious and didn't have any malicious intentions." Pham Han also happily replied, You can read books, you are all readers. I just have a prejudice against so-called talented people. Huang Than was confused. Oh, what does this mean? So Pham Nan also openly explained, in ancient times only those who were exceptionally talented were called talented men. But now all you need to do is go to Than Lao and make friends with some high-ranking officials and nobles to become a talented man. As he spoke, he laughed. The taste of these talented men is probably more of the scent of women's rouge. The demeanor of intellectuals is less. It is harmful to the country. The ones who gain profit are still those women. This sentence was uttered and hit the bullseye of both of the guys just now. Huang Than nodded in agreement. Then he politely opened his mouth. Brother's way of thinking is really interesting. When you have free time, you must definitely come visit my mansion. Finally, the three of them leisurely left the restaurant. Another person appeared in the way. That is Ton Vai. Tu Triet saw him standing there and immediately rushed over. What, want to fight again? But he did not answer. He just raised his dangerous eyes and silently looked at the three of them. Pham Nan felt something was wrong, also raised his eyebrows. Seriously asked, "What else do you want?" Seeing Ton Vai standing before him with a dark face, Pham Nan also resolutely faced him. "What else do you want?" But suddenly Ton Vai clasped his hands together. Then with an extremely respectful attitude, he bowed his head to Pham Nan and said in one breath, "This humble one has always looked down on the nobility and thought he was always right. But today I have received your words to enlighten me." Not only did he say no, he also sobbed. I finally realized that I was just blindly liking this feeling. My character still can't escape those old stereotypes. But Pham Nan did not show any joy at this admiration. He even turned on his alert mode. This Sichuan opera guy can't even change his face as quickly as a human. Ignoring Ton V, Pham Nan continued to move forward, but still tried to politely reply. In everyone's heart, there is a cowardly part, the so-called petty person, under the guise of a Confucian scholar. Then Pham Nan said bluntly, "Today I'm just talking nonsense, don't mind me." Hearing these words, Ton V was a bit confused, the so-called villain, under the guise of a Confucian scholar. The three of them then headed towards the market. Nuok Nuok didn't know what was funny, but kept smiling. Pham Nan looked at her little sister with a blank face. "Little sister, are you remembering something funny?" At this moment she giggled and replied, remembering what Big Brother said to Quach Bao Con. It was really too cruel. I couldn't help but laugh. Pham Nan still asked blankly, "What did I say?" Tu Triet eagerly added, "I know that you are a petty person under the guise of a Confucian scholar." Seeing his two brothers and sisters' dumbfounded faces, he stammered, "No, isn't that the sentence?" Nuok Nuok smiled and repeated, "In fact, the words of today are as thin and weak as fan ribs. Could this be the legendary spirit?" Pham Nan felt embarrassed, scratching his head. Today's words are indeed a bit biased. I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived in the capital, I would lose my mature image of many years in front of my younger sister. But Nuok Nuok absolutely did not mean to offend him. On the contrary, she encouraged him. The other party provoked first. I responded with 3 parts restraint. Today's words are more worthy of the word talented than anyone else. Despite being praised, Pham Nan still tried to be modest. These 2 words, talented man, are not very good. Then he immediately told his sister, "Little girl, remember whoever you marry in the future, don't marry a talented man." She angrily argued back, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The coachman was waiting, but Pham Nan suddenly changed his mind and did not get on the carriage. "You two go back first, I'll walk around a bit more." Tu Triet whined and asked to follow him. "I want to walk with Big Brother a little more." Luckily someone politely grabbed the boy and said, "Listen to Big Brother, we're going back." The carriage had gone a while, but the 2 sisters' whining voices could still be heard. "Why is that, sister? I also want to walk around a little more, sister. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Left alone, Pham Nan's face suddenly changed color, showing seriousness in his eyes. He muttered in his mind, "I originally thought that Pham Tu Triet caused this conflict." Thinking back to earlier, he thought, anyway, it was him who came to the restaurant first, and the time was chosen by him. The train of thought continued. It was also he who hit the person first. Pham Nan understood clearly. The purpose is to let me show my bad side in front of the Prince of Jing. Finally, he concluded with a sentence. The opinion of the provincial prince's palace towards the future successor of the Pham family will definitely be effective. Pham Nan still stood still, continuing to think there is one thing. At this moment, a swordsman suddenly appeared from somewhere, and Din Nin said, "I know what you are thinking." This person was hidden in plain clothes and a wide-brimmed straw hat, but his words were very clear and distinct. "But I don't think this matter has anything to do with the young master." The prisoner agreed. "Well, it probably has nothing to do with it." The other man exclaimed, "Oh, I thought you would suspect it." Pham Han immediately continued, "Because the young master of the Pham family often causes trouble when he goes out. If Liu Shi just tells him to follow me, I will naturally be dragged into the argument. There is no need for any deep conspiracy." Speaking up to here, he raised his voice. "Birds of a feather flock together, and of course I am seen by others as a spoiled brat." The other person smiled after hearing that Liu Shi's plan is very simple, but also very effective. You guessed it all right. Pham Nan immediately denied. No, there is still one unexpected point. Liu Shi thinks her son is a black inkstone and wants to completely dye me black. After saying that, he turned to look at the other person, and you did. You come to me because of the murder case. He cleared his throat, then confessed a sentence, no clue yet. Space back inside the restaurant. Huang Than was sitting with two other people. He took the initiative to speak. I heard that the Crown Prince loves literature and often hangs out with Thang Lu. Now it seems that among his assistants there isn't even a single talented person. A person sitting next to him continued. That Hatong V is a student of the current great scholar Tang Van Tuong. Next year's exam will at least be third in the gold table. What is the Crown Prince's impression of this person? Huang Than seriously commented. He has talent, but his personality. The other person also began to contribute. That Quach Bao Kon is not good either, relying on his father's power, his good relationship with the Crown Prince, and not putting the Pham family in his eyes. It is really not easy for such an ordinary person to live until today. Huang Than then commented with interest that Pham Han is a bit interesting. One person also nodded in agreement. That's right. It seems that from today on, everyone in the capital will know that the Pham family has a new, handsome young master. Seeing that the conversation was dull and lacking excitement, Lord Huang Than took the initiative to change the subject. Let's not talk about these matters anymore, he said. When I invited you here, I made it clear I only want you to help me enjoy the pleasures of life. My father, the prince, lives leisurely and pays no mind to court affairs. As his son, I have no choice but to shoulder the responsibilities myself. Then all three of them shouted, drink, drink. On this side, Pham Nan took the initiative to attack the other guy. He rushed to face him. If you don't have any clues, why did you come to me? Pham Nan looked up. You tell me. This guy finally took off his hat. Then he put it on the ground. Then knelt down before Pham Nan. This name is Dang Tu Kin. He then lowered his head. The supervisor has a special file. If you just give me a part of the document in it, I will give you this life. Pham Nan listened to this plea and calmly folded his arms. Use a common scroll to exchange for your life. He also gave a sinister smile looking at Tu Kin. This deal is too easy to fool people. And then Pham Nan deliberately said loudly, there must be some difficulty in cheating like this. Tu Kin also honestly confessed, the reason I entered the Inspection Institute was because I inevitably encountered trouble and received help from the Supervision Institute. He began to recount the details. One day I encountered an injustice on the road teaching a man named Guo Baokun a lesson taking advantage of his position to bully others. I was so angry that I was falsely accused by the Guo family, saying that I assassinated a court official and brought disaster to my family. At that time, Tu Kin begged with all his might, Inspector, please save me and my family. From now on I will give my life to the Inspectorate and do whatever I want. Tu Kin spoke more and more agitatedly. After your assassination mission failed, I returned to the capital and discovered that my family had lost contact. Pham Nan heard and understood. What do you mean? He tried to guess the Inspectorate arrested your family. Tu Kin provided more information. The clue is in that document. Tu Kin knew that Pham Nan already understood his situation, so he had no choice but to offer his sword. You have the command token. Getting that document is as easy as turning your hand. If you help me, I will give you my life to use as you wish. Pham Nan silently pondered. Then he gently helped Tu Kin stand up, then carried a big smile of acceptance of his offer. This business I do. No sooner said than done. He stood in front of a large court, muttering in his head, this is the Inspectorate. He stared ahead and thought he said he could save Dang Tu Kin's entire family, but in reality he used his family members to control him to carry out the assassination mission. Even thinking of this, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Perhaps even the crime of plotting to assassinate a court official was not Guo Baokun's doing, but was the plan of the Inspectorate. But the excitement in his heart could not stop Pham Nan. He went inside and said to himself, I want to see what this place is. Just stepped inside and heard fierce scolding. Still not admit it. Continue beating me. Standing at the end of the road were two guards. Pham Nan leisurely walked in, not looking at anyone. He went straight inside. At this moment, a prisoner who had been tortured to death was being taken away by soldiers. Pham Nan thought uncomfortably, everyone is looking at me with this gaze. It really makes me uncomfortable. Then he walked over and patted the shoulder of a man who seemed to have the most authority here. May I ask, why isn't everyone working? Instead, they're staring at me. This man smiled and looked kind. Then he burst out laughing, answering Pham Nan's question. If you suddenly discover a stranger in a place where no outsider has ever dared to enter, do you think they would stare at him? Pham Nan still didn't understand. He asked again in confusion, but isn't the Inspectorate an office? Since it's an office, can't strangers come to handle official business? He laughed again, official business. Then he revealed to him, our Inspectorate has never done public service. We only do internal work. Seeing that Pham Nan was starting to feel embarrassed, he continued to tease. But the people of the capital didn't even have time to hide from us, let alone take the initiative to come to the office. Pham Nan started to tremble from then on, hearing you say that this inspection office really has some infiltrators. But he suddenly remembered that he had a death-free gold card, so he immediately showed it. But fortunately, I'm your man. Pham Nan tried to act calm. It's just that it's a bit strange being in the office for the first time. The other guy, who was in a superior position, suddenly became hesitant. Desi Token, may I ask who you are? Pham Nan stood with his hands on his hips, his tone arrogant. I am Phai Gyoi's disciple. But as soon as he finished answering, he discovered that the other guy had disappeared. He stood behind, bowed his head, and replied, so you're Lord Phai's disciple. Pham Nan didn't find it difficult to understand. Why are you standing so far away? He replied cautiously, in my subconscious I see Lord Phai as having a dangerous connection like poison, so it can be considered an instinctive reaction. Pham Nan immediately asked, it's okay, can I bother you to lead the way? He had the intention to refuse. Sir came at the wrong time. Sir Phai is not here. He also told Lord Phai to check the border. Pham Nan continued to change his mind then one more time. Before he could finish speaking, the other guy had already run away. If your excellency has nothing else to say, I will take my leave first. But he wouldn't let it go that easily. He chased after him, patted him on the shoulder. Wait a minute. Then smiled sinisterly. There is one more thing, please help me. Finally, Pham Nan was taken to the library. As he walked, he muttered, Dingzi number 543, Dingzi number 543. The other guy enthusiastically introduced to Pham Nan, our private institute's records. Dingzi's documents are not confidential. Then he continued to pick up a notebook. If I remember correctly, Dang Tu Kin wrote this document right. Pham Nan smiled. It's good that you remember the name. Then he asked me, what do you need this document for? Pham Nan made a sinister face again, as if he wanted to hit someone. You don't know, I was the one who killed Dang Tu Kin. The other guy stopped asking and changed the subject. My lord, there are many documents on Dingzi. It will take a lot of time to find them. This guy smiled brightly and continued asking, there are thousands and thousands of scrolls here. He can remember which seal number belongs to Dang Tu Kin, yet he says he doesn't know where to find it. Pham Nan is now busy thinking, moreover just a few short sentences, and calling himself a subordinate to me. He must be a person with meticulous thoughts. He suddenly smiled dangerously. All right, I see you're afraid of something unexpected happening, so I want to report back first. Pham Nan opened his mouth after a while. Okay, I see you're afraid something might happen, so want to report first. He finished speaking and turned away, but still tried to add one more sentence. Then please bring it to me tomorrow. Talking for a while now, Pham Nan just now remembered. That's right, what's your name? The other guy smiled, then bowed his head in farewell. My name is Vuong Kai Nien. Pham Nan just left the inspection institute muttering to himself as he walked. Teacher Phai is not in the capital. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I originally wanted to ask him for help, to arrange a meeting with my fiancée I've never met. Thinking so, Pham Han Ha determined to move forward. Perhaps I can still hear about the person's condition. Now I can only give up. Walking out of the courtyard, he stretched. However, the surveillance court is truly terrifying. No wonder everyone avoids it. Suddenly, Pham Nan saw something. He opened his eyes, then discovered the words on the column said Diep Khan Mi. At this moment, Pham Nan felt like someone had hit him on the head, extremely confused. Mother's name appeared on the stone tablet of the supervisory court again. He stood and studied this column for a while, wondering still engraved it. Pham Nan felt something was wrong. He tried to think. Even if Miss Deep family was the richest woman in the world back then, she shouldn't have received this kind of treatment. After that, he also left the mansion and walked on the road, but his thoughts continued. Uncle Ngutruk once said that during the storm, 10 Miu Bra in 10 years ago, all of the enemies of the Diep family were killed. But the more Pham Nan thought about it, the more strange he felt even now. Diep Khan Mi is still a taboo name. He couldn't stop this train of thought. In the end, Mother's strange death must have something to do with the nobles of Nam Khan. Pham Nan used his hand to support his chin and then judged. The supervisor didn't hesitate to put Mother's name on the door. It's a bit too bold. While he was thinking, Pham Nan suddenly stood up. Wait, it's broken. Just now my mind was in the clouds. I don't know how far I went. After wandering around for a while, he finally stopped in front of a house. Knowing that he couldn't stand outside any longer, Pham Nan had to walk towards the door. What is this place? Why don't I ask the people in the temple how do I get back to Pham Mansion? He tiptoed to open the door and looked inside. The moment the door opened, a man came up and reminded him stop. This burly man's name is Kung Dien. He sternly warned, back off. The people in the temple are praying for blessings, do not disturb them. Pham Nan pouted, I just wanted to ask for directions, but your arrogant attitude makes me unhappy. Despite what he had just told her, Pham Nan still swaggered in and deliberately said, I have to see what kind of god is inside here. He immediately lost all restraint and aimed the large table at Pham Nan. You want to die. Luckily, Pham Nan also knew martial arts, so he was able to react in time. He did not hesitate to attack him back. Just like that, two people who had just met and didn't even know each other's identities automatically rushed at each other, causing a huge fight. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. The innocent leaves were also torn apart by the powerful blows from both of them. But in the end, the person who was thrown out was Pham Nan. Luckily, he kept his balance so he could stand firmly. Chung Dian then stepped out. Looking at Pham Nan, he couldn't help but comment. So young already have such domineering true energy. Whose child are you? Pham Nan was indeed stubborn. His reply was also spiteful. Why do you care who I am? According to Nam Khan's law, everyone can worship. What right do you have to stop me? Kung Dian gently closed the door and instructed him, there is a noble person in the temple. Wait until the noble person leaves, then you can go in and worship together. The door closed. Pham Nan stood alone again like before. Only then did he stop trying to hold back. Blood spurting from mouth. Pham Nan raised his hand to wipe his mouth. Luckily when I attacked, I used real nails to block the opponent's pulse, otherwise I would have been injured even more seriously. That made him certain of one thing, there must be some great person in the temple worshipping together. Pham Nan recovered and immediately turned away. If I can't beat him, I shouldn't make myself suffer. Let's ask somewhere else. At that moment, the palace master stepped out to announce, the master has instructed that the young man should go to the side hall to pray for blessings. Do not enter the main hall. Pham Nan's face was blank with a bunch of huh. So from the cowardly position just now, Pham Nan now swaggered in. You let me in. You turned around like a rice paper. Chung Dian reminded, don't go into the main hall, understand? He immediately replied in a mocking tone, if you don't want to go in, then don't go in. Inside the main hall at this time, there was a man standing still, contemplating something. Kung Dian went in to report, I have followed the master's wishes, and sent that young man to the side hall. This person slowly replied, interesting, that young man was able to fight you. Kung Dian honestly reported the opponent's true energy is truly very domineering. After hearing this person exclaimed, oh, the country can have such a young talent, very good. At this time, as instructed, Pham Nan went inside the temple to pray for blessings. He knelt down. Then he clasped his hands together with a very reverent attitude and whispered a prayer, God, I just want to live in peace for the rest of my life. His bottomless greed made Pham Nan ask for a few more things. Of course, if there is money and beauty, it would be even better. Out of nowhere, the fruit plate on the altar suddenly fell down. Pham Nan stood up startled. What's that noise? Could it be that my prayers were really heard by the heavens? Underneath the altar, the cloth covering it moved slightly. Pham Nan immediately pulled out a knife. He approached gently. It seems to be hiding under this table. Pham Nan slowly lifted this cloth. He glared. Very good, let's see who is pretending to be a ghost. But as soon as he opened it, Pham Nan suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open. Could it be that the prayer was answered so quickly? In front of Pham Nan now was a beautiful woman with a charming appearance. She was sneaking under the altar to eat the chicken leg. Pham Nan suddenly stopped moving when he saw a beauty. The two looked at each other, surprise evident in their eyes. He suddenly became speechless, not daring to say anything, just mumbled "uh-huh" in his mouth. Suddenly, Pham Nan coughed up blood. It seemed that the injury from the fight with Kung Dian had not fully healed. The young lady was startled when she saw that and looked at him worriedly. Brother, what's wrong? Pham Nan smiled calmly, as if nothing happened. It's okay, I just choked, I'm used to it. Suddenly she chuckled, and then exclaimed, that's right. In unison they both suddenly pointed at each other and asked, Brother, who are you? This coincidence made the two young men and women blush and quickly turned away to look elsewhere. Just then, the servant's voice outside echoed in Miss, where did you run off to? So the girl stood up, I have to go. Pham Nan took the opportunity to ask loudly, will you come again tomorrow? While running in a panic, the girl suddenly stopped. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he guessed she was shy. Then she did not reply further and hurriedly ran away. Pham Nan still tried to call out, I wonder if that young lady is a relative of the noble person in the main hall. He still did not give up determinedly, chasing her all the way to the door, still shouting, Miss, can you tell me your name? But just outside the door, the two accidentally bumped into each other. This collision made both of them continue to be embarrassed, their cheeks red. Pham Nan was very happy, he couldn't hide his joy. His mouth stammered, Miss, you're back. Suddenly the beautiful lady gave Pham Nan the chicken leg she was holding in her hand, then turned and ran away, leaving Pham Nan wondering, her chicken thighs. Not only that, this girl also deliberately turned back and stuck out her tongue to tease him. Pham Nan looked at the food in her hand and smiled happily. A moment later, she returned to the maid's side and left. Pham Nan was extremely happy. Chicken thigh, you can be held by that girl. You are truly the happiest chicken thigh in the world. He just stood there admiring it. Don't know how much time passed, but he was still standing there looking at the chicken leg like an idiot. While looking at the lady's token, he didn't notice New Truck standing nearby watching. At this time outside, there was a group of people pulling a carriage somewhere. One of the people sighed. I'm so dizzy, who did it? Chengdian looked at them and couldn't help but wonder, why are the guards who were hidden outside the temple unconscious? Furthermore, no one saw who did it. Furthermore, they were able to silently make the nameless guards unconscious. Then he continued to squint his eyes to observe. These are all at the level of the 4 great grandmasters. The palace suddenly remembered Pham Nan. After that young man went to Qing Miao, when I went to check again, I discovered that all these guards were unconscious. This matter might be related to him. Inside the carriage, a voice called out Kung Dian. He immediately looked inside. What do you want, master? The person inside gave the palace instructions. If Tran Bin still hasn't returned, send a team to capture him. Yes. After hearing that, the eunuch turned around and looked dumbfounded. Tran Bin. Instead of facing that fox, Tran Bin, I'd rather face that Grand Master level assassin. In another carriage, 2 young ladies were chatting. Miss, you're in a good mood today. Did something good happen? The chicken leg girl from earlier was giggling. Every time I go out with Uncle, I'm always happy, but I feel like my mood today is even better than the previous times. Hearing the maid ask that, she smiled and placed her hand on her chest. I can go out and walk around. It's better than staying in that room full of negative energy. The maid reminded with good intentions, but the imperial physician said the young lady's illness cannot be exposed to the wind. She suddenly remembered, suddenly sad. That's right. The cheerful mood suddenly fell. I can't go out. I can't go out in the wind. If I'm discovered secretly eating chicken legs, I might even get scolded. Suddenly the lady vomited, causing the maid to panic. Miss, the maid asked anxiously, you're vomiting blood again. What should we do? The girl still kept a calm smile. It's okay, I keep throwing up. I'm used to it. The maid was stunned when she heard this. Huh? Oh no. The young lady must be sick to the point of being delirious. Pham Nan at this time was also very excited, looking at the table full of food. After a very worthwhile trip, he returned to the embrace of his family. Noon Gotch looked at him and smiled. Na Ni had a lot of fun today. Right, she must be exhausted, she can't even eat dinner. Nuok had a reproachful look on his face. You're too foolish, just renting a carriage on the side of the road was enough. You walked back by yourself. You're so exhausted. Tu Triet immediately pouted upon hearing that serves you right, who told you not to bring us along. Only his father kept his serious tone. Na Ni, eat your meal. Pham Han obediently listened. Yes. Pham Kien continued to clear his throat after eating, stay and play mahjong for a while. Pham Nan was a bit surprised. Pham Kien's father explained the reason. After you arrived in the capital, the whole family still hasn't gathered. All the members added excitedly, that's good. Mahjong. Just as they said after they finished eating, they played mahjong. Everyone was playing seriously, only Tu Triet was bustling from place to place. Pham Nan sat there without any interest on his face. Eat, patch, break, eat, I've had enough. His mind was filled with that girl and his bewilderment from that afternoon. Chicken thighs. The girl turned back to tease him. Idiot. Tu Triet shook Pham Nan. Why don't you let me play? I want to play too. The boy begged, let me play, please, let me play. Pham Nan sat for a while, then found a way to sneak away. I'm a bit tired today, I'll go take a shower first. Let Tu Triet play 2 games for me. Tu Triet's eyes sparkled. Father, what about me? Pham Kien calmly replied. Sit down. Tu Triet was extremely excited. The boy rolled up his sleeves and licked his lips. Very good. Nuok felt a bit strange. Normally Dad doesn't let me play with these things. Big brother is really good. Ngok smiled. It's his child. How could he not love her? The 4 continued playing cards together. Pham Kien looked intently at the chess piece in his hand, then shouted, Ah Sua. At this moment, Tu Triet suddenly appeared cool and mysterious, interrupting his father. Wait. Then the boy leisurely did something so embarrassing, Dad. Then Tu Triet also put down all his chess pieces. Everyone in the family looked at each other in disbelief and exclaimed in unison, What? At this moment, Pham Nan yawned and walked in. Oh, I'm back. The sight before his eyes made him open his eyes wide in surprise. Tu Triet not only plays hard but also plays very technically. The boy even brought an abacus. After playing with the boy, the other 3 people were suddenly labelled as poor people. Pham Na was surprised. Oh, playing cards and calculating at the same time, is this kid? That good, I'm afraid he has the potential to become a god general. He looked at Tu Triet and pondered. This kid's sensitivity to numbers is terrifying. I'm afraid this is his talent. Nu Ngok and Nhuok. Nhuok saw Pham Nan and immediately threatened. Your brother is back. Why don't you give up your seat? Gritting their teeth. Have you studied the lesson the teacher taught today? Go back and review. After losing everything, Pham Kien could only stand up and say, Forget it. Let's stop here today. Nu Ngoch, of course, quickly stood up with him. I will also go take care of your father to rest. The space fell into silence, an awkward silence. Tu Triet was on a winning streak when everyone left. He was disappointed. We've only played for a little bit, it's really disappointing. Pham Nan smiled and praised his younger brother Tu Triet. I see that you are very good at calculating. I wonder what you want to do in the future. Hearing the question, Tu Triet immediately waved his hands and feet. His tone was heroic. Of course, reading books to become an official and get promoted. Pham Nan waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense, there are only 3 of us brothers and sisters here, tell the truth. The shy boy stammered his confession. Actually. The boy immediately spoke frankly, but his eyes still looked away in embarrassment. Actually, I like doing business. I like making money. Nuok. Seriously corrected scholars, farmers, industry and commerce. Business is at the bottom. What's so good about being a businessman? Pham Nan, on the other hand, strongly supported Tu Triet. All social classes have their good sides. What's wrong with being a businessman and making money? I support you. The boy happily exclaimed, really, bro? Having said that, the boy remembered his parents and immediately became depressed. But what use is it if you support me? Let my father speak first. Pham Nan immediately suggested, you can do it secretly first. Gain some achievements to let your father see your business talent. Maybe he will support you. Tu Triet was very satisfied. Brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. Then the boy raised his hand and begged enthusiastically. Why don't you give me the manuscript of that book first? I have a way to sell it for a high price. Pham Nan felt he had made a mistake, so he immediately made an excuse. Kid, are you planning to do business with my book Old Red Dream? The mischievous Tu Triet immediately burst into tears. Looking pitiful, I knew right away some people speak very well, but when they really need help, they disappear. Fan Jian went crazy. Hey, that brat dares to provoke me. Then he crossed his arms seriously. If you sincerely want the book, write a plan letter first and show it to me. Tu Triet held his head and wondered, what about the plan? Nuok immediately spoke up. To put it simply, it's what you're going to do next. Tu Triet understood and confidently patted his chest. What too simple, too simple. The boy hurriedly picked up the pile of money on the table, then went straight back to the room. I won't talk to you two anymore. I'm going to write the plan letter. Pham Nan continued to yawn. Then I'm going to sleep. Nuok had noticed since he returned and immediately called out, brother, are you in a good mood today? After she finished speaking, she implied, I originally wanted to ask, what good things happened to you when you went out today? But if you're tired, then let's talk about it tomorrow. But suddenly she was pulled back to the chair by Pham Nan. Nuok, startled. You are... Nuok, I'm telling you. Pham Nan leaned into her ear and whispered, today I met a girl who eats chicken thighs. Huh? They clearly met for only a few minutes, but for some reason Pham Nan whispered for so long. After 3 incense sticks, he finished telling the story and let Nuok speak. You said that today under the altar of Qing Miao, you met a girl eating chicken thighs. Pham Nan immediately felt like his heart was blooming. He hugged himself, his expression extremely happy. Today being able to come to Qing Miao, I feel like fate is leading the way. Perhaps roughly maybe that miss is the young lady of Lam family. Nuok immediately said something that made Pham Nan turn off the radio. Unfortunately, probably not. Then she lowered her voice. Big brother can meet someone he likes. Of course Nuok is very happy, but my future sister-in-law often vomits blood, so she should avoid eating greasy foods. Nuok said, then turned to look at Pham Nan. Tell me that young lady can eat chicken thighs, so of course she can't be the young lady of the Lam family. Hearing that he nodded, it makes sense. His younger sister stood up and Nuok will take her leave first. Brother, rest early. Pham Nan silently watched her leave the room. Only now a man like him dared to shed tears. It seems that Miss Lam is not my chicken leg girl. Returning to his room, Pham Nan still could not sleep. A strong determination arose in his heart. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I must find the girl today, if the other party still hasn't promised her. Love blinded his eyes. Pham Nan became fierce. No, even if I have an engagement with another bastard, I still have to take it back. Absorbed in his monologue, he didn't notice that Tu Triet had heard everything, and was now sticking his head out to ask, brother, who do you want to fight over? Where did you come from? It turned out that the boy wanted to show Pham Nan something. Brother, I've finished writing the plan. The boy gave it a thumbs up, guaranteed big profit. Then he shouted very clearly, take it. Pham Nan attentively began reading Tu Triet's plan. He sat with his chin resting on his hand, reading attentively, and asked Tu Triet, then tell me what is your plan? The boy immediately explained, according to my calculations, this set of books has 10 volumes. Each volume costs 8 taels of silver. Currently there are 68 volumes in total. The more Tu Triet spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. His eyes lit up. The capital has a total of 6,400,000 people. For every 10,000 people, we can sell more than 600 sets. After careful calculation, I can sell them for 35,840 taels of silver. Pham Nan commented, you are talking about sales. You have to subtract costs to calculate profit. Tu Triet happily pointed at him on the back. There is a cost calculation written. Tu Triet was really interested in business, the boy said with excitement and real enthusiasm. Although the rent on Luodong Road is expensive, the location is excellent. Using my father's reputation to bargain the price, you can definitely rent it at a low price. As for the books, let Wang Quantang do it to save money and effort. Pham Nan was confused. Wang Quantang Tu Triet understood what his brother was wondering, so he smiled. That's the largest private printing house in the capital. Because of the large quantity and familiar channels, they have the lowest cost and the fastest book production speed. Then the boy whispered into Pham Nan's ear with an extremely gloomy expression. And a very important point is that their family does big business but has no one to back them up. If they dare to speak ill of our manuscript, I won't let them be. Pham Nan also expressed interest in this plan. Even though we are the only ones with the source of the manuscript, how can we ensure that other booksellers will not steal copies after they are printed? The two brothers tossed and caught very rhythmically. If other bookstores dare to steal copies, just ask the government to deal with it. Pham Nan then seriously probed, do you think the government is run by the Pham family? There is no such thing as restricting book copyright infringement in the law. Tu Triet smiled again, reeking of evil. Brother, you don't know this yet. Of course, follow the path below. Pham Nan was stunned. The path below. Tu Triet learned it from somewhere, but he spoke very clearly. We just need to use some connections to change the regulations in the capital, making pirated books unsellable and cutting off their business. Pham Nan seriously reminded that the capital's garrison regulations can control the sale of books. Tu Triet raised his eyebrows and smirked. We can't manage it now, but we can let them manage it. There are provisions in the regulations to manage private tourists, so it's not a big problem. Pham Nan finally had to admit even the cruel tricks, like the collusion between merchants and the castle and the urban management brigade, were all thought up by you. You brat, you really have the potential to become a profiteer. Tu Triet was stunned when he heard what he said. Is this a compliment or a scolding? Pham Nan continued to give his opinion based on what you just estimated. Each set costs more than 50 taels of silver. Tu Triet corrected, it's 54 taels now. He also listened, it's 54 taels. Pham Nan then added, although the people in the capital are very rich, I'm afraid not many people can afford this price. Tu Triet suddenly said in a low voice, brother, then shouted, don't you know what's going on about the book you wrote? The boy is not yet an adult, but already has the temperament of a businessman. How many young ladies of the capital's mansion are waiting for the sequel? As long as it is released and sells 100 copies, it won't be a problem. The boy clenched his fists as he spoke, just like a preacher. After finishing the first batch, I will write 7 or 8 more chapters. We will print them rarely and auction them secretly at the highest price. Whoever wants to see the ending first must obediently take out their money. The more Pham Nan listened, the more surprised he became. You have found a way to market and screen the market in advance. The most important issue Pham Nan wanted to mention right now was, so how do you plan to hide this from your parents? Tu Triet already had an idea in mind. I had thought about this for a long time. I just needed to hire a salesperson from the Qingyu Road, and I would hide behind the scenes and direct. Pham Nan smiled proudly. Okay, kid, do you want to become a professional manager? Then he gave the boy a book and promised, then I will support you. Pham Nan put his arm around Tu Triet's shoulder. If you intend to use the method of associating with the upper class and suppressing the good people in the lower class in addition to relying on the old man's name, you also have to promise others some benefits. Tu Triet saw that his elder brother was too immature, so he quickly corrected him. Brother, what are you saying? Bribery will naturally work. Later, if you become a high-ranking official, there will come a day when they will spit it out again. He could only feel secretly ashamed, unable to deny it. Tu Triet finally obediently asked Pham Nan for advice. Brother, do you think my plan can be written well? Pham Nan wholeheartedly supported him. Okay, let's go and do it. Tu Triet then rushed out. Good job, bro, good night. Under the small light, Pham Nan was still restless and unable to sleep. He kept thinking about the chicken leg girl. The capital is so big, your heart is like looking for a needle in a haystack. To end this tangled mess of thoughts, he said to himself, tomorrow, I'll go to Qingmiao to try my luck. Let's see if I can meet that lady again. The next day at Qingmiao, the people around were surprised and asked each other, who is that man? It's really strange. Seeing Pham Nan sitting with his arms crossed in front of the temple, everyone passing by looked curiously and whispered, I heard he's been sitting there for 2 hours. It's true that heroes find it hard to overcome beauties. Even the chicken thigh girl probably wouldn't have thought that she would make him so patient. Pham Nan didn't care about those gossips. He looked bored. Qingmiao is so bustling today. Why can't I see my lady? Then he jumped up grinning. Maybe she went to the temple early, so let's go look for her. Pham Nan just went inside, walking back and forth looking for the beauty's figure. Meanwhile, Kung Dien was hiding in a hidden corner, silently observing Pham Nan. Seeing him, he glared at him. Finally waited for you. I guessed you would come back. Pham Nan didn't notice, he just looked around. But everything passed by Kung Dian suddenly became complicated, a sneak attack outside the door. This person is really scheming. Pham Nan searched with all his might. He went into every corner of the temple to find the beauty, but somehow accidentally collided into Kung Dian's eyes. He gathered his inner energy and slowly waved his hand. I must defeat him immediately and force him to talk, to find out everything. The moment Pham Nan stood right before their eyes, the palace was ready to fight him again. He rushed out. The noise inside immediately attracted Pham Nan's attention, but then he quickly ignored it, looking away. Pham Nan was looking for a beauty without knowing that he was being targeted by Kung Dian. He was about to swing his arm. Pham Nan was now very close, right in front of him, just a door away. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, "Little master, stop." Pham Nan was also startled by this sound. "It's dangerous here, quickly return to the palace." Hearing the reminder, Pham Nan immediately jumped away. Kung Dian also paused at his action. Pham Nan quietly stood in a corner, observing. Just now, it was Uncle Ngu Truck's voice. He peeked outside. The sound was still echoing in his head. There is danger in this Ching Miao. So Pham Nan ran away, so let's run away. Look at you in such a hurry. The palace even more raised suspicion. Come without saying and leave again. This cautious action must be due to an undisciplined heart, must quickly defeat it. Just as he was about to attack, a sword appeared from behind, pressed against his neck. Kung Dian startled and turned back to look. Ngu Truk was standing behind, raising his sword to block Kung Dian from attacking his nephew. He was in a panic. Since when? Kung Dian muttered to himself. When did he come behind me? I didn't notice. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. With this kind of cultivation, he must be a Grandmaster level expert. Kung Dian was so scared that he just stood there frozen. Why is a Grandmaster here? Am I going to die here today? But then he tried to calm himself down. If there is no way to escape, his hand tensed up. Then I have to try my best. His whole body was shaking, but Kung Dian's spirit was steady. He turned back and declared, "If I could know the difference between a 9th grade master and a Grandmaster, I would die without regrets in this life." Then Kung Dian immediately launched a punch at the opponent, but Ngu Truk had disappeared. Kung Dian just raised his hands and looked around blankly. "No sign of him," he muttered. "He's gone." He continued to ask in confusion, "When did he disappear?" Suddenly, Kung Dian's internal energy was damaged. He kept coughing up blood. Looking at the blood on the ground, Kung Dian blamed himself. "I was already enlightened to die. I didn't even hold back my internal energy, and instead seriously injured myself." The more he thought about it, the more confused and indignant he became. He was able to leave without a sound. The gap in strength between him and me is so great. This person clearly has the ability to take my life, but why didn't he do it? Kung Dian widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Why, what is this all about? It turned out that Ngu Truk had not left yet. He was leisurely observing the palace from above. He coldly said, "You make Pham Nan vomit blood, then I will make you vomit blood. It's that simple." Pham Nan was very relaxed at this moment. He walked and whistled, playing with the bird. Suddenly, while walking, he stopped. Pham Kien did not understand why he appeared here standing solemnly in front of him. He slowly scolded his son. "You've been in the capital for a few days now. Don't keep causing trouble outside all day." He also mentioned the three of them making a ruckus at the inn. "I already know about the conflict at the restaurant yesterday. In the future, conflicts like this will happen. If you can avoid it, then avoid it. Don't be like your younger brother. The father's heart can only think. Be strict with him now. It will be beneficial for his future." Thinking so, Pham Kien sternly requested, "Follow me, I have something important to tell you." "Yes." Sitting at the table, Pham Kien gently advised, "There are two things. The first is this year's exam. You must study properly during these days." Pham Nan also listened seriously to his father's words. "Second, tomorrow, the monthly poetry festival of the Prince of Tin's Palace is about to start. So you should prepare a little and show off your skills when the time comes." He immediately dismissed it. I'm not interested in these two things." But Pham Kien was extremely determined. "These are two things you must do to regain your mother's family business and impress the Prime Minister and the eldest princess." He advised her with all his might. "You need to know that your mother's brand is in the hands of the Crown Princess. And the Emperor once said, after drinking, that if the Crown Princess gets married, the Crown Princess should hand over the power to the Crown Princess's future wife to avoid the royal bloodline from fighting over the brand in the future." Pham Kien said this and deliberately emphasized, "That's why the eldest princess is extremely reluctant to marry her daughter to me." Then he reminded him in a more serious voice, "To make this marriage successful, you must demonstrate your talent." Pham Nan still firmly disagreed, but not being interested is not being interested. Do I still have to participate in the exam and compete with those vulgar people? Pham Kien did not care about his opinion. Whether he agreed or not, he still continued to instruct. Tomorrow's poetry meeting of the Jing Palace is the center of attention of many people in the capital. Many talented scholars want to move the world with a poem, a thought, or a line in the poetry meeting and seek a step up the ladder of advancement. Not to mention the Prime Minister or the eldest princess, even the saints can pay attention. Pham Nhan heard these words and just mumbled to get it over with. But his ears suddenly perked up when he heard the sentence, "Maybe the young lady of the Lam family who has an engagement with you will also come to see." Pham Kien seemed a little sad. He blamed him a little. Such an opportunity to gain a good reputation, you are not interested. But Pham Nhan suddenly became cheerful again, as if he had just been reborn. "Really, father, is Miss Lam going too?" Pham Kien was also a bit surprised. "I thought you weren't interested in Miss Lam." Pham Nhan was stunned. "Why?" So he stroked his beard and muttered, "Didn't you meet a chicken leg girl yesterday and still want to marry her?" Pham Nhan heard his father and saw through the world and broadened his horizons. "Very good. Your chicken leg girl is also known by your father. He must have arranged quite a few eyes and ears to monitor her." So he tried to explain, "Don't be so rigid. If you and Miss Lam also have feelings for each other, then what the other party doesn't mind if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Wouldn't it be better if you took both of them?" Hearing his beloved son say that, Pham Kien pointed at himself and stiffly said, "Me." In the end, he just gently told him, "If you want to go, then go. I know you have a talent for poetry. In some situations, there is no need to hide too much." Pham Nhan lowered his voice and asked, "Oh, how did you know I had a talent for poetry? My poems are only in the letters I wrote to Nuok Nuok." He deliberately asked, "Moreover, father also knows about the chicken leg girl. Father really knows a lot about me. I'm afraid he knows everything about me." Pham Kien hurriedly covered his face. "We had a great chat today. Dad is a bit tired, you can go now." But Pham Nhan was determined. He took out the book that his father was covering his face with, then continued to rush. "This matter must be explained clearly to you, father." Pham Kien suddenly became deep. He was literally and figuratively a head taller than Pham Nhan. He kept his calm attitude, if you say so. Then he asked a question lightly, causing Pham Nhan to immediately return to the defensive. "So, should you explain to me what happened at Old Red Dream and your brother, Pham Nhan knew he couldn't say anything, so he just retreated. "That's it, let's just call it a draw." Watching Pham Nhan leave, Pham Kien laughed. "You stinking brat! You still dare to remind me! You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Pham Nhan walked out of his father's room, then immediately turned his face, secretly judging, "What a cunning fox! He knows everything. Looks like I have to be more careful in everything I do in the future." The next day, Pham Nhan sat inside the carriage looking outside. Seeing the crowd of people coming, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's so lively." Nuok beside him smiled lightly. Of course, now the most popular thing in the capital is not the duel between martial artists, but the poetry festival. Pham Nhan reminded her, "If you see Miss Lam, remember to tell me." She nodded. Nuok remembers. The two also met Lai Huang Than again. He was smiling and greeting the two of them. Nuok, sister Pham Huying." Going down the stairs, Huang Than smiled brightly. "It is truly an honor for the poetry club that you two are here." He stood in front of Nuok, shyly stammering, "I have indeed been waiting for a long time." Pham Nhan looked at the chemical reaction of the two and laughed happily. Huang Than was familiar with this place, so he took the initiative. "Please follow me." A passerby saw this and wondered, what background do these two people have that Prince Jing personally welcomed them? "I heard that the prince has admired Miss Pham for a long time." The two of them whispered deliberately, speaking softly, but every word reached Pham Nhan's ears. "This is our crown prince's secret. You must not tell anyone else." I know. Huang Than thoughtfully led the way for the Pham siblings. Inside a room filled with men from all over gathered to learn. Pham Nhan was not very happy. He exclaimed, "Why are they all men?" He walked out dejectedly, his face blank, like an idiot didn't think men and women would sit separately. There's even a curtain on the woman's side. What he was worried about now was how to find Miss Lam family. Looking at the people passing by, he sighed in frustration. Poetry clubs are full of show-offs. So Pham Nhan concluded with a sentence. "There's nothing interesting." Thinking too much, he didn't notice that the smart thing was coming towards him. The two finally made eye contact. The two shouted in unison, "Why is it you?" Balcon pointed straight at Pham Nhan and shouted, "I originally thought you were so noble. It turns out you are just a flatterer. Want to use the Crown Prince's Poetry Club to become famous throughout the world. Can you do it?" Pham Nhan was not angry at all at these words and calmly replied, "The prince kindly invited me here. Of course, I have to save face for him. As for writing poetry, I am not interested. You guys just go ahead and play." Balcon was furious, but only dared to curse in his heart. "Wait until the poetry meeting ends, then I will make you look good." Huang Than sat up high and spoke softly. Almost everyone has arrived. The poetry festival officially begins. Then he held out his hand and introduced, "Next my little sister will introduce today's topic, which is Princess Jianu." Jianu continued her senior brother's words. "Today, during the time it takes to burn incense, everyone is free to express themselves. Each person will write a poem and submit it at the end. We will choose the 3 best people." She also took the initiative to suggest writing poetry is not like fighting. Women will not necessarily lose to men. You don't need to be polite. Balkan stood up. He cleared his throat and said, "Sir, this humble student is without talent." Then he expressed his opinion. "I wonder how about using a lake as the theme." The people beside him enthusiastically echoed, "Wonderful. The waves are rippling today. That's right. Look how beautiful the mountains and rivers are." Balkan took the initiative to point out Pham Nan. "I didn't think that young Master Pham would come today, so why don't you let young Master Pham start first? That's not good. That's not good. I'm afraid some country bumpkins won't be able to answer. Damn. Pham Han-chan was not in the mood to say much, not even looking. "I don't have that ability either. You guys just make yourself at home." Balkan continued to use his cunning mouth to attack him. "A few days ago, Brother Pham was bragging at Nathachku, not putting anyone in his eyes. Today we met again stingy and not giving us any advice. It seems that his vision is really high." Immediately the other men whispered to each other, "Not putting anyone in the eyes. Is this for real? Isn't it a bit arrogant?" There were even some extremists who judged, "Whose son is he that he dares to be so arrogant? Young Master Pham, could it be that Pham family?" Balkan coolly waved his fan and affirmed not wrong. He bluntly declared, "This brother Pham is the recently adopted illegitimate son of the Pham family, Pham Nan. You all must have heard of him long ago." The other candidates responded enthusiastically, "So it's him." Pham Nan kept his attitude. "If anyone curses, I'll pretend to be deaf." He still smiled, ignoring the curses in his ears. "It's truly shameful. Miss Pham's poetry and literature are famous throughout the capital. I didn't expect that young Master Pham would speak so arrogantly and unlike anyone else. It's truly unexpected. After all, I didn't grow up in the palace. Of course, there will be some differences." He was not impatient, but Huang Than was already impatient for him. "Pham Nan, oh Pham Nan." He looked at Pham Nan and blurted out, "In a situation like this, you can still be calm as usual. I really can't see through you." Huang Than proactively arranged this debate. "Don't make things difficult for people. Poetry has poetic meaning. If Brother Pham has no intention, then recite it yourself." Balkan immediately picked up the pen and dipped it in the inkstone. "Okay." Then he said, "If that's the case, then I'll start by showing some people the style of our intellectuals." Balkan's poem is as follows. "The flower blooms on 2 branches, but on the outside it is just 1 flower." In the next room, the women eagerly looked over. "Is this the parallel sentence from the other side? Let me see, let me see." Princess Jianu suddenly noticed. Nuok Nuok was sitting leisurely, eating cake and drinking tea, not interested in reading poetry. So Jianu immediately approached her Nuok Nuok older sister. "Why don't you come out and look at the couplets?" "Nuok Nuok, be quiet for a moment." Without any hesitation, she said bluntly, "Those people also know how to write." Nuok Nuok and the woman in yellow were in the room when they heard a woman screaming outside. "What's going on?" The girl who just entered was the daughter of the capital's military general Diep Trong Lam Uyen Ni's close friend named Diep Lin Ni. Lin Ni held the stack of papers in her hand and angrily said, "Why isn't there Pham Nan's poem in here?" She smiled and turned to say, "Young Master Pham doesn't write poems. Young Master Quash seems to have some grudge against young Master Pham, so he keeps making things difficult for him." Nuok Nuok nodded in agreement. This Quach Bao is not only poor in his studies, but also narrow-minded and short-sighted. Hearing this, Lin Ni also closed her eyes and threw away the pile of papers in her hand, somewhat disgustedly saying, "I originally wanted to see how talented that Pham Nan was. What kind of toad is he that dares to covet our Uyen Ni?" The servant behind saw this and immediately stepped forward, raising his hand to grab the pile of papers. Lin Ni's eyes became sharper. Now it seems that not only does he have a shameful identity, but he is also as evil as anyone else. Seeing Lin Ni criticizing her brother Nuok Nuok looked at Lin Ni with a cold face. "Diep Lin Ni, stop being so sharp-tongued as usual. Which fish sauce shop did you come from today? You must have caught some kind of taste." The whole class suddenly became silent. No one dared to speak. Lin Ni angrily broke the silence, staring at Nuok Nuok, her hands on her hips. "Why are you so hot-tempered today?" Nuok Nuok Mac replied emotionlessly. "You have a good relationship with Miss Lam, that's your business. She's not willing to marry my brother, that's her business. But if you continue to speak rudely to my brother, don't blame me for not respecting our past relationship." Hearing that, Lin Ni angrily snorted. "Humph, brother, what is your status? What is Uyen Ni's status? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. What a fantasy." Nuok Nuok suddenly stepped forward and placed his hand on Lin Ni's shoulder. Nuok Nuok leaned close to Lin Ni's ear and whispered, "My brother has no father or mother. Your sister Lam has no father or mother." Pause for a moment and smile coldly. What identity? That's exactly what identity is. Lin Ni panicked and widened her eyes. Nuok Nuok finished speaking and returned to her seat. She adjusted her mood, pretending that nothing was wrong, and continued to hold her pen. "Since we're going to the poetry club, I'll also write a poem to participate." She picked up the pen and swiped the ink on the inkstone, then put the pen down and began to write. Lin Ni stood there watching her write, trembling. This woman just now was really scary. A long moment later, a sound of praise echoed throughout the room. "Good poem, good poem." Ton Vai held the paper in his hand and read aloud. "The lake surface in August is calm. The sky reflects the water surface in a slow blue, surrounded by dreamy clouds and smoke. In the distance, the sound of waves is coming from Dam Chao City. No boat can reach anywhere. Being idle feels sad, sitting and watching the world, fishing endlessly, waiting in vain. How many people get anything?" Then there were endless compliments. "Miss Pham is indeed the most talented woman in the capital. The description of the lake scene is very natural, truly a masterpiece." Bao Con stood at the side, spreading his fan and pretending to be knowledgeable. "In front of us is just a small lake using smoke, and clouds doesn't seem right." Bao Con raised 2 fingers and smiled. "Moreover, Van Mong Trak is in the south, and Dam Chao Than is next to the sea. Although Miss Pham's meaning is very good, there are still some shortcomings in the 2 words above." Then he glanced at the crowd in front. "I don't mean to offend, but the circumstances in this poem, someone who has always lived in luxury like Miss Pham, I'm afraid it couldn't have been written." As soon as he finished speaking, a young maid entered holding a stack of paper and a pen. Miss Pham had just said, "This poem was written by my elder brother Pham Nan when he was 10 years old. Today I have copied it down for everyone to enjoy." Bao Con heard that and looked at Pham Nan in surprise. What, he was still sitting there resting his chin on his hands and laughing. Everyone was amazed and talking in disbelief. How could Moy write this article? Is this Pham Nan a genius? Pham Nan waved his hand and smiled. "Not to that extent, not to that extent." The group of people looked over. At the age of 10, he was able to write such a good poem, and it was also a poem with careful and precise ideas. Young Master Pham is good. Huang Than rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. This poem shows the author's unwillingness, wanting to have some meaning to express his feelings. Bao Con suddenly shouted, "I don't believe it." His angry eyes approached Pham Nan, looking down at him. Mouth gritted teeth. He raised his head, looking confused. He was so angry that his face was full of veins. He refused to admit that Pham Nan was so good. "If you could write such a good poem when you were 10 years old, you must have made much more progress in your studies now." Pham Nan's chin was empty, his face showing disgust. A voice said, "I wonder if Brother Pham has any other good poems." Hearing that, Huang Than was also interested and went forward to nod. "That's right, Brother Pham composed such a good poem. It really makes others admire him. If you have such talent, why don't you write another poem to make everyone admire you?" Pham Nan dusted his hands and said, "I've never written a poem before." Bao Con heard that and immediately spoke, interrupting, without giving Pham Nan a chance to refuse. "Then please, Pham, senior brother, compose freely to open the eyes of the talented scholars in the capital." Speaking of this, his face became fierce. Veins popped out all over his face. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Unless you can't write it." Pham Nan still sat leisurely looking at everyone now. His head was slightly bowed. Smiling, he thought, studying poetry in the previous life was not in vain. He slammed the table so hard that the pen flew up and spun 180 degrees. Then he used his other hand to grab the pen without changing his expression. "Okay." Pham Na smiled, not afraid at all. "So today I will have to do one lesson." A moment later, when everyone saw that he had finished writing the poem, they rushed to squeeze in to see. "Is that Pham Nan really writing a poem? Let me see." Lin Ni squeezed in between, directly picked up the poem and read it. The girls beside her covered their mouths, their eyes shining brightly. Only Lin Ni's face slowly changed. This word. In Lin Ni's ears were the praises of a few girls who loved boys. What kind of god is Pham Nan in the end? Good poetry is truly good poetry. The other beauties turned to question Nuok, 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 Nuok. "You're so bad. You have such talent, but didn't tell us sooner." "That's right, that's right." On the surface, he elegantly and calmly drank tea, not showing any expression, but inside he was jumping for joy. It's because of Nuok Nuok's negligence. Pham Nan boredly stood up, stretched out his hand and yawned. Pham Nan picked his ear uncomfortably. "Oh, what a waste of time. I wonder if Nuok Nuok will find her fiancé." Following that, the men holding Pham Nan's cards read them, blushing and admiring. Genius, truly a genius. The more they read, the more their eyes showed admiration. The strong wind in the sky makes the sorrow grow inside the white sand. The flock of seagulls rustles, the leaves fall. Who can count the trees? The long river rolls, where does the water go? Everyone looked at Pham Nan and broke out in a cold sweat 1,000 miles away from home, a sad autumn scene. A weak body walking up the stairs with so much difficulty and frustration. The wine is not good, quickly turns grey. This poem is truly talented. Huang Than was surprised when he read Pham Nan's poem, Sorrow clarity, boundless, endless 10,000 miles, autumn 100 years. Sickness, poison, 1,000 years of sorrow, all in a cup of cloudy wine. This poem is the best poem in the 7-word style from ancient times to the present. It is difficult to find someone in Namkin who can write as well as this. Bao Kun's ears echoed with praise for Pham Nan. There is this poem, even if young Master Pham doesn't write poetry anymore, it doesn't matter. Bao Kun was so angry that he gritted his teeth, he was actually able to write it. Huang Than used his fan to cover his mouth and laughed. Brother Pham is still young, how could he write such a sad letter? It's just a pity that young Master Pham is in a hurry to go out, otherwise I would definitely ask him for advice. Nuok Nuok walked towards the hallway, looking for Pham Nan's figure. Oh dear, I almost forgot to find people for my brother. Suddenly behind her, Lin Ni stood there with her arms crossed and called out, Sister Nuok Nuok, please stop! Nuok Nuok was startled by this sound and stood still without saying anything. Lin Ni glanced at Nahuok Nahuok. Can we talk for a moment? Lin Ni led Nuok Nuok to a courtyard with a lotus pond. Lin Ni opened her mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Nuok Nuok, although your brother is indeed a rare poetic talent. Lin Ni turned her head, her tone serious, but I hope you can refuse the marriage. Nuok Nuok frowned when he heard Lin He mention her brother. Why do you say that? Doesn't this poem satisfy you? What will it do to Miss Lam? Lin Ni crossed her arms, her voice filled with certainty. Let me be frank, Uyen Ni doesn't want to marry your brother. Lin's words made Nuok Nuok surprised and unable to respond. Seeing that Nuok Nuok did not respond, Lin Ni immediately said, A few days ago Uyen Ni met someone at the temple. Although it was only for a moment, Uyen Ni was already attracted to that person. Nuok Nuok was confused. What? Nuok Nuok calmly replied with a bit of advice. Diep Ling Ni, you should make it clear people like us cannot decide on our own marriage. Lin Ni shook her head. You also know that Uyen Ni's health is not good. If that's the case, then why force her to marry someone she doesn't want to marry? Nahuok sighed. She knew that right. I can understand what girl doesn't dream, but there's no way around this, Miss Deep. Nuok Nuok offered to help treat Uyen Ni's illness. However, I know a famous doctor. He can introduce him to the Lam mansion to examine Miss Lam. Lin Ni shook her head. No need. The imperial physician doesn't have any good solutions. The famous doctor you mentioned probably also. Nuok didn't bother listening to what Lin He said. Any more directly interrupting that famous doctor is Mr. Phai's student. Hearing this famous doctor, Lin Ni's eyes lit up, her attitude changed 180 degrees. Among the 3 great poison masters, Phai Gioi's disciple, Nuok nodded and winked. Correct. Lin Ni happily rushed to hug Nuok. Then I'll bother you, big sister. Nuok was speechless at Lin Ni's flip-flopping attitude. You flip-flop faster than rice paper. There is a carriage in front of the mansion. Inside the carriage was Tu Kin. He covered his entire body, only revealing his face under his hat. According to my investigation, that Quach Bao Kon usually lives in the minister's residence and enters the palace every 3 days. Tu Kin looked towards Pham Nan, who was holding a piece of paper in his hand. In your hand is a map of the places he often goes and returns to the palace. Hearing that Pham Nan's eyes coldly ordered tonight you lead the way, I must teach this Quach Bao Kon a lesson, otherwise he will really think I am a good person to bully. Tu Kin's eyes flashed with interest. He used his finger to signal and swiped across his neck directly kill him. Pham Nan was surprised and sweated, stammering, kill him. He coughed a few times. I just need you to show me the way, I'll arrange the rest. No matter what, I have to vent this anger. Pham Nan asked, have you invited Prince Jing? Tu Kin nodded. Yes, explained Zui Xianju. Pham Nan felt interested. The name of this restaurant is very elegant. Hearing his interest, Tu Kin explained, Zui Xianju is a brothel. Pham Nan was surprised, a brothel. Then he shook his head. It's okay, as long as we can make an appointment with Prince Jing. The location doesn't matter. Remember to prepare a sack. We'll go do the main thing. Don't give him a chance to bite back. In the middle of the conversation, Nuok elegantly lifted the curtain and entered, causing Pham Nan to sweat and almost choke on his saliva. She quickly hid the map. She spoke up and reported, Brother, I've helped you arrange everything. Behind Tu Kin quickly climbed the wall and left. Nuok was curious. You're always sneaking around. What are you plotting? I've been looking for you for a while but can't find you. Pham Nan scratched her head and smiled. It's just a small, unrelated matter. Nuok Nuok, informed Pham Han, making him not understand what she was saying. Has my brother's matter been settled? Seeing his expression of confusion, Nuok Nuok explained, brother pretended to be Mr. Phai's student and went to Miss Lam's mansion under the pretext of treatment so he could meet Miss Lam. Hearing that, Pham Nan raised his thumb and praised, good sister, you are truly my beloved sister. Nuok Nuok smiled because she had done something for him, as long as Big Brother is happy. She was curious. It's just that Nuok Nuok is very curious. Where are you going tonight? Pham Nan just smiled, said the word I, and that was it. Zaixianju is a wonderful place. When night falls, the place is illuminated by the stars in the sky. Colourful lanterns and flowers are floated on the river beside the boat. Pham Nan was grabbed by a smooth arm. The woman in red lay on top of Pham Nan, making him blush. She spoke gently, young master, please cover Zaixianju. She was Si Li Li. Li Li said in a coquettish voice, young master is really generous. She fondled Pham Nan's face. He pursed his lips to control the beast inside him. The plump butt was sitting right in the middle of Pham Nan's lap. Li Li gently stroked his face. Pham Nan closed his eyes and pursed his lips, not being seduced by the beauty. His eyes glanced at the rolling hills of Li Li, making him break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly Huang Than was led in by a young girl. Prince Jing, this way please. He heard someone talking, so he threw Li Li on the floor and sat far away. Seeing this, Huang Than burst out laughing and explained, Miss Li Li doesn't know how to eat people. Why are you hiding so far away? Pham Nan covered her mouth and said, if you don't come again, I'll start eating people. The little lady introduced Vian Mong. Vian Mong walked in from outside with his shirt pulled down to his chest, as if it was about to fall. Your Highness, I have invited the young lady to come to you, Vian Mong. Li Li sat next to Pham Nan and poured him wine. 4 people sitting inside a curtained room. Pham Nan spoke up, I heard that Zaixianju is not the biggest ship, but it is the most advanced ship. Luxurious scene only rich people can enter. Today saw indeed not wrong. Huang Than sighed inwardly. Of course. Huang Than looked at Li Li, who was thoughtfully pouring wine for Pham Nan. This Zaixianju has a very attractive lady, Si Li Li. Huang Than acknowledged that Miss Si Li Li's appearance and personality are beyond question. She is also proficient in playing the zither chess, calligraphy and painting. There are so many people who want to invite Miss Li Li. Huang Than's heart sank. But rumour has it that Lady Li Li doesn't bear the surname Si, and her Li isn't just any common Li, but the Li of the royal bloodline. Looking at the 2 people laughing and joking happily, there are rumours in the martial arts world that she is the orphan granddaughter of a certain royal family in the early days of the founding of the country. Because her ancestors committed a great disaster, she fell into this state. Li Li had already sat in Fan Xian's lap without her knowing. Tonight, Fan Xian, including Zaixianju, asked Miss Li to entertain guests and even invited me. I wonder if he knows about these rumours. Huang Than still wondered about his purpose. What is his purpose after all? Seeing that Huang Than did not say anything, Pham Nan spoke up. I just arrived in the capital. I don't understand life here very well. Going out to have fun needs to be with friends to be interesting, but my younger brother is still too young, not suitable for this place. He stood up and held his glass of wine, inviting the emperor, so I invited the crown prince. The emperor politely clinked his glasses. Brother Pham is too polite. Then the 2 sat down together to drink wine and chat. Pham Nan put the glass of wine on the table, leaning on Li Li to stand up. Pham Nan looked at Li Li in his arms with deep affection. It's not early anymore. Or, Huang Than understood and stood up, hugging the dream. The good time and beautiful scenery should really be grasped. Then Pham Nan looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving. Eyes turned cold. A great night officially begins. Pham Nan led Li Li back to the room where there were only 2 people. He pressed Li Li under him. Li Li changed position and pushed Pham Nan down on the bed. Mr. Pham, don't be in a hurry. She took off her clothes in front of him, then slowly pressed down on him seductively. The spring night is still long, enjoy it slowly. Pham Nan used his hand to gently brush Li Li's hair. Miss Li Li. Li Li's eyes suddenly became hazy. After that, Pham Nan's figure was no longer seen. Her eyes closed. Li Li fainted and fell directly on Pham Nan's body. He was silent. Then he stood up, put Li Li down on the bed and put his clothes back on. Li Li was still lying on the bed fast asleep. On this side, Huang Than and Vian Mong were standing affectionately hugging each other on the railing. Vian Mong said Master Pham seems to like Miss Li Li very much. The 2 looked at Pham Nan's back as he left. I just didn't expect to be able to endure this spring night. Go do something else. Huang Than replied, I am just a shield he brought here. But if you want me to be willing, then you cannot hide from me. Hearing that, Vian Mong turned to ask, why are you so interested in Pham Nan? Huang Than hugged Vian Mong's shoulder. Do you know who Pham Nan is? He is the illegitimate child that Minister of Revenue Pham Keen loves the most. Vian Mong nodded in understanding after hearing, I understand now. You want to seize the bloodline salary of Nam Khan. Huang Than smiled and said, I don't have such ambitions. I simply feel that Pham Nhan is a friend worth making. Of course, after becoming friends, helping each other is a natural thing. The two hugged each other and looked at the scene below. The streetlights were lit up in every corner. On the street, a single horse carriage with 2 attendants behind ran fast on the road. Suddenly, from afar, a sword was thrown. It grazed the horse's cheek. It neighed in pain. Bao Con's horse was shaken. Inside, his whole body was thrown backwards. Ouch! Bao Con angrily scolded, What are you doing, you bastard? Do you know how to drive a car? The people who came were Pham Nhan and 2 kin. Bao Con's 2 subordinates charged forward with swords in hand. Who is this? Do you know whose palanquin this is? How bold! Bao Con gritted his teeth in the carriage. Who is who? The subordinate was knocked into the carriage by the 2 men and arrived in front of Bao Con. Made him scream, Aha! Bao Con looked at the person in front of him in fear. You, who are you? He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, What's your intention? Pham Nhan slowly removed his mask, Brother Quach. I am Pham Nhan. Pham Nhan's face was smiling brightly. He didn't mean to cause trouble, but his words contained an implication. I didn't come to find you tonight for anything else. I simply wanted to beat you up. Then, without waiting for Bao Con to react, he used the sack to throw it at him. Pham Nhan, what are you doing? Bao Con screamed in despair. If you keep doing this, I'll call someone. Pham Nhan was fearless and full of challenge. You call I deliberately chose this place. You can scream until your throat is hoarse, but no one will come to help. He was tightly wrapped in a sack and thrown to the ground so hard that he screamed, Ouch! Then the 2 people kept kicking each other. The wise man not only was not afraid, but also shouted loudly, You bastard Pham, if you can beat me to death. If not, you won't be at peace tomorrow. Pham Nhan kicked him straight in the face. Very good, I have never heard of such a good request. Then only Bao Con's screams could be heard. Bao Con escaped from the sack with a swollen face. Pham Nhan grabbed Bao Con's collar. Brother Quach, do you know why I wrote that poem this afternoon? Bao Con opened his mouth and asked with difficulty, Why? Pham Nhan angrily slapped Bao Con a few more times. Because you insulted me twice. I have to beat you up, otherwise how can I be happy? Bao Con now knew how to be afraid and begged. Don't hit me anymore, brother. I was wrong, okay? Pham Nhan raised 3 fingers with a murderous face. What is 1000 minus 7? Bao Con was confused, huh? Pham Nhan asked, What is 1000 minus 7? Bao Con stammered in response. 993. Pham Nhan continued to ask, What is 993? 7. Bao Con replied, 986. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone on Li Li's face. Li Li gradually opened his eyes. Pham Nhan was lying next to Li Li, hugging her, making her startled. Pham Nhan propped his chin on his hand and asked, Are you awake? Yesterday you fell asleep as soon as you entered the room. Pham Nhan stood up and put on his clothes. Next time you have to serve me well. Li Li covered her body with the blanket and bowed her head. Yes. Li Li clutched the blanket tightly, her face filled with pain and indifference. I didn't expect to still have to embark on this path. Pham Nhan left his whole body tired and yawning. What a pity it's so hard to have a spring night with such a beauty. Pham Nhan frowned. But in this era there are no protective measures. If you go to a brothel without protection, if you really get infected with some skin disease, is there no way to cure it? In the court, Chapler slammed his fist on the table. Chapler spoke solemnly. Who is in the court? What injustice is there? This person is my Chapler, the governor of the capital. Bao Con was bandaged like a mummy and sat on a large chair. I am Quach Bao Con. Today I want to file an indictment against the son of the Ministry of Revenue's minister, Pham Kien Pham Nhan. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, until tears came to his eyes. The indictment says that last night, Pham Nhan blocked the road, assaulted, and beat a court official on the street. The officiant ordered, Where is the person? Take the document to Tu Nam Ba Fu and arrest him. But Chapler immediately stopped him and said softly, Wait, we must be polite. We cannot offend either side. The subordinate nodded. Yes. The ceremonial officer gave orders to the soldiers. He sat down respectfully and said, Young Master Quach, don't worry, I will definitely take care of you. Noongoch poured tea and looked at the steaming cup of tea on the table. If you want to hit, then hit. But do you have to reveal your identity before hitting? Noongoch looked at Pham Nhan and said, Why did you do such a thing? Pham Nhan sat on the chair, arms crossed and smiling. I just want to be a little angry. If I don't let the person who was beaten know that I was the one who beat them, how can I be a little angry? Noongoch took a sip of tea. The measures that need to be taken have already been announced and the master has also prepared everything for you. Everything is settled, just go to the yamen and make a round. Hearing Noongoch speak, Pham Nhan remained silent and did not respond. Then Pham Nhan put his hands on his hips and asked curious son, Why are you helping me? Noongoch smiled and closed her eyes. Although my surname is Lu, I am a member of the Pham family. She opened her eyes were cold. The Kwok family has a strong momentum. Of course, our family cannot be inferior. Pham Nan nodded in understanding, so that's it. Ignoring the two servants standing below, waiting for orders, the students bowed and silently replied, "That's all." Fatty struggled to speak. "If that's the case, can we go now?" Pham Nan now stood up and left. "Thank you, I'll go home." Noon Gotch nodded. "Yes." Standing next to Pham Han Trin Thak, the lawyer of the Pham family is not the male lead. Pham Han looked around at the crowded crowd and exclaimed, "Is everyone in the capital this lively? It's only been a short while and there are already so many people." Trin Thak replied, "In my more than 20 years as a lawyer, this is the first time I've seen so many people outside the office." Chapley slammed his hand on the table. Pham Nan and Trin Thak had entered the court. Chapley saw the two and shouted, "Are you Pham Nan?" He nodded. "That's right, I am." Next to Trin Thak, he still acted like a handsome man. The Nhan pointed at him. "Young master, why are you still standing like that when you enter the court without kneeling down to salute?" The man with the big mole right on his mouth is Tong, the Nhan, a famous lawyer in the capital. The people on Bao Kun's side shouted loudly. With such a character, no wonder he did such a cruel thing last night. Bao Kun sat on the chair and nodded repeatedly, even though he was completely tied up. That's right, that's right." He pointed to the Nhan and leaned close to Trin Thak and asked, "Who is this person?" Trin Thak replied, "He is Tong, the Nhan, a famous lawyer in the capital. This person is not a good person. He only works for officials, so he has the nickname of Rich Mouth." The Nhan stood with his belly puffed out, pretending to be knowledgeable and stroking his beard. "I have a position I don't need to be afraid when meeting an official in court. This is the law of the court." Chap Lu looked at him and smiled. "That makes sense, that makes sense. If young Master Pham already has a position, then there is no need to perform the ceremony." Seeing Chap Lu's expression change 180 degrees, the two people gritted their teeth. Chap Lu announced, "Then the interrogation of this case officially begins. What does the plaintiff want to sue?" The Nhan immediately stepped forward to report last night. Pham Han blocked the road, provoked trouble and beat a court official right on the street. That is the person involved on our side, Quach Bao Kon, son of the Minister of Rights. I hope your excellency will judge for him. Then he pointed at Bao Kon. He pretended to look pitiful and nodded. Chap Lu did not ask them, turned to Pham Nan and asked, "Young Master Pham, is there such a thing?" Pham Han pointed at himself. "Master Trin, I." Trin Thak quickly interrupted. "Don't worry, young master, look at me." Trin Thak walked forward and coughed a few times. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, startling him, "It's all lies, talking nonsense." Trin Thak cursed like he was splashing water, saliva flying everywhere. "Our young master was in the mansion all night last night. There are many servants who can testify for him. Does our young master know the art of cloning?" The Nhan refused to be defeated, stepped forward and argued, spitting everywhere. "You are really arguing nonsense. The servant is a witness. Where is the fairness?" The two people argued with each other, one after the other, and they were unreasonable. He relied on his power to bully others and was in a difficult position in the middle. This matter, the crowd standing outside the court began to stir. Young Master Pham looks so handsome. How could he look like the type of person who would do such cruel things? That's right, that's right. On the contrary, young Master Quach, his whole body is wrapped in bandages, like a mummy one look, and you can tell he's not a good person. The man pointed at him. "Sir, the case report is very clear. Furthermore, the culprit is standing right in the courtroom right now. Why don't you quickly arrest him?" Chapler rubbed his chin. "Where are the people? Bring them to young Master Pham." Trin Thak interrupted. "Wait." Trin Thak's eyes darkened according to the lawsuit records. Last night young Master Quach was ambushed, was hit in the head with a sack, and then met with this tragic incident. Trin Thak stated his reasoning. If the killer's head was covered before the beating, how could we see the killer's face? Then how could we be sure that it was Mr. Pham who did it? Chapler fell with the wind. Yes, that makes sense. The world argued. Of course he heard young Master Pham's voice. Moreover, at that time, young Master Pham himself admitted it. The Nhan asked, "Are you planning on not admitting it now? As a man, don't you have even this little bit of responsibility?" Pham Nan immediately denied, "I don't do it." He thought to himself, "Good old man trying to provoke me." Trin Thak smiled and said, "I'm well versed in the laws of Nam Khan. I have never heard of a case where a conviction was based on voice." The Nhan took out a scroll from his hand. I already guessed you would say that." He held up the words, "If the voice is not enough to prove the identity of Mr. Pham, then I invite you to read a poem." Trin Thak was startled. "What?" He opened the scroll. Then the world began to read. The wind blew fiercely, the sky was high, the gibbons cried sadly beside the clear water, and white sandbirds flew and circled, countless leaves rustled and fell. The long river flowed endlessly, thousands of miles away from home. The autumn scenery was gloomy still, a guest envoy life made him sick, alone. ascended the high platform of hardship and suffering. Thick sideburns, stained with the color of wind and bone, old and weak body had to stop drinking the cup of muddy wine. Chaplu listened and was delighted. The poem is so good, I wonder who wrote it. Feeling that he was being too rude, Chaplu cleared his throat. Ah, that's poetry. What does poetry have to do with the case? The Nhan pointed at him. This poem was written by Mr. Pham yesterday, at the Poetry Festival of King Tin District's palace, and last night, when the murderer cruelly attacked Mr. Quach, he had also read this poem. Pham Nhan got more and more headache as he listened. Moreover, it proves that he wants Mr. Quach to say he is sad, depressed, and sick. Trinthak was bewildered, huh? Cold sweat all over his body. If you want to hit someone, then hit them. Do you have to recite poetry? This time it's good. The other side has you covered. After that, thinking about a plan, Trinthak stepped up to argue. That's really ridiculous. You mean after Mr. Pham finished writing this poem in the afternoon, he ran away in the evening to beat people moreover, while beating and reciting the poem. Not to mention that scene, it's really funny. Only an idiot would do something like that. The Nhan angrily said, so young Master Pham refuses to admit that he beat someone. Trinthak replied, 1 is there are no witnesses. 2 is there is no evidence, you take it. Seeing the two people arguing, Chapler was helpless. The thing is, if there's no evidence, we might as well change the interrogation date. Trinthak stepped forward. I just had this idea. The Nhan quickly stopped him. Wait. He stroked his beard and smiled smugly. If it's evidence, we have it. Immediately after, a group of people ran in, both young and old. They knelt down as soon as they arrived, bowing their heads and not daring to look straight. The Nhan pointed at them and said, these people are the merchants in the city. They are the witnesses who saw Pham Nhan last night. Then he shouted loudly, quickly tell me everything you saw. A middle-aged woman wearing pink raised her hand and said, yesterday I saw Pham Nhan's palanquin not returning to the palace after leaving the Tin Vuong mansion. Immediately after that, a young man also spoke up to accuse. Last night I saw Pham Nhan's palanquin heading towards Tai Than. Then one by one they all blamed Pham Nhan. Last night I saw Pham Kong Tu's carriage in the west of the city. I saw it too. Chaplu's face was no longer joking like before. He heard them say, it was only at midnight when I went to keep watch that I saw Pham Kong Tu's carriage returning to the mansion. Then Han's eyes flashed with danger as he asked, may I ask young Master Pham, what exactly are you doing wandering around the capital in the middle of the night that you have to be so secretive? He has been silent until now. Then he moved his lips. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. Trinthak fearfully walked over young Master. Pham Nhan scratched his head in embarrassment. Last night I spent the night at Zuishanju. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole court was as silent as a sheet of paper. The Nhan turned pale. What? The crowd immediately started talking. These nobles still know how to play, so that's how it is. No wonder they say they don't leave their homes. Baokon angrily opened his mouth with several teeth missing and cursed. Fuck! He started cursing Pham Nhan's 18 generations of ancestors. Ah, you and I were clearly on Gu Lan Street last night. Chapler rubbed his ears in annoyance. Be quiet. When talking in public, you have to pay attention to your manners. The world gritted their teeth in disbelief. Zui Shenju, may I ask if anyone can testify for young Master Pham? Pham Nhan scratched his head. Miss Si Li can testify. The Nhan still won't let him go. Is that so? Today Miss Si Li left the capital for Suzhou. That's too coincidental. I wonder if you're afraid Miss Li will say something bad, so you said it. Hearing that, Pham Nhan's heart also felt a bit of admiration. In just a few hours, the Quach family was able to force Zui Xianju's trump card to leave the capital. Their strength cannot be underestimated, but using it here... Then Han did not let him continue to argue. Everything is very clear. Mr. Pham beat someone, then fabricated evidence. I hope Your Excellency will escort this criminal to prison to await trial. Pham Nhan smiled. Actually, there is one more person who can testify. The Nhan and Baokon did not believe. There's more. He smiled brightly. Prince Jing. Hearing this name, the Nhan immediately wanted to spit blood from his mouth. Baokon was so angry that his eyes and nose were running. Chapler held his official hat tightly, thinking the Guo family, the Pham family. Now even the Prince Jing is involved, beating people and going to brothels. Chapler's eyes were filled with confusion and panic. Do you want to take my life to deal with this matter? The world still did not let him go. Pham Nhan is talking nonsense. As soon as he opened his mouth, he even smeared the reputation of the Prince of Tin Vuong. You must investigate this thoroughly. Chaplu slammed his fist on the table and said, that's right. Then he stood up and left. I have to slowly investigate this matter in a few days. We will reinterrogate this case another day. Baokon could not accept it and started cursing again. Trinthak wondered, could it be? Glanced at Pham Nhan. Everything is in the young master's plan. In a small courtyard, a maid's voice rang out. The wind blew fiercely, the sky was high, and the gibbons cried sadly. By the clear water, white sandbirds flew around. Countless leaves rustled and fell, and the long river flowed endlessly. The maid held the paper and read the poem 1,000 miles away from home. The autumn scenery is gloomy still. A guest envoy life makes me sick, alone on the high platform. Hardships suffering thick sideburns, stained with the colour of wind and bone. Old and weak body, that's why. Queen Mother Nam Khan raised her slender hand to stop him. No need to read anymore. She sighed. What do you think of the poem by the Pham family's son? She was the Empress Dowager of Nam Khan. Beside her, Queen Nam Khan spoke up. I also don't understand the highs and lows in literature. I just find it interesting to listen to. She smiled. Why stop at just good? If the previous poem could only express admiration for the Mandarin, then that would be fine. Why is there another poem? Being a guest for thousands of miles away from home, it's not a poem about an ordinary talented person that can be written. The Queen Mother of Nam Khan also had to admit. However, the song's emotions are too heavy at such a young age. Why does he write about the taste of an old person? I'm afraid that child is also a person of little fortune. Suddenly, Queen Mother Nam Khan noticed the eldest Princess Nam Khan. Princess Nam Khan, with a tearful face, my child is also a person of little fortune. Princess Nam Khan used the corner of her sleeve to wipe away her tears. The little girl has been sick for a long time, and her health is weak in bed. The Emperor still wants her to marry that even weaker child of the Pham family. What will happen in the future? She sighed. The root of Uyenni's illness is because, as a mother, you did not accumulate blessings for her, and now you are so shameless as to say these words. She said, His Majesty has approved this marriage. What's the use of you coming to me to settle it? Besides, what about the Pham family's child? With his talent, he is worthy of Uyenni. She said, Your Majesty, you're really something. You can get engaged to any family, but you have to get engaged to the Pham family. You clearly know that Pham Kien and Lam Nuok Phu. Hearing that, she immediately shouted, Shut up. She told the palace maids to leave. You guys go out first, and they immediately left without hesitation. Yes, she immediately slapped Princess Nam Khan in the face. She could not believe that she was slapped by her. Queen Nam Khan stood beside her, covering her mouth and calling Mother, Mother. Her eyes flashed with murderous anger. How many times have I told you don't mention that person in front of me? Looking at her blushing cheeks, she said, You don't need shame, but our royal family does. If you hadn't used your life to protect that guy named Lam, I would have executed him long ago. She rubbed her cheek that was swollen from the slap and admitted her mistake. My daughter knows she was wrong. She adjusted her mood, stood up and hugged her arm. Please don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Your daughter won't mention it anymore. Empress Nam Khan sat silently beside her. She reminded about Uyenni's marriage. Even if that guy named Lam is her father, he has no right to say anything. Is that clear? She happily nodded. Daughter understands. She picked up the teacup and ordered Queen Nam Khan. Finish what you just said. Queen Nam Khan turned around in surprise. Understanding what Queen Nam Khan said, it was Hong Gong Gong who sent someone to say that today, the capital's government office is investigating a case. She raised her eyebrows. What kind of case is it that even he is interested in? Empress Nam Khan smiled and replied, Indeed, everyone in the capital is very interested in this matter. It is said that the only son of the Minister of Rights, Quach Du, sued a prisoner of the Pham family. It is said that the prisoner blocked his way in the middle of the night and beat him up. Hearing that, she was startled and stopped drinking tea, then turned to look. You mean thousands of miles away from home, looking so lonely, still being a guest and being beaten by people. Pham Kien slammed his hand on the table. He frowned and shouted, What you did was very unwise. Pham Nan covered his ears and walked back and forth, shaking his head as if he didn't hear anything. Dad is right, why is it just not smart? I'm really stupid. Seeing Pham Nan like that, he had a headache and sat down to rub his temples. Pham Kien closed his eyes and sighed. Tell me, why did you do such a thing? Pham Nan pointed his finger to the sky and replied, Hit him. Pham Kien blushed in anger. Don't say useless things like hitting someone without revealing their name won't satisfy your anger. Pham Nan pretended to cry and wiped away her tears of resentment. Nothing can get past your eyes, father. Pham Nan scratched his head with a nonchalant look. But there really isn't any big reason. Mainly I used this beating incident to make me and the Prince of Tin Vuong stand on the same side to have more support. No matter what it is, it's more convenient. Pham Kien Feng's eyes widened. You still say this isn't a big reason? He had a headache because his son had offended Bao Kon, because he had to know that Quach Bao Kon was on the Crown Prince's side, and the Crown Prince Tin Vuong was on the second prince's side. Pham Kien's eyes narrowed. You beat Quach Bao Kon and dragged in the Crown Prince Tin Vuong. In the eyes of others, this is no different than saying that the Pham family has taken refuge with the second prince. Pham Nan held his head and pretended to admit his mistake. How could a small action of mine cause such a big impact? I really didn't think that much. Looking at his actions, Pham Kien was speechless and didn't know what to say. Pham Kien's face darkened, his eyes gloomy. It's come to this point, and you still don't tell the truth. Hearing him say that, Pham Nan silently looked at him. Then he sighed, yes. Actually, I originally thought that the Pham family had a close relationship with King Tin. Of course, they were on the same side. He smiled and asked him back, isn't that right? He was still listening to him. Hearing Pham Nan's words, he raised his head, his eyes looking at him intently. A flash of light flashed through Pham Kien's mind, explaining to him standing on one side, before your majesty makes a decision, is a wrong way to do it. Pham Nan no longer had the playful look from before, bowed his head respectfully. I understand the Pham family only stands on your majesty's side in the future. We will definitely do things carefully. After saying that, he turned around and left. I'll take my leave first. Pham Kien could tell that Pham Nahan would not easily admit his mistakes, and even if he did, he would cause trouble again. He immediately shouted, stop right there. Pham Kien coldly reminded him, you must know in order for you to be able to leave the court. How many times did we have to argue with the Quach family in the court? He rubbed his head and sighed, reminding him, the capital is a place of rumours and gossip. There are many things that you can't slowly learn. Moreover, you're not a stupid person. Suddenly, Pham Kien remembered something. His eyes widened. Pham Kien immediately stood up to stop. Wait, could it be? Only now did he guess Pham Nan's intentions. So he immediately asked, did you do everything on purpose? In the palace where the Queen Mother Nam Khan was sitting, enjoying tea in the middle of a lotus pond, her laughter echoed all around with contempt. Those fools that Guo Baokun leads will only know how to lure and hunt. Recklessly, they are all bad guys. No need to guess that Fan Xian is definitely very good at fighting. Queen Nam Khan also chimed in. That's right. Furthermore, it is said that Pham Nan demanded to bring the Prince of Tin Vuong as a witness. The capital's government office was also at a loss. We can only wait until later to continue the interrogation. She stopped laughing and looked at her with wide eyes. Huang Than testified for him. Since when did your relationship become so good? Queen Nam Khan said with a serious face, I heard that on the night Guo was beaten, Pham Han and Huang Than were playing on the Lu Tin River, so this matter probably has nothing to do with him. She wondered Lu Tin River. She pretended to be lazy, quickly covered her mouth with her hand, and turned her head away. Oh, have I said too much? Empress Dowager Nam Khan did not ask further, feeling a little tired. She stood up and left. I'm a bit tired. Let's stop here for today. She left following behind Queen Nam Khan, and Princess Nam Khan respectfully saluted. She knew that the Empress of Nam Khan had spoken deliberately, not by accident. Glancing at her, she thought deliberately, revealing that Pham Nan was at the courtesan's place. This tactic of feinting east to strike west is indeed clever. Her words carried a sarcastic implication. I should really learn from you. She didn't bother to reply to her words, her face still solemn. After thinking for a while, she used a cold gaze and curled her lips as she said, Why don't I understand what the Crown Princess said? She didn't care if she understood or not, but there's one thing. If Mother finds out about Pham Nan being in the brothel, she might be dissatisfied and interfere with his marriage with Uyen Ni. Sister-in-law, do you think that's right? After saying that, she glanced at her and said her intention. It's normal. I know you don't want the control of the family to fall into the hands of the Pham family. That would be disadvantageous for your precious son. She replied without any fear in her heart. If it weren't for the princess's failed assassination attempt in Dam Chao, why would so many things have happened? She laughed. Oh, you have to have proof when you talk. She shrugged. It's the same. Back to the scene where father and son were teaching each other. Pham Kien stood up and sighed. This child really has a lot on his mind. He said you caused such a thing to know the influence of the Pham family in the court. He didn't turn his head and smiled. Let's see. After saying that, he left, ignoring Pham Kien, who was screaming behind him. Do you want to use this as an excuse to tarnish your reputation so that it will be convenient for you to back out of the marriage? Pham Nan smiled. That's a little bit of it. After hearing that, he angrily clenched his fists and shouted, You damn brat, do you know how many eyes are on you in the capital, Pham? Nan put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Of course, I know otherwise. I could easily ruin my reputation like that. Pham Kien sat down on the chair, leaned back, sighed and held his head. Can't say it. He looked into the distance and muttered, I spent so much effort. It was only when Tran Bin returned to his hometown that I was able to convince His Majesty to decide on this marriage. Suddenly he heard a familiar name. Tran Bin. What a familiar name. Pham Nan turned around and asked, You mean you took advantage of that person's absence to convince His Majesty? That means that person opposes this marriage. He replied, Tran Bin Bin thinks you should take another path. Pham Kien propped his chin up and looked at him. His original plan was also for the good of his child. There are things he can't explain clearly yet. He'll just wait until the child naturally understands. He crossed his arms, thinking, how can you say that as if that person is my father? Pham Nan's eyes narrowed. There is one more thing I want to ask you. He looked at Pham Nan and told him to just say it. He always had a question in his heart, and now he had the chance to ask, why is there my mother's name in front of the surveillance house? Hearing Pham Nan's question, he fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and replied, Originally, Nam Khan did not have a supervisory institute. Thinking of his mother, Pham Nan had some doubts. But my mother said there was still a supervisory court, so Nanking was under supervision. God said there was still light, so there was light. Pham Kien nodded. That's right, in the past, mother and son were a godlike existence to Nam Khan. Pham Nan was surprised and startled. I didn't expect that mother would have such terrible power at first. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then here comes the problem. Then he pointed straight at Pham Kien's face and questioned, "Why did my mother take a fancy to you back then?" Hearing his questioning, he gritted his teeth in anger. He was so angry that he choked on his saliva and shouted, "Cough, you little brat, you really don't speak politely." Pham Kien felt he had lost his image, so he immediately returned to his previous elegant demeanor. But there is one thing you still have to understand clearly. He smiled his gentle eyes, remembering Pham Nan's mother. In the past, your mother did not look at us. Think again about her name, Diep Kien Mi. Remembering the charming appearance of Kin Mi, looking down on men all over the world hearing this name of his mother. Pham Nan smiled. The name sounds so big in this world, there is no man who can make mother and child look at them. But he still did not let him go, pointing at him, and continued to question. Then why was she able to marry you, and even give birth to a child? Did you use some despicable trick? Pham Kien was so angry that he was about to explode. Pham Kien directly kicked Pham Nan out the door and shouted, "Be careful and reflect properly on the matter of beating someone in the middle of the night." Pham Nan pouted and glanced back, complaining. "What's wrong? You get angry right away after being hit in the right spot, but you're also considered the Minister of Finance of Nam Khan Humph." He put his hands behind his head and muttered, "But how would you know what God means?" While he was thinking from afar, Nuok Nuok happily ran over and shouted, "Brother, I have good news to tell you." He looked back at Nuok Nuok. Nuok Nuok ran over and stood in front of him, panting, "Brother, I have an appointment. I have an appointment." Seeing her exhausted, he immediately reached out to support Nuok Nuok and said, "What did you promise? Don't rush. Take your time and talk." She looked up and smiled. Hey, I helped you make an appointment with Miss Lam." Nuok Nuok raised her hand to spray and winked at him. "But before that, I have to prepare something for you." He was confused, his head full of question marks. After a while, Pham Nan disguised himself as a doctor. Nuok raised her thumb. "Brother, if you disguise yourself like this, you can meet the young lady of the Lam family." Pham Nan whispered into her ear elegantly, "Isn't it an open appointment? Why do we have to disguise ourselves and make it look like we're having an affair?" Nuok hid it and said, "Shh." Nuok led Pham Nan away. "Isn't this a secret love affair? After all, it's true that she doesn't agree to meet you. People inside and outside the palace are paying attention. We can only meet secretly." As she walked, she reminded Pham Nan, "Don't forget, brother, remember to act a little more realistically later. Hunch your back a little and don't speak too loudly." Pham Nan nodded in agreement. Okay. As soon as they stepped out of the palace gate, they saw a carriage waiting for them. Lin Ni jumped out of the horse and looked at the two people. Lin Ni asked doubtfully, "Oh, you are Mr. Fai's student." Pham Nan pretended to be old. "It is indeed me." Lin Ni got off the carriage and helped Pham Nan onto the carriage. "Uyen Ni has been waiting for a long time, please come with me." After the three people got into the carriage, the coachman drove the carriage, speeding down the street. Lin Ni sat in the car and asked Nuok, "I heard that yesterday your brother was sued." Lin Ni was still very curious. "Is this a joke or for real?" Nuok forced a smile. "Yes, there really is such a thing," Lin Ni said in surprise. "So he really did stay at the brothel." Nuok replied, "My brother is going to find the Prince of Tin." Lin Ni heard the news and was shocked. Also staying at the brothel with the Prince of Tin Farm. Nan was speechless with this gossip, sitting and listening to the two people's back and forth. If you know how to talk, then talk a little more. Lin Ni bared her teeth in surprise, sleeping in a brothel and even beating people on the street. "Little sister, my Uyenhi is truly pitiful. How can I be willing to let you marry someone like that?" Lin Ni suddenly turned to ask him, "Are you right, Sir Pham?" Nan nodded with difficulty. That makes sense. Lin Ni stepped forward and patted Pham Nan's shoulder, as expected of Phai Lao's student. "You are truly a reasonable person." Lin Ni leaned closer and asked, "Excuse me, how long have you been studying with Old Master Phai? How old are you this year? I heard that Old Master Phai is the #1 poison user of his time. Are you also very good at using poison?" Before he could answer, Lin Ni asked so many questions that Pham Nan broke out in a cold sweat. "Can you reveal the 2 hands that poisoned or anesthetized me? Oh my God, if only Pham Nan was as excellent as you, sir." Pham Nan stuttered. "That's the thing." Nuok immediately coughed to relieve Pham Nan. Cough. Nuok replied, "I can assure you my elder brother is definitely not the type to hit people indiscriminately or flirt with girls everywhere." Lin Ni returned to her seat in disgust. "What are you still thinking about this?" After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the gate of Diep Phu. The three people got off the carriage. Lin Ni went first to invite the two people in. Just as he entered the gate, the guard stopped him. It's okay for Miss Deep to enter, but the other two cannot enter without permission. Lin Ni pointed at Pham Nhan and Nuok Nuok and introduced, "This is the young lady of Count Tu Nam, a famous, talented woman throughout the capital, Pham Nuok Nuok. The other one is Phi Lao's student. Out of respect for Miss Pham, she came here to treat her older sister." The guard did not understand. A big question mark appeared on his face. Student of Lord Phi. The guard's eyes stared at Pham Nhan. Why have I never heard of this before? Seeing the guard's doubtful eyes, he moved his lips. Then from inside, took out a token. I have a token given to me by my master. Surely this can prove my identity. Seeing the token in his hand, the guard was startled. The guard respectfully opened the gate and invited the two of them in. I am only doing my duty. I hope you don't mind. Please come in. Lin Ni went ahead to lead the way for the two. Pham Nhan walked behind and observed the surroundings. After a while, the two people came to a large room. In front there was an old woman standing in the way of the three people. "Miss Deep, why are you here again?" Lin Ni pointed to the two people behind. "I have invited a good doctor to examine you, sister." But the old lady was not as easy to fool as the guard, and raised her hand to stop him. "Wait!" The old woman's eyes narrowed, showing caution. "No need, miss, is different from others. Other than the imperial physician in the palace, I'm afraid no one else is qualified to treat miss." Lin Ni frowned and asked, Not qualified?" Lin Ni pointed at Pham Nhan and introduced, "This is the student of that Master Phi. Is he still not qualified?" The old lady frowned, her lips pursed in disbelief. "Master Phi is fine, but as for his student, he has to make some achievements first. He hasn't even heard of his name yet. How could he dare entrust the young lady to him?" Then directly chased the guests away. "Please go home." Lin Ni was so angry she couldn't say anything, Mom. Lin Ni shouted, "Old lady, you are really stubborn." The old lady didn't show any mercy, pointing straight at Lin Ni's face and scolding her, "You impudent little snotty girl." The two argued back and forth, each saying something. Pham Nhan's ears hurt so much that he covered them. Suddenly the old woman turned purple and her whole body could not move. The old woman hugged her body and trembled. Lin Ni was afraid that the old woman would throw a tantrum, so she stayed 100 meters away. "Hey, what's wrong?" Lin Ni pointed at the old lady and said, "I haven't done anything yet, don't act like a jerk." The old lady was sweating profusely, her face stuttering stomach. The old lady ignored the three people, held her stomach, and ran straight to the toilet. Stomach hurt so much. Lin Ni absent-mindedly looked at the old woman's back as if she was being chased by a ghost, wondering, could it be that my verbal attack is effective? Nuok Nuok did not think so, and looked at Pham Nhan. "Could it be, brother?" Pham Nhan blinked and thought, "The medicines I always carry are laxatives, sleeping pills, and aphrodisiacs. The magic weapons I always carry are daggers, crossbows, and Uncle Ngu Truk's magic weapons." He laughed. "With these things in your body you can travel the world." Looking at his smile, Nuok Nuok could guess. As expected, Big Brother is really formidable. Lin Ni pointed. "No matter what, let's take this opportunity to quickly go inside." Without further hesitation, the three of them went straight in without anyone stopping them. Lin Ni opened the door and called out loudly, "Uyen Ni." Pham Nhan poked his head in to see the situation. In the room, Uyen Ni lay on a bed covered by a curtain next to a maid. A soft, clear voice rang out, "Lin Ni, I can hear you arguing outside from inside the room." Lin Ni immediately pulled Pham Nhan forward and happily introduced, "I brought a great doctor to examine you." Uyen Ni's words carried a hint of sadness. She didn't think her illness would be cured. "Why do I have to go through so much trouble? You also know about my illness. Even the imperial physician is helpless." Pham Nhan said nothing, sat down on the chair next to the bed, rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand to the curtain and said, "Miss, please extend your hand." Uyen Ni had no intention of raising her hand and remained silent. Seeing that she was still hesitant, Lin Ni spoke up to advise Uyen Ni. "This is Mr. Phi's student, let him examine you." Hearing Lin Ni say that she had no choice but to stretch out her white hands with slender fingers. "I know." Pham Nhan looked at Uyen Ni's soft hand and was a bit surprised. His eyes lit up thinking this hand. Pham Nhan grabbed Uyen Ni's hand and lifted the pot like an egg. "The person with this soft, beautiful hand, I wonder if she is the chicken leg girl. If not, what does she look like?" Pham Nhan secretly scolded himself in his heart. Pham Nhan, you are such a flirt." The chicken leg girl and the young lady of the Lamb family are both members of a big family. They can only be wives. It's hard to be concubines. How could they have such thoughts? Seeing that he had no reaction, the maid beside him spoke coldly, making him jump. "Sir, we're starting to ask about his condition." Pham Nhan made a natural gesture of raising his hand, then used his finger to place on Uyen Ni's wrist. As soon as he put his hand on her pulse, his eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the figure in front of the blurry curtain, he was silent. Lin Ni stood behind and applauded, "Testing your pulse with one finger. You are truly a student of Mr. Phi." Hearing Lin Ni's compliment, he smiled like a flower, feeling electricity running through him. If I could marry the owner of this wrist, I could touch it more in the future. How wonderful that would be. The whole room became silent, only hearing each other's breathing. The maidservant beside her worriedly asked, "Doctor, you have been examining patients for a long time now. Can you guess the condition of our young lady?" He replied with a serious face, "Your young lady's pulse is a bit weak, but very chaotic. The pulse is weak and feels hot inside, weak to the point of being about to break. This is a bit troublesome." Farm Nan smiled and looked at the maid. "To be able to diagnose better, may I see the young lady's face?" After hearing that, the maid angrily turned her face and flatly refused. "No, my young lady is a lady. How can you just come near her?" Farm Nan ignored the maid's vicious attitude and stood up to ask, "Does your young lady get tired easily? Does she often cough?" She nodded, yes. Farm Nan continued to ask, "Is the weight still decreasing and getting thinner?" Hearing Farm Nan's correct diagnosis in the question, she now did not dare to be rude anymore. "Yes, that's right." He glanced over. "Does she feel hot often?" The maid hurriedly replied, "Yes, that's right." Then his voice turned cold. "Did the imperial physician still tell you that she has tuberculosis?" Hearing his guess, the maid said, "Yes, yes, yes. Could it be that the imperial physician's diagnosis is wrong?" He pretended to stroke his beard and said something that made her blush. "The imperial physician is right. It is true that your young lady has tuberculosis." Lin Ni still had hope. "Sir can accurately describe such a disease. There must be a cure, right?" The maid calmed down. "That's right, sir. You're so good you must have a way, right?" He dipped his pen in ink. He picked up a pen to write a prescription and asked, "Are you coughing up blood?" She nodded, yes. After writing, he gave her the paper. "Fill this prescription." She took the prescription and read it aloud. "The imperial physician has prescribed this medicine before, but it's a bit different." After looking at the medicines, the young maid was curious. "I want to ask you something, sir. The scutellaria in the prescription has a cooling effect and clears heat, but it is too damaging to the vital energy. I'm afraid it can't be used." Fan blinked. If the young lady has coughed up blood, then her illness is quite serious, so she must recuperate well before taking the medicine. She continued to ask, "The illness that the young lady has is tuberculosis. She cannot eat raw food. How should she recuperate? Miss Deep is looking for a man named Lang Bam." Hearing this, Lin He got a little angry and shouted, "Hey, do you know how to treat diseases?" Farm Nan looked up at the bed with the weak silhouette. The medical consciousness of this era is very harmful to people. He sternly taught, "She's so sick and you don't give her something to eat. No wonder her health isn't getting better." Anger eyes emitted small flames, so harsh to say, "It is abuse, is not too much." Farm Nan walked back and forth, explaining to everyone, "It's true that people with tuberculosis shouldn't eat raw foods, but for chronic illnesses, good nutrition is more important, so you must continue to supplement protein." The maid and Lin Ni were both surprised and confused. "What is protein? What protein?" Pham Nan pretended to rub his chin and replied, "For example, goat's milk, fish red meat and shrimp are proteins. If you can't adapt to them immediately, even if it's yam or coarse rice, take 1 ounce of each and cook it until soft. Add in the powder from dried persimmons, stir well and drink. Drink it for half a month, and after your body gets better, take the medicine I prescribed." He finished speaking and hid it. "Okay, understand?" The two of them nodded their heads, regardless of whether they understood or not. Understood, understood. Thinking again, the maid shouted, "Then how can I understand?" She looked towards Uyenni's bed worriedly. "What if you eat the wrong thing and make the young lady's illness worse?" Pham Nan put his hand in his shirt. "If you are not sure, try taking this pill first. Then take out a bottle of medicine. Inside there are 2 pills. The maid held 2 pills and frowned. "I dare not take this even more." Pham Nan angrily questioned, "Hey, I thought that if your young lady took this pill and saw that it was effective, then you would believe me." In his heart she cursed her. "This maid is too stubborn, she won't accept anything soft or hard. Your young lady's illness was curable, but you guys are prolonging it until it can't be cured." The old lady from earlier appeared from somewhere. "That's it for today." As soon as she entered, the old woman dismissed the guests. "Please go leisurely." Pham Nan sighed and hid. "All right, this time there is absolutely no chance." Then we left with Nuok Nuok. "We also have the good intention of wanting to see Sister Lam. If you don't accept, then we'll leave." As they was about to step out the door, Uyenni's voice from the bed rang out. "Wait." Uyenni stammered and asked, "Sir, you said I can eat anything, right?" Lin Ni stammered. Uyenni, can you believe such words?" She ignored Lin Ni's words and continued to ask, "What about the chicken thighs?" She asked this question which made him freeze. "Can I eat chicken thighs too?" Uyenni said, "This doctor seems to have made a lot of sense in what he said earlier. If we look at his face, perhaps the doctor will be more confident." The old lady stopped him. "Even so, it's a bit against the rules." As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady clutched her stomach and writhed. "Ouch, my stomach." Then she hugged her butt and ran into the toilet. "Little girl, you watch over there. Don't let the young lady meet outsiders." Pham Nan ignored it and walked forward, grabbing the curtain. "Where did all these rules come from?" Pham Nan lifted the curtain. Curing the disease is the most urgent thing. The three people behind him gasped at his audacity. Uyen-ni looked blankly at the person in front of her. Both of them looked at each other, still no one said anything. Pham Nan was surprised. He didn't expect it to be an acquaintance. He thought I didn't expect it to be her. On the contrary, Uyen-ni was a bit disappointed. Why isn't it him? The voice is clearly his, but his appearance is completely different. It was right that Uyen-ni did not recognize Pham Nan because he had disguised himself to the point that only ghosts would recognize him. His face had changed to an ugly one, and he was still blushing. The maid beside him saw him staring at her young lady and got angry. Very good, this doctor's eyes dare to be so rude. Lin Ni walked forward with her hands on her hips. This damn old man must be tired of living to dare pull open Uyen-ni's curtains. Pham Nan felt like she was being caught and pretended to leave. Oh, if you saw me then, I'll just see you once and for all. She stood behind confused, not understanding what was going on. After a while, Pham Nan also sat down, Miss Lam. He gently reminded, "You must eat and take the medicine according to the prescription I just gave you, understand?" Uyen-ni was still thinking about Pham Nan and ignored him. This familiar voice must be his. Uyen-ni politely replied, "I'll trouble you." But Uyen-ni believed in her intuition, her eyes still fixed on him, but this strange feeling. The two people behind twitched their mouths and widened their eyes. Just that. Nok Nok stood there in surprise. Could it be? Ling Ni stepped forward disdainfully. "I thought you had discovered something new. You're really mediocre." Pham Nan replied without anger, "If we can't help Miss Lam, then we won't bother you any longer." Uyen-ni quickly spoke up. "Doctor, you still haven't answered my question." Pham Nan nodded. "That's right, if you're hungry, you can really save a few chicken thighs to eat." Uyen-ni covered her mouth in surprise, "But my appetite hasn't been very good these past few days. I often feel nauseous." He winked. "Don't worry, just vomit, you'll get used to it." Uyen-ni now realized her intuition was right. "It's you." After saying that, he left. Uyen-ni was tired, so she lay down. But he still turned back to remind, "Also, you can go out to breathe some fresh air now, but remember to close the windows at night." Uyen-ni was a little shy. Isn't that bad? The two people stood listening to him and her argue back and forth, but in their heads there was a constant equation that needed to be solved. "I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. Furthermore, I feel something's wrong." Lin Ni impatiently pushed the two people. "Go! You two go quickly!" Pham Nan still tried to say two words. "Window." The person beside him frowned and didn't understand. Yes, he's really a person who doesn't understand anything. Hearing her nagging, Uyen-ni burst out laughing. Uyen-ni muttered, "And what a clueless person." In the evening, in Uyen-ni's room, the window in the room was opened. The wind blew in and blew the curtains away. The moon rose high and shone into her room. Uyen-ni was still sitting there leaning against the bed. Standing next to her was a little maid. Uyen-ni thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to be Master Phi's student and also a great doctor." Then laughed to himself, "I don't know where I heard about my identity, so I just came here." Suddenly Uyen-ni was a bit surprised. Wait, if he knows my identity, he must also know about my marriage with the young master of the Pham family. Uyen-ni blushed and covered her face. Oh my god, he clearly knew about these things, but still came to see me and said those words to me. He's truly a man with as much guts as the sky. In her mind, she was struggling fiercely, looking out the window. Should I close the window or not? Uyen-ni lay down again and covered her face with the blanket. Oh my god, I hate it. I'm so hesitant. The maid beside her saw her constantly changing expressions and was confused. She thought to herself, could it be that my young lady's head is broken? It's broken. The young lady has been like this for hours now. She must have been infected by that mentally unstable doctor. The maid left. "Miss, let me go get some more incense to burn for you." Uyen-ni was still lying on the bed, lost in her thoughts. "What are you thinking about, Lam Uyen-ni?" Her eyes looked out the window. "With your status and already having an engagement, how could you let a man sneak into your room in the middle of the night?" Thinking so, she stood up and walked to the window. If I let him in, wouldn't that be harming him? Close the window directly. In her heart, she thought it could only be fate's way of teasing having fate, but not destiny. On this side, Pham Nan was flying at his fastest speed. He jumped from one roof to another, then jumped into Uyen-ni's room railing. Thanks to Uncle Truck's teachings over the years, I was able to get in so easily. He moved closer. My fiancée is so smart, she must have left the window for me. But still couldn't open it, he wondered. Can't open it. Pham Nan stood outside the door and knocked lightly. Uyen-ni was lying on the bed when she heard the knocking and was startled. Uyen-ni closed her eyes, her voice trembling. "You go quickly, we won't get any results." Pham Nan didn't know when he was standing in front of her bed, waving, good evening." His voice made Uyen-ni jump. She stammered, "What? How did you get in here?" He raised the knife and confidently replied, "It's not that difficult." He sat down on the bed, causing Uyen-ni to jump up and move to the other side. Pham Nan smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm the doctor during the day. Didn't I say I would come back tonight before I left?" Uyen-ni broke out in a cold sweat. "You clearly said to close the windows at night." Pham Nan didn't believe she was that stupid, I guess you understand. He slowly moved closer to her. "What do you mean?" Suddenly a knife appeared in Uyen Ni's hand and was placed against Pham Nan's neck. Uyen Ni trembled and begged, "Young master, please pay attention to your words and actions. It's best if you leave now. Just pretend we never met." He fearlessly pushed the knife aside. "Speak slowly, I still brought something for you." He took out a delicious chicken leg from his body and gave it to her. Uyen Ni was surprised. Chicken thigh. Pham Nan gently replied, "I'll stay for a while and then leave. I just came to visit you today." Uyen Ni took the chicken leg shyly. Then let's give the chicken leg some face. Pham Nan happily nodded. "Okay." Uyen Ni looked at the chicken leg in her hand and thought to herself, to risk so much to come here just to give me the chicken leg, what an idiot. Then she imagined a bunch of things in her head, but if he's already here, why can he only give a chicken leg? There must be another intention. Uyen Ni still held the knife tightly and shouted, "I don't care who you are, if you want to have bad intentions towards me, I will end you with one sword." Pham Nan lowered his eyes and confided, "Ever since I met you at Qing Miao, your eyes and smile always appear in my mind." The more she listened, the more absent-minded she became. "Today, after knowing that you are the young lady of the Lam family, I couldn't help but want to see you." Uyen Ni stuttered in embarrassment. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already engaged to the young master of the Pham family. If you dare to be disrespectful to me, you will definitely die." Pham Nan understood her thoughts and laughed. "Oh, are you talking about this?" Then he looked straight into her eyes and asked, "If I said I was your fiancé, Pham Nan?" Hearing this, Uyen Ni angrily raised her hand and pointed it straight at Pham Nan. "Because you wanted to do something shameful to me, you talked nonsense and impersonated me. I never thought you would be such a person." Pham Nan shook his head and pointed at himself. No, I am indeed the illegitimate son of the Pham family, Pham Nan." Uyen Ni lowered her voice. "Young master, please respect yourself." She shed tears, her hand holding the knife trembling. "We girls can't joke about these things." Pham Nan patted his chest and assured, "At this point, how can I joke with you? I am really Pham Nan. This is true. It is definitely true. Heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the egg dare not give it to me." Uyen Ni held the chicken leg and looked bewildered. Uyen Ni said, "You are really far away from home, looking so lonely, still being that person's guest." Pham Nan snorted and laughed, knowing that in a hurry it was nothing. Uyen Ni frowned. "The one who beat people from the Pham family." Pham Nan scratched his head in embarrassment. "It's true that I did beat them twice." Uyen Ni remembered something and questioned going to a brothel in the middle of the night. Pham Nan waved his hands and explained, "It's fake, this isn't true, this isn't real." Uyen Ni looked at his smile, then smiled with tears still in his eyes. "You are..." Pham Nan looked at her with deep affection. Her tears just kept flowing out of joy. "It's really Pham Nan." He approached and wiped away her tears. The maid who had just left turned back. "Miss, I seem to hear you talking." The two men looked out the door in surprise. "Is there anything you want to say?" Lam Uyen Ni panicked and cried out in a small voice, "Even though you are my future husband, if people see you, I won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Hurry up and get out." Pham Nan had a sly look on his face. "If you're already here, why would I only give you a chicken leg?" He immediately jumped into her blanket. Lam Uyen Ni was extremely shocked. "Are you really that much of a hooligan?" The servant entered the room. She looked on the bed and saw Lam Uyen Ni sleeping. It seems she is pretending not to let anyone know about this. Seeing that the servant was a bit confused, "Did I hear wrong?" Lam Uyen Ni tried to cover her mouth tightly so as not to make any noise. After a while she dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She urged Pham Nan, "You're leaving, come out quickly. This bed can't sleep two people." But he refused and kept giving the excuse, "I'm a bit sleepy and want to lie down a little longer." Lam Uyen Ni was terrified and shouted loudly, "How can this be? If you continue like this, I won't care about you anymore." At this point, Pham Nan didn't dare to mess around anymore. He jumped up. Okay, I'll get up, okay." He said, "My whole life has been so lucky." He added as he walked out the door, "Liking a girl who was already my fiancée is God being merciful." Lam Uyen Ni was a bit sad, but this wife has been weak and sick since childhood. If she really marries you in the future, I'm afraid it will implicate you. Pham Nan was more serious. "What I said this morning is that you need to take care of your health first. Then you can take the medicine I prescribed to definitely restore your health." Lam Uyen Ni still doesn't quite believe it, but the imperial physician also said that this disease cannot be cured at its root. It can only last from year to year. Pham Nan shouted loudly, "Don't forget my teacher is Fa Gyoi. I have many strange ways of curing diseases." He confidently told his fiancée, "Wait until my teacher returns to the capital, then there will definitely be hope for your illness." Lam Uyen Ni was moved to tears. "If that's true, then I've troubled you, Mr. Pham." Suddenly he leaned closer to her face. "Still calling me Mr. Pham, shouldn't we change the way we address each other?" She shyly turned away and replied, "We have to wait until after we get married to change our form of address." He took her hand. Pham Nan called out with a charming expression, "Miss Lam." Lam Uyen Ni responded with affectionate eyes, "Young Master Pham." Suddenly, she changed the subject. Did you really say the phrase, I'm still a guest even though I'm thousands of miles away from home? Pham Nan was so shocked that she spat out blood. Why are you asking that at such an important moment? He shyly rubbed his head. Yes. Isn't there any problem? Lam Uyen Ni told the story recently. In the palace, there are rumors that these 4 lines of poetry of yours were copied from a poet of the previous dynasty. He replied with a normal expression, what nonsense. Which poet from the previous dynasty? If such a good poem was the work of a poet from the previous dynasty, I'm afraid it would have been famous throughout the world long ago. He stood up and stretched. Forget it, forget it. Pham Nan walked away, turned back and said to her, rest early, I still want to visit you often. She continued, it's really good to meet you. Suddenly she was a bit worried, but I'm also worried that if the guards find out, what should we do? She thought his life was in danger, but he was worried about the lives of the guards. Right, if we were discovered, wouldn't those guards be in danger? Thinking of this, he quickly rushed towards the window. This is really a matter that we have to discuss with him tomorrow. After saying that, he went back the same way he came. The next morning, bright sunlight shone into Lam Uyen Ni's room. Her eyes flickered because of the glare. She woke up after a happy night. The servant immediately entered. Miss, you're awake. She was a little startled and then turned around to look around. She wondered, where is he? Is he gone? Seeing the young lady like that, the servant smiled slightly. Oh, the young master at Qing Miao, young lady, perhaps you have to go back to your dream to be able to meet him. Lam Uyen Ni asked again. So last night you didn't hear anything, right? The servant replied. When I returned with the incense, I saw that you were already asleep, and after that, I didn't hear anything anymore. Hearing that, Lam Uyen Ni went to the window. Looking outside, I thought to myself, was last night really a dream? Suddenly, the servant shouted, the young lady is secretly eating again. She held the chicken leg in her hand and shouted loudly, be careful, the wet nurse will see you, and report it to master. She went back to the window and grumbled, also don't open the window, so big the wind will make you cough again. Lam Uyen Ni looked at the chicken leg in the servant's hand. She looked for a long time, then smiled to herself because what happened last night was true. On the other side, Pham Nan was equally happy. He held the chicken leg in both hands and happily said, my people today is so much fun. Pham Nuok NH sitting next to me also got happy. She spoke up and decided to accept this marriage. Pham Nan patted her chest proudly. How dare I disobey my parents' orders? Pham Nuok added, but the things that come with this marriage are a bit troublesome. He wasn't too worried and replied while eating the chicken. Well, I offended so many people for no reason. Furthermore, I didn't get to see anything I was really sure of. Thinking back and forth, it seems a bit unreasonable. Seeing something strange, Pham Nuok asked him, brother, are you talking about the royal trading house? He leaned back in his chair and continued, surely the eldest princess, the prime minister and the crown prince's faction have benefited from the treasury. If you want to take it over, you have to investigate the books. And investigating the books is a bit troublesome. He thought this is tough. Pham Nuok spoke up, what if? Suddenly she exclaimed, what if the books are not wrong? Pham Nan looked up at the ceiling and thought, if we don't check the books, we have to freeze and keep all the old debts in case the dirty water from before gets splashed on us. But there's still a problem. He pointed out, after cutting off this path to wealth, there will definitely be some people who will be angry. Pham Nuok worried, or maybe just marry the young lady of the Lam family and don't need the business anymore. He shook his head. I'm afraid father won't agree, and I don't want to give up either. Hearing that, Pham Nuok continued, if there is a real fight over the treasury, I'm afraid those people will use bad tricks on you. He looked at his sister smugly. You don't need to worry about this. He calculated, perhaps the saint will not care about my life or death, but since he has given his will, he will not let others arbitrarily destroy it. If the eldest princess attacks me, it will be tantamount to disobeying the king's orders. Pham Nan continued to predict she wouldn't do that unless she was crazy. Pham Nuok felt more reassured. The analysis really makes sense. She immediately admired and loved him immensely. As expected of a big brother, he always calculates everything behind the scenes. Pham Nan shyly shook her hands repeatedly. It's not that bad. That man in blue clothes is Lam Kung, the son of Lam Nuok Fu, Lam Uyen Ni's biological brother. He bowed and spoke. Very good this time, thanks to the master. After the news of Pham Han marrying my sister and inheriting the treasury was spread, the empress and the crown prince were no longer close to us. Ngoba An replied, young master, rest assured, as long as we deal with Pham Han, everything will return to the way it was before. He was still worried. I'm worried that I'll leave a trace, and then I'll bring disaster upon myself. After all, the Pham family is a big family in the capital. The strength behind them cannot be underestimated. He was still very calm, not worried about anything. Young master, rest assured, our person this time is not from Namkan. Even if we investigate later, there probably won't be any traces left. No one will know that it was the young master who did it. Hearing that, he was delighted. Good, that's very good. Immediately after, Lam Kung came forward to support Ngoba An's hand. Sir, you are indeed a reincarnated young master. This plan really has no flaws. This time I'm counting on you. In the future, I'll have to ask for your help more. He bowed and replied, I dare not, I dare not. Ngoba An's eyes turned sinister. Everything has been arranged properly. Lee Van Du sat behind the curtain pleased. I didn't expect you to be able to convince Lam Nuok Fu using his connections to let someone in. She praised Ngoba An. It seems like you have some bravery. He replied, actually it's not that he told his subordinates to go away. Ngoba An added, Prime Minister Lam's innocent son is very easy to deal with. Lai Van Du exclaimed, ah, that incompetent guy. She calculated it was indeed a good choice to frame him after the matter was over. On the other side, Pham Nan angrily slammed the table and shouted, Father! He cried, I have thought it over seriously. I cannot let my mother's property fall into the hands of those robbers. Pham Nan was excited. This marriage must be completed as soon as possible to avoid long nights and many dreams. Hearing that, Pham Kien shouted, do you want to take back your mother's property, or do you covet the body of the young lady of the Lam family being hit in the heart? Pham Nan was embarrassed. Ah, father knows everything. Pham Kien continued, no matter what, the young lady of the Lam family is also a beautiful lady from a large family. What kind of relationship could there be if we secretly meet in the middle of the night? Pham Nan tried to explain, Father. At this time, Leun Hoon Gotch walked in. Master, it's late at night. You have to pay attention to your health and rest early. He replied, you rest first. I still have something to say to Nan Ni. Immediately she took the tray and walked out. Pham Kien looked at him and said, I know you are a bit dissatisfied with your aunt. Pham Nan was stubborn. I'm about to take charge of the treasury, so I have to be more careful. But he understood his son well. I know you've always resented her for sending someone to poison you. Liu Shi dared to do it, partly because Tu Triet was old, but did not have a normal growth pattern, and I have always refused to let her become the main wife. It was inevitable that she felt hopeless and momentarily confused, so she made this decision. Pham Nan was silent and said nothing. After a while, he angrily asked his father back, very good, so you always knew it was the second aunt who did it, but you didn't do anything. Today you have to give me an answer. Do you need me or the woman? Your intentions can only be chosen by one. Pham Kien picked up the teacup and replied, on the surface it's like that, but deep inside it's not that simple. At that time she entered the palace once and had someone's guarantee. A mysterious person contacted Leon Hoon Gok. Once you die, not only will Pham Tu Triet's future be able to inherit everything from the Pham family, but his path to becoming an official will also be clear and unobstructed. Becoming a prime minister is not an impossible thing. Pham Han wondered, inside person. Pham Kien added, I'm not evading on behalf of Liu Shi. It's just that the person she went to at that time apparently listened to her orders, but in reality he listened to the orders of the people in the palace. In this matter, Liu Shi is just a scapegoat. He looked at him. In short, what I want to say is that the person who wants to kill you is in the palace. The person you need to pay attention to is also in the palace. It seems that Pham Nan has realized something. He angrily shouted, who is it does father know? Tell me the answer. Pham Kien calmly said, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be impatient. He calculated, the people behind the directive are the current queen and the eldest princess. Even if you know the answer, what does it matter? Pham Nan thought to himself, tell Uncle Ngu Truck to treat those two well. He was frustrated. I didn't expect that the two women were really crazy. If father found out about this, then surely the supervisory office will also find out, and of course the emperor will also know. Pham Nan was helpless and could only surrender. The calm sea can only prove that even if they really killed me, His Majesty wouldn't care much. I feel like I'm about to be in danger. Pham Kien quickly spoke up. Don't talk nonsense. I don't understand, Your Majesty. That is a very powerful and dangerous existence. He sat on the chair and instructed, in short, if you have decided to take back the treasury, it means that every action you take will be related to the interests of many people. Every pair of eyes in this capital is staring at you. Next, you must be very careful with every step you take. He added, first is the gathering tomorrow. Pham Nan wondered. Gathering? His father explained, if I'm not mistaken, Prince Jing is about to invite you. A large carriage stopped in front of the gate. Hot cup of tea is poured out. Pham Nan happily picked up the teacup and invited about Quach Bao Kon. Thank you for your help. Li Huang Thun accepted the cup of tea and replied, it's just a small matter. No need to thank me. He added, but I came here today because someone asked me to. I have a few words to say, so I'll make them clear. Pham Nan replied, Your Highness, just say it. Hearing this, Li Huang Than spoke up. Originally, the second prince wanted me to trick you into meeting him. He also said that we had to make the meeting natural to avoid making you feel uncomfortable. He continued, but you are a smart person. No matter how I pretend, I probably won't be able to hide it from you, so I'll just say it. His eyes were calm. Tomorrow, the second prince wants to hold a banquet on Lu Tin River. I especially invite you to come. Pham Nan thought to himself, good father, you guessed right. Then he wondered, I am just an unknown lowly servant. Why does the second prince want to see me? Li Huang Than replied sarcastically, Of course it's to attract you otherwise. What else could we do but form a group to find some girls? Pham Nhan smiled awkwardly. Your Highness is laughing. He picked up his teacup again and explained, the reason why I attracted you is of course because with the support of money from the treasury, it will be much more convenient for the second prince to do many things. He emphasized more importantly, when handing over between old and new, if the books are investigated, there may be unexpected joys. Pham Nhan smiled lightly and replied, it's still too early. The marriage will have to wait until October to really get in touch with those things, at least next year or the year after. Then he thought to himself, I haven't even prepared my battle team yet. Li Huangthan propped his chin and explained, that's right, so tomorrow is just for dinner. Consider it a gift in return for helping me testify about you beating Quach Bao Kon. How about that? Pham Nhan sat silently for a moment. Then he spoke, since the Crown Prince has said so, I cannot refuse. He added, but now His Majesty is at his prime, the fight for the throne is at least a dozen years away. Why is the Crown Prince in such a hurry to choose a faction? Li Huangthan softly replied, the so-called far-sightedness must have immediate worries. That's why the eyes of the people in the court are always on the princes. Huangthan spoke up. The first prince was born a martial artist, but he leads troops outside. He commented, although the crown prince is the queen's biological son, his character is not upright. Then to another person, he commented, the third prince is still young and has no destiny to compete for the throne. Finally, his expression showed a bit of respect. So among the princes, the one I respect the most is the second prince. After speaking, Pham Nhan's face turned pale. Thinking worriedly, okay, all the blunt words I said before had to be complicated for fear of letting others know, but why did I say them so bluntly today? Li Huangthan was still happily chatting. If you see the second prince tomorrow, you will probably have the same thoughts as me. He smiled in response. It is indeed worth looking forward to, but deep down he thought differently. I don't want to go. It was dark, the water was extremely calm. Pham Nhan sat there next to Dang Tu Kin. He asked him, do you really want to go see the second prince? He added, if you go you will face other forces. Pham Nhan still did not change his expression and threw the rock into the water. Even if I did not meet the second prince, they still want me dead. He spoke up, I must have a faction, and one that opposes the queen and the crown prince. The second prince is only one of my options. Hearing that, Dang Tu Kin continued, brother, if that's the case tomorrow, I will go with you to protect you. Consider it as a way to repay you for helping me find my family. Pham Nhan replied, causing him to also spray glue. Forget it, your skills are not as good as mine. I can handle small troubles myself. If big troubles come, you'll just be one more person. He advised him, why don't you take your wife and children away from this bustling place, like the capital, as soon as possible, and live a peaceful life. Hearing this, Dang Tu Kin shouted, that won't do. He exclaimed, a man must keep his word. I said I would help you for 3 years. Not even a day, an hour, a minute, or a second is acceptable. Helping you and then abandoning you, making me owe you a lifetime of gratitude, don't even dream of such a good thing. At this time, Pham Nhan said, do you know, actually I have an uncle named Ngu Truck. I just need him to take action. Before he could finish his sentence, Dang Tu Kin interrupted him. Our appointment has nothing to do with your uncle. This is a promise between men. Pham Nhan asked him back, what about your promise to your wife and children? Dang Tu Kin was a bit surprised. Pham Nhan said again, they have waited for so many years. It was so hard to wait for you. Now they have to wait for another 3 years, for an outsider like me. You already owe them, but don't let down the person who has always been waiting for you at home. Dang Tu Kin pondered for a long time. It's morning. Big carriage going down the main road. Inside was Pham Nhan. He thought to himself, is that Dang Tu Kin guy really not coming? He looked around and then went back inside thinking, that's good. Last night talking so much, I already set a goal. I always had a feeling that if he came, something big would happen. Pham Nhan lifted the curtain and pondered in his heart. What should I say when I meet the second prince later? If I'm too cold, I'm afraid he won't be happy. If I'm too enthusiastic, I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Then he sighed again. Let's go there and see the situation. He knows my father's strength very well and won't make any unreasonable demands. Suddenly there was a scent passing by. He realized, how could this poisonous smell come from here? Could it be? He rushed out and shouted, get out of the way, there's an ambush. Everyone outside was immediately alert. They look around. Suddenly a large rock fell on the carriage, throwing everyone away. Pham Nhan quickly helped everyone. Immediately a series of arrows were shot towards him. Pham Nhan reminded, be careful of the poisoned arrows. The servant shouted, young master, step back. They immediately blocked the arrow. Pham Nhan quickly hid behind the pillar. He thought to himself, I didn't expect them to actually dare to do it. Moreover, it's broad daylight. I thought they would use assassination tactics. He looked up at the sign. This is New Lan Street, the famous Ghost Street. How is that different from assassination? From that house, a series of arrows were fired again. Pham Nhan worried, oh no, the second rain of arrows is coming. The subordinates tried to block the arrows. Each one fell down from being hit by an arrow. Pham Nhan still stood behind the column observing the situation. The assassins were standing on the roof in ambush. Immediately, Pham Nhan shouted loudly, "The archers are in that room. Take advantage of the time they change their names and deal with them." The subordinates replied, "Yes." Immediately, they jumped up to confront the masked men. Blood flowing. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared from somewhere. Pham Nhan saw it. He immediately dodged it neatly. Two girls rushed out to attack him. He dodged. The sword path is too dangerous. The two girls' faces looked extremely fierce. Pham Nhan calmly observed the situation, his face not panicking at all. It seems like they don't intend to let anyone survive. The purple-haired girl continued to throw hidden weapons at him. At this moment, he was really angry and shouted, "But you guys only have strength below the 7th rank." He unleashed an extremely powerful move. "Such saber techniques are too slow in front of me. You are full of loopholes." Pham Nhan suddenly turned around and choked them. He shouted powerful true energy. He grabbed both of their necks with both hands and shouted, "Die." At this time, the assassin's flesh was already torn into pieces. Pham Nhan just put on his clothes and thought to himself, "Just these guys want to kill me. They look down on others too much." Suddenly, he had another more cautious thought. No, it's probably not that simple. He recalled the initial situation. The sneak attack with large rocks that happened earlier was definitely not something these people could do. He was a little worried. Could it be that there are still others behind? He looked around at the assassins dead on the ground, then looked back at his subordinates. One of them, after finishing the battle, happily said, "I have 12 people, you have 11 people. I won, you'll pay for the next drink." As soon as he finished speaking, a chained hand squeezed his face hard. "Then throw him away." Next, that hand threw another subordinate in front of the confused and surprised. Pham Nhan turned back to see, is there still an ambush? While he was thinking, suddenly, a dark shadow rushed towards him. It's the body of the subordinate from earlier. He touched Pham Nhan and exploded, sending him flying away. Make a loud vibrating sound. A huge giant bound by chains. He was Trin Ku Thu. He staggered towards the sound of the explosion. Inside, Pham Nhan was hugging his chest and coughing a few times. He frowned. The internal force is too strong. I'm afraid this strength is also at the 8th rank. Looking at Trin Ku Thu, who was slowly approaching Pham Nhan, he thought, looking at the opponent's momentum, he is determined to fight to the death. With my current strength, I definitely have no chance of winning. He took it out from his pocket and calculated, looks like I have to use the spirit pill that Master gave me. He recalled his master's words, my current strength is at the 7th rank, but with the guidance of the 5 great men, even if an 8th rank comes, they won't be able to kill me, but if they do, I'll have no choice but to run. Phai Gyoi also said, the pill I gave you can help you increase your cultivation by 1 level in an instant. It's not a problem for an 8th rank expert, but the pill has 3 parts poison, and the side effects are not small, so you have to use it carefully. Phai Gyoi also said, the pill I gave you can help you increase your cultivation by 1 level in an instant. It's not a problem for an 8th rank expert, but the pill has 3 parts poison, and the side effects are not small, so you have to use it carefully. He held the pill in his hand with some hesitation. But he still ate it, whatever. Let's do it first and think about it later. As soon as he finished drinking, a huge, powerful force radiated from his body. A bright yellow light burst out from Pham Nhan's body. Seeing this, Trin Ku Thu's expression also changed slightly. On the other side, Pham Nhan is in the process of unleashing his power. The power he radiated flew straight up into the sky. Even the eyes are sparking. Like an arrow, he shot towards Trin Ku Thu without hesitation. His expression remained unchanged. Chen Jushu smiled slightly. Go ahead, Liu Meng. Suddenly, he was about to attack when his strength was gone. Pham Nhan was surprised my power disappeared. It turns out there's a woman inside using puppet magic to make him lose his magic. Trin Ku Thu threw a weight of iron at him. Immediately, Pham Nhan was chained tightly. He pulled the chain, then threw him again and again. Pham Nhan was terrified. Is it about to end? He raised his fist again. Nhan bit her lip. No, I still have one more move. One move that I think I definitely won't lose. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, Uncle Ngu Truk saved my life. It turned out that Uncle Ngu Truk was already standing there. He said, don't worry. She used puppet magic and found it strange. You still have an assistant, but the next second, she was pierced by a sword. Puppet fell to the ground. The one who killed her was Dang Tu Kin. He said, I don't know who Ngu Truk is, but today, Dang Tu Kin saved your life. Remember that for me. Trin Ku Thu saw Liu Meng being killed. He shouted Liu Meng. On Pham Nhan's side, the yellow power had reappeared. He thought to himself, the power is back. Then he unleashed his power and broke the chains. Trin Ku Thu shouted angrily, you want to die? He rushed towards Dang Tu Kin's direction. Dang Tu Kin raised his sword to block, but was thrown away by Trin Ku Thu's hand. Sword fell to the ground. He rushed over like a madman and pushed him down to the ground. Dang Tu Kin painfully spurted blood. Trin Ku Thu shouted, go back to your motherland, you worm. Pham Nhan immediately took his sword and rushed towards Trin Ku Thu. He turned back. He was now ready to fight. His whole body radiated fire. eyes full of determination. He slashed him across the stomach. Trinkuthu is motionless. He did not move. Pham Nan's figure is unusually quiet, but extremely scary. Dang Tukin also lay motionless on the ground. Pham Nan sat down and looked at him. You are an idiot. Why are you here? Having said that, he took out a blue pill from his pocket. He looked at it and thought this soul-returning pill took 20 years to refine. Getting one pill is the most precious gift my master left me. Taking it at a crucial moment can save a life. Pham Nan hesitated for a moment. Do I really have to use it here? Even though I have Uncle Ngu Truk protecting me, I still can't rule out the possibility of encountering a life-threatening situation in the future, and this soul-returning pill might be able to cure Uyen Ni's tuberculosis. He looked at Dang Tu Kin's figure, lying on the ground, not knowing what to do. Mok Thiet entered respectfully. I, Mok Thiet, have come here today, under orders from the Inspectorate, to question the assassination case at New Land Street. I hope that you will cooperate. Pham Nan lay on the bed and softly replied, but I have said everything I should have said. His whole body was bandaged. He spoke tiredly. I have already presented the memorial. What else do you want to ask? Mok Thiet wondered. Young Master said that Dang Tu Kin sacrificed himself to save you. Is this true or false? If the autopsy above finds out that it is false, then the few of us will be guilty of failing to fulfill our duties. I hope Young Master will tell the truth. Only then did Pham Nan sit up. It hurts. The after effects of this medicine are really serious. He said sadly he has really left us. Hearing that Mok Thiet cried miserably, the sincere concern that Pham Kong Tu has for his subordinates is truly touching. He continued, anyway, you sacrificed yourself to save me. How can I not be sad? Mok Thiet added, it's just a pity that Dang Tu Kin's body was not found at the scene. I still hope that Young Master will explain this matter. Hearing that Pham Nan was stunned and didn't know how to respond, he threw the token out and asked for an explanation. Pham Nan said, here is the explanation. Seeing the token, Mok Thiet immediately knelt down. The order's title is that I have eyes that cannot see the mountain. He spoke up. Although Dang Tu Kin once voluntarily left the surveillance house out of respect for him, he saved Mr. Pham without sacrificing his own life in the assassination on New Land Street. Therefore, from now on, no one will be held responsible for his wife and children. There is no longer anyone named Dang Tu Kin in this world. After saying that, he quickly asked Pham Nan, is this arrangement okay, sir? He replied, it's okay. Pham Nan gently reminded, if possible, periodically give some relief money. Hearing that, he happily said, I understand, I will arrange it right away. Pham Nan stood up and asked again, that's right, tell me the status of the assassination investigation. This time, it must be detailed. Mok Thiet immediately explained in detail, this time with the heroic and swift action of the Lord, all the assassins were killed. All the bodies of the enemy's main force were preserved on New Land Street. Otherwise, this case would have become another mysterious case in the history of Namkhan. He talked for a while. Pham Nan yawned. He was annoyed and got to the point. Mok Thiet replied, probably the person behind this assassination is from the Northern Chi country. That tall guy, his name is Trinkuthu, is a fierce man with a reputation in Northern Chi. He said although that pair of sisters were from Dongdi, they were actually assassins controlled by Northern Chi. Mok Thiet speculated the most direct evidence is that the place where the Lord and the second prince, Zui Xianju, met happens to be a secret base of Northern Chi in the capital. It's probably the spy they planted in Nanking who heard about it. Young Master Fan might inherit the royal merchant business, so they planned this assassination. Pham Nan replied, what you said is unreasonable. Me taking over the treasury has nothing to do with them. He wondered, what good would it do them to kill me? He explained, that's where they're terrible. If this assassination is successful and the Northern Chi people retreat safely, then we don't know where to start the investigation. We can't get the conclusion that the assassin came from Northern Chi. That way, we can falsely accuse the Crown Prince's faction of doing it because he was the one who suffered the greatest loss of benefits in the transfer. The treasury is the Crown Prince's faction, and secondly, it makes the Crown Prince's faction suspect that this matter was deliberately fabricated by the second prince. Mok Thiet shouted excitedly. Like this, the two factions will fight each other. The Imperial Court will fall into chaos. Of course, the matter of advancing north to attack Chi will be prolonged. This is their real purpose. Pham Nan found it strange. Could it be that you guys are thinking too complicated, He touched his chin with great confidence. Absolutely not. Hearing that Pham Nan did not know what else to say, Mok Thiet happily spoke up. If your excellency has any more doubts, just say them. I will not hide anything from you if I know. He continued, it's true that I still have a few questions to ask you. First, how did the archers and assassins infiltrate Namkhan? This is the capital where His Majesty is. He continued, second, if you already know about the secret base of Northern Chi, why don't you directly interrogate them and instead speculate here? Pham Han gradually went deeper into the problem. Dad, could it be possible that the mastermind is someone from Nam Khan? Northern Chi's assassins are just shields that they pushed out. Mok Thiet hesitated. I'm not clear about these issues. Hearing this, he replied, it seems I still have to personally come forward. What about Si Li Mu? Tai replied, she was captured by the people of the 4th Surveillance Agency while fleeing to the north. She is currently on her way to the capital. Pham Nan was delighted. That's good. As long as we can get her mouth off, we won't have to worry about not being able to find the person behind it. Find someone from the Institute who is good at tracking down traces. Is there anyone suitable? He replied, yes. Pham's leisurely voice rang out Wong Kai Nien. He ordered Si Li is being escorted back to the capital, he ordered. Perhaps she will be intercepted or even killed. But no matter what, you don't need to care. You just need to watch those people and see who was the last one to come into contact with them. Understand? He respectfully said, understood, young Master Pham. He happily held the money in his hand, extremely excited. No, it should be Lord Pham. Pham Nan hesitated a bit. I'm just being a bit talkative. Are you still able to walk quickly? Wong Kai Nien replied, your Majesty has not seen my skills, so it is normal to be worried. After saying that, he threw money everywhere. Pham Nan was surprised. What do you want to do? In just a blink of an eye, Wong Kai Nien's figure could not be seen clearly. A moment later, he stopped. Then he held the pile of money in his hand and said to Pham Nan, Lord Pham, can you rest assured this time? Seeing that Pham Nan continued, oh, your skills are good. Isn't it too much of a disadvantage for you to become a civil official for this talent? Being praised made his nose grow longer, happily. I'm not bragging, but I've never seen anyone faster than me. Pham Han immediately retorted, I've met that person and that person isn't far from you. Wong Kai Nien shook his head uncomfortably. No way, absolutely impossible. Then he thought to himself, oh, I see Lord Pham is testing me right. He was still looking for the person Pham Nan mentioned. At a cottage, Pham Nan and Uncle Ngoo Truck were there. He asked his uncle, can I ask you something? He replied, ask away. He looked at him very seriously. Why don't you help save Dang Tu Kin to Uncle? It's just a small matter. Uncle Ngoo Truck calmly spoke. I'm only protecting you. Others have nothing to do with me. Hearing that, Pham Nan angrily shouted, but Dang Tu Kin, he encountered danger because he saved me and those guards too. Can't you go save them for me? He turned and walked away in response. You are you, they are they. I only protect you. As for the others, you protect yourself. Pham Nan felt resentful in his heart sometimes. I really doubt whether people's hearts are made of iron or steel. The two of them walked into the room. Dang Tu Kin was lying there with wounds all over his body. Behind him, Dang Tu Kin's wife and children were whispering. He leaned close to Uncle Ngoo Truck and asked, with your good hearing, can you hear what that child is saying? The uncle answered honestly. The boy said he looked like a bad guy. He doubted I'm sure the boy was talking about me. The uncle continued, the boy is right. A voice called out, Pham, young master, Pham. Dang Tu Kin woke up. He said, thank you for saving my life, sir. He sighed and lamented, although your life has been saved, your meridians have been severed. I'm afraid you won't be able to use martial arts anymore. Dang Tu Kin felt pain in his heart. Young master, it's actually good for you to lie sometimes. He calmly thought, keeping this life, I've seen enough, but I'm afraid I can't keep my 3-year promise to the young master. Pham Nan looked at him and replied, this time you saved me is already 3 years old. We both call it. Even no one owes anyone anything anymore from now on, we will go our separate ways. Dang Tu Kin was silent for a while. Pham Nan warned, if it's not necessary, don't meet again. Hearing that, he understood what he meant. I know you're afraid that I'll be targeted by someone else. He thought about his wife and children, to be honest. I'm actually a little scared. Then good luck to you, he added. Dang Tu Kin looked up at him, young master too. Then he and Uncle Ngoo Truck walked out, take care. Suddenly Dang Tu Kin sat up. That's right, the person next to the young master is... Pham Nan looked pleased and proud. He is my Uncle Ngoo Truck. There is never a time when he is not by my side. Hearing that, he also stammered in response. Oh, is that so? But in his heart, he also felt a bit regretful. If I had known that there was that person, I would have just stayed by the side and watched the drama. Pham Kien's voice rang out. I know you're very angry, but right now you need to be calmer. He calculated, the one who colluded with Northern Chi in the dark, we in the open, blindly suspect when we get a hold of him, will only cause enmity for ourselves. Pham Nan thought deeply. I understand what you mean, but we can't just defend forever. We have to take the initiative to attack. Pham Kien wondered, so what do you want to do? He replied, the eldest princess's private residence, the Prime Minister's guest house, the palace. The Crown Prince often visits the soccer field the second prince likes, and the back garden of Prince Jing's residence. These places all require people to be sent to watch over them, and no suspicious person can be spared. He continued, the places you mentioned are already guarded. I just find it strange that you just arrived in the capital not long ago. How do you know these places? His eyes slightly evaded. It was Dang Tu Kin who told me, but he's gone now. Pham Keen expressed sympathy. A person's life is always a companion. Don't be too sad about parting. Pham Nan laughed. Father, since when did you become so sentimental? I'm fine. With that, he turned back to look at his father. But I need as many people as possible. He agreed. You can use people from the palace, but you have to be mentally prepared that investigating in the capital will probably yield no results. If you want to get an answer, you still have to look at people outside the capital. Pham Han leaned against the wall and asked, "The person father is talking about is Si Li. He nodded. Well, only when we can pry her mouth open will we know the true identity of the person behind it. He mumbled her name in his mouth. Si Li, you must come back here alive. Outside of Kangzhou, Si Li is being escorted on a horse-drawn carriage. Looking at her torn under the carpet is extremely pitiful. The escort looked at her and said, "This place is still very far from the capital. If you don't eat anything, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on." Si Li gritted his teeth in anger. "Stop being hypocritical. Even if you escort me back to the capital, I won't tell you anything." No, you will say it," he continued. The soldier looked at her and explained, "That day of the assassination, you should have raised your hands and taken the blame. Taking advantage of the fact that you were just an important official of the imperial court, you caused such chaos in the imperial court. Even though you will lose your life, it is enough to achieve the goal of your northern chi. But you ran away, which shows that you consider your life more important than this mission." Si Li was even more angry because his heart was hit right. "This is just your baseless speculation. How do you know if I will receive another mission or not?" He replied, "To tell you the truth, we have always known that Zui Xianju is your secret base. All your actions are under our surveillance. I thought you were just stealing some information. Who would have thought you would be so bold, daring to assassinate on the street? After doing it, you still wanted to run away. How could there be such a simple thing in this world?" Hearing this, she became even more agitated and shouted, "You'd better kill me now, otherwise your lord from that afternoon will definitely send someone to save me." Suddenly he pointed his finger behind him, "Save you." He spoke up, "That lord must have sent someone to kill you." Si Li turned around and saw a group of people standing in the distance. The leader was bald but looked extremely ferocious. Si Li's whole body trembled, her face showing extreme fear. A figure stood on the cliff looking towards Si Li. The soldier saw this and spoke up, "Si Li, it looks like you're going to die here." He glanced at her and said, "Why don't you tell me which high-ranking official in the court is colluding with Northern Qi?" Si Li seemed to be a bit hesitant. The soldier continued speaking. "If any of my subordinates manage to escape, we will report to the court later. It can be considered as a way to protect you and me." She stammered, "Okay, actually, that person is..." He turned around, gripping the iron frame. "Who is it?" Suddenly Si Li cried out, "Why did you lie to me?" The soldier panicked. "I didn't lie to you now. I'm scared, very scared." She looked at his hand. "Although your voice was a little shaky, your grip on the prison cart was very firm and did not loosen. It was obvious that you were not worried at all. It seemed that you had anticipated this beating." The soldier fell silent. Then he spoke up. "It seems you're a sharp spy. I told you my acting skills are terrible. I can't fool you, but they kept forcing me to try. Now I feel so embarrassed." The soldier looked at the group of people and said, "Who are they? You will know in a moment." Immediately the people on the cliff rushed down. They galloped at top speed. One side rushed up. The other side is quite calm. The soldier shouted, "Prepare to engage." Suddenly Si Li discovered something. There was a dog tag in the soldier's pocket and she recognized it. "You are from the surveillance office." The soldier shouted, "Ready." He gave the order, "Shoot." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of arrows flew towards the enemy. On the other side, the leader also hurriedly ordered split into 2 branches and scatter. The subordinates immediately deployed their troops. The horses spurred forward, knocking the soldiers away. The leader of the soldiers spoke up. "He's been trained rigorously, not just doing grass washing. He should be able to find out something." Si Li shouted excitedly, "You're not joking, are you? They're killing before the battle begins. Hurry up and do something." Indeed, they were getting closer and more numerous. But that soldier smiled softly. If they don't come before the battle, how can they catch them? The sound of horses charging forward. Suddenly the enemies stopped. They looked at each other in confusion. One of them was sweating profusely. It turned out that from afar, a group of soldiers were approaching with great momentum. Seeing this, they quickly shouted, "It's the Black Knight, retreat." Si Li was also a bit surprised. The Black Knight is here. Is the Black Knight that person? The newly emerged soldiers were overwhelmingly powerful. "Beat the enemy up." The horse and man split into 2 and were beaten to a pulp. Fai Gyoi stood on the cliff and shouted, "Keep the living! Keep the living!" He ordered agitatedly, "Don't kill them all." The person sitting in the carriage was Tran Bin. He spoke up, "Fai Gyoi, you really care too much." His eyes were sinister. "I'm afraid those little bastards don't even know who their master is. Just keep the leader." Fai Gyoi angrily shouted, "That old man Pham took advantage of our absence to trick little Pham to come to the capital. Now that this has happened, how can I not hurry?"